Hello and welcome to AWS Summit. We are live. Appreciate the warm welcome to London.
Exactly.
I know. We're really excited to bring you guys across the pond to experience this amazing summit today.
Yeah, and now to my friends.
I'm AM. I've been here a bunch. I was last at the London Summit 2 years ago. Very happy to be back. I am a developer advocate here at AWS and very good friends with my buddy here, Adrian. You want to introduce yourself?
I would love to. Hey, folks, my name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm an enterprise architect here at AWS and work with a ton of technology partners these days. But as AM mentioned, we're super best friends. But we're here to indoctrinate, I guess you could say, introduce you, it'd be a better way to say, on what we do here at AWS OnAir. It's not just a we're going to talk to you sort of thing all day if you've never joined us. It's we're going to go on a very guided journey where we're going to be asking a ton of questions, interacting with you, chat, to really get a handle of what it is you want to know, and continue demonstrating the different summits, launches, and components that go into making an interactive show. So by all means, when we say this is your show, this is your show. If you want puns, you're going to get them. Even if you don't want them, you're going to get them anyway.
There's going to be a lot of jokes today.
And you mentioned this is a live show, so our audience can participate with us. If you are in chat, go ahead and tell us where you're joining from. We're watching the chat all day.
Yeah, you might even say, Adrian, that we are putting on a jam-packed show here at the London Summit.
Is that alluding to something later in the day?
No, just pudding and jam.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
You know,
Oh.
Fair
maybe
enough.
a high tea later. Anyway, so If you've never joined us before, welcome to the channel. We are going to be interviewing people live. As we've said, if you are curious, we've got people up here that can answer your questions in chat. We'll be looking at it. We want to hear from you. Tell us where you're joining from. Tell us what you do. Tell us what you're interested in. I'm going to guess a lot of generative AI is going to be dropped in that chat. A lot of people interested
Amazon
in that.
Q may come up a bit today.
A little bit,
Yeah.
probably, yeah, if I had to guess.
I think there's a bit more information there. So, yeah, there'll be a lot of segments that will come
Yeah,
up.
I'm excited for our fun customer segments.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got a couple of those coming up. We've got Peptone, we've got NVIDIA. I saw that we're also going to have another one later. Should we spoil the surprise?
Yeah.
I think we can.
I think we should.
Spoil the surprise? Looks like we're going to see a little bit of GitLab Duo.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is quite the surprise.
Okay, nice,
Yeah.
nice. So we got about a minute left. I love to tell people if they've never been to a summit what they could look forward to coming to one of these things. Maybe we can do that, and then we will wrap and get to our first segment.
Absolutely.
Who wants? I think we should have Alistair answer
Yes.
that.
Well,
Make the
yeah,
new guy
I've
do
been
it.
to a few summits. As you can probably hear, I'm Australian. So I've been to Sydney Summit a few times, been to reInvent in London. And what I really love is the networking with other people. And actually, my favorite booth, Ask an Architect. Because you can go up and you can come up with the hardest questions for a bunch of AWS employees. And they have to answer your question, right? They will come
Legally,
up with an answer.
they have.
Yes, that is the way it's going to be.
Obligated to do so.
So yeah, those sessions are the best. And London is so big. It's one of our biggest summits. There are so many sessions, so many game days, so many different things that you can actually experience as you go around. So yeah, if you're not here today, don't worry. We'll take you through the journey. But if you are here or you can get to another summit, I think that's really worth of your time.
Great advice, I think, because meeting people, one of the greatest things you can do at a summit. And since you're watching us live, you can meet people now, too, while we're in chat together. But we're going to have more coming at you. So stick around. Stay right here. We'll be back. I promise.
Factories are made of machines, walls, and people. And I believe Ferrari is made most of all by its people. This is a quote from our founder, Enzo Ferrari, and it's a quote that is driving the work that we do with technology.
We can reach higher quality using the technology provided by AWS.
AWS is really key for our IT transformation today. First of all, for example, our warehouse management solution, which is critical for us because it is feeding real-time the production lines.
We are applying computer vision, machine learning AI also in the manufacturing. We are using AWS Lookout for Vision, in particular for anomaly detection. And by using these services, we are able to detect missing parts in the assembly line. For example, when we assembly the door of a car, missing cables or cable in the wrong position.
We use Amazon SageMaker to reduce the issue of the product using all the ML technology, computer vision on that solution.
I use the Ferrari app mostly to track my cars when they are in the building process. Just because I cannot wait to receive my car home, and there's this thing where you can follow exactly where it is in terms of development, whether it's already been sent for the paint or whether it's been assembled. It was a very special moment. You take care of this car like a baby, and I was really happy with the results.
Another example of IT transformations was migrating our PLM in the cloud, and that is critical because hundreds of colleagues from the R&D department access that solution.
AWS enable us to reduce the time that we take to make all the calculus and all the job for the product validation, product simulation like CAE, CFD, vehicle dynamic, and so on.
So today they are up to 60% faster than they used to be. We are even able to run simulations that we were not able to run in the past. So that is really a key changer for our product development in sports car in particular. Another area where AWS is really a game changer for Ferrari innovation is, of course, generative AI, where we are not only experimenting, but we are also really using large language models for enhancing, accelerating the design process, for example.
And this means also that we produce less physical prototype. This is translated in more efficient product development process.
We can really run analytics and simulations and make correlations that were not possible in the past. AWS is a strategic partner for Ferrari because innovation is in the DNA of Ferrari.
Hi.
Hey folks, welcome back. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today on AWS OnAir, live at the London Summit. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm an enterprise architect here at AWS and joined yet again by my fabulous friend, Jasmine. Say hello, Jasmine.
Say hello.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Jasmine Kiles. I am Adrian San Miguel's fabulous friend, but I'm a manager of product management here at AWS, working all things AWS partners and marketplace. And so that's why we have this fabulous duo joining us on this stage. We've got NVIDIA and Peptone live here on this stage with us. Tell us who you are and what you do.
So I'm Cedric. I lead the healthcare and life science developer relations for startups.
Okay.
So I work across Europe and EMEA. It's amazing to work with our startup ecosystem.
Yeah.
And I'm Carlo Fisicaro. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Peptone. We're a biotech company. We're based in London and also in beautiful Switzerland.
Switzerland is quite beautiful. At some point, I would love to get out there, but we're not here to talk about that and my machinations with all things travel. So I understand Peptone has built something pretty interesting.
Yeah.
And would love to hear more about it. But before we get there, can you let us know what led you down this path? Because many of our users are typically confronted with a challenge and they don't know how to go about getting started. So any bit of glean for that for the audience would be fantastic.
Sure. Let's start from the challenge.
Yeah.
We're focused on drugging a class of proteins called intrinsically disordered.
Okay.
And when you make drugs, this is what you want to do. You want to stick something to your protein, right? And we're specialized in a class of, in a modality called small molecules.
Okay.
So, like aspirin is a small molecule. You design what is called chemical matter, and you want to stick it to your protein. Intrinsic disordered proteins are very difficult to drug historically, and they're involved in the majority of cancers and many neurodegenerative diseases, and that's why we're here. We want to drug them, and we're the first company trying to do that at scale.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is fantastic. It's very scientific, right? And you're trying to figure out how do I do this and how I do this with technology. So NVIDIA got involved at some point, right? And so what I hear is that it was a long-standing relationship, but you're able to kind of come together and work on this as a startup. So tell us about that and how you're working with startups, Cedric.
So for us, it starts always with the Inception program, which is our program or virtual accelerator for startups. So Peptone at one point became a member. They piqued our interest because they're solving a hard problem, which we really like at NVIDIA, solving hard problems with compute. And from there, the relationship started, and we started showing them, hey, we got some cool building blocks for doing the work you're doing in the biology field, in the protein folding field, in these different fields in biology. And from there, we started working together, and things clicked, and they've been building incredible models since then.
Yeah. And so there's a couple of ways that when AWS customers are coming to you or your own customers and they want to work with AWS, that they can work together. So part of it might be transacting on the AWS marketplace or doing a private offer where it's completely between you and that customer that's reaching out to you. So what are some of the things that you're offering today as NVIDIA?
Well, we got something called the NVIDIA NIM microservice or NVIDIA Inference microservices, which are containers that can be deployed on AWS services. Because, right, it's containers, so you can go on a Kubernetes cluster or on Bedrock or on different solutions there. And that's where we try and build models or offer models that are highly optimized that these startups can take off the shelf and get going with.
Okay.
You know, I dabble some in the field of generative AI, not because I'm a specialist, but kind of because my partners and customers have forced me to go out and get educated on it. You said something very, very interesting there about giving startups access to a tuned model already. Can you help enunciate in like, I don't know, 10 or 15 seconds, why it's so important to take something that's already been tuned to get you most of the way there, and then you do the last bits that make the most sense for your business?
No, absolutely. So large language models, and generally these biology models, are super complex, right? So deploying them yourself from scratch from a GitHub open source repository takes a lot of knowledge, a lot of power or manpower to deploy and set up. And so our engineering teams have taken that, done that work, optimized them, put them in simple Docker containers. I mean, it's very complex, but right, they've optimized this, they've tuned these things. And so this now gives you speed to deploy. You can swap out these models because every week there's new models in these fields, right? So you can swap them out as you please, and just the speed of deployment, I think, is key. Speed of inference is key.
Yeah. While, I definitely want to see a demo of what some of this might look like, but while you're spinning up this demo and getting ready for it, Carlo, what does that mean to you as a startup, as somebody who wanted to do something novel that other people were not doing, but you needed to lead your technology team? What does that mean to work with something that's already fine-tuned, or, kind of NVIDIA knew the playbook?
Yeah, as Cedric said, those models are very complex. You can think about them as images. Instead of pixels, you have atoms with proteins. The model should be pretty easy nowadays to be deployed. Well, not really, because atoms are much worse to be handled, and you need physics to handle them, which means the number of microservices you have to deploy and you have to orchestrate. And for us at Peptone, the challenge is even worse, because it's even more challenging because we have to develop everything from scratch. Why? Because intrinsically, these other proteins are unique. You don't have data sets. We create our own data sets. And with NVIDIA, we managed to create a pretty, I think, cool a pretty cool Kubernetes-based infrastructure where we can deploy those services and we can train those pretty big generative models and just swap them very easily and swap the data set.
Yeah. Nice. I love to hear that. And, it's unique. You're bringing in physics into it. It's, sometimes over my head, but I'd love to see, the finished product. It makes sense.
Physics is all over the shop here, so you'll see that.
Every time you say physics, I think back to high school with the marble drop project, or drop an egg from the top of a football stadium to see if it cracks. But significantly harder, significantly higher stakes. Would love to see what this looks like. Yeah.
So Cedric, show us what this looks like if someone's going to explore, your library and what it looks like, and then we'll go into detail on what you've done with Peptone.
Yeah, absolutely. So
we're going to bring up Cedric's
people
screen
can
here.
see my screen here.
Yeah.
In a second.
They're going to bring it up.
And then once you see the screen, right? So what I'll walk you through is something called build.nvidia.com, which is one of our websites where we have our library of inference microservices. And so these names are the prepackaged containers. They're in different domains. Here it pops up. So they're in different domains, and when you go through the actual models here on top, you can go to use cases, and in this case, we'll talk about drug discovery, but it goes about image generation, it goes about language generation, code generation, you name it. We have a model in the field. When we go to drug discovery or drug generation, there's AlphaFold. I mean, I have to show AlphaFold, right? It won a Nobel Prize, so we probably want to talk briefly about that. And so what you can do here is just play and try and experience the model, and then if you're happy with it, you can pull the container and deploy it where you want, right? So there's easy ways to do it. So what you see here is a serotonin receptor. You see the amino acid sequence, and based on that, it generated the structure, which you can kind of manipulate and look at. Now, obviously, for people like Carlo, this is very understandable. For non-biologists like me, and I think you guys, maybe, I mean, this is a nice picture, right? This looks great. Now, by itself, AlphaFold is great, but you want to combine it, and that's where we have these blueprints. So if I go on top here, go to blueprints, I'm going to scroll down real quick. There's kind of blueprints to do interesting things like video search and digital humans and all these things. But we're talking about using generative AI to do drug discovery or build drugs. And so we've combined a number of these models. And you see on top here, you see OpenFold 2, MSA search, GenMol. So a number of these models we combined. We put some, let's say, glue in between to have them talk to each other and put them in what's called a blueprint. And now this you can deploy, add your own data, and start iterating on this stack to discover new drugs, right? Obviously, you need your own data. You might need to retrain a little bit. But out of the box, it's already quite amazing. And this is what we try and offer to customers that, unlike Peptone, don't want to train their own models. They want to use these state-of-the-art models themselves and start developing drugs with their data set that they have.
Yeah, I could definitely see how this would make someone go to market faster, right? And it gets them through all of the other processes that they're talking about, like that we hear about as consumers of, you need to be able to get to testing and the trials and all of these things, but, being able to see the back end of what happens even before that is fascinating.
It's about speed.
Yeah.
Speed to market. That's what we want.
Nice. Okay. All right. Well, let's hear more about Peptone. What you brought your data sets. You know that you have your data sets. You have this problem. You're wanting to get to market fast. So tell us about what you did and what you created.
Yeah. So when it will show up, I'll show you.
The magic behind the scenes. They'll swap your screen for you.
Will
bring that up.
But in the meantime, the challenge here was to create a model that was able to describe those intrinsically disordered proteins.
Yep.
And no one has ever done that before because they didn't have data. So we had to acquire data in a high throughput manner. That's why we created our own hardware to do that and our own microservices. And then we had to use what is called molecular dynamics to describe a number of conformations our protein has. That is physics. It's not machine learning.
Okay.
And as you can imagine, it's slow. And you can't describe a full-length protein, just a section. It's like me asking you, okay, you have this sentence. You know what? I can study only 3 words, not the entire sentence. There is an issue, right? We want to solve this issue. And that's why we developed a model to do that. So once the screen will show up, indeed, I'll show you. But you can think about it indeed in this way. Here you have an avocado. And as you can see on the right, you see that the avocado has a core that is empty. You could not see that from the image on the left, right?
Okay.
And we do the same for proteins. You understand what an intrinsic disordered protein is with its ensemble, with the video. And you have to create a model. As Cedric showed you, you start with an amino acid sequence. It's like words in a sentence, but then you have to generate a number of conformations. This is what we do.
Okay.
Now, if you think about it, in an image, you don't really care if a pixel is misplaced. In a protein, you do care about it. Because if an atom is misplaced, the energy will go up to infinity, and your ensemble, your structure will be useless.
Okay.
So you do have to take care of that, and that's why physics.
Yeah, it's about precision.
It's about precision, and it's about, as I said, physics. You have to make sure that your structures respect the laws of nature.
Okay.
And this is what we're doing. A model able to do that.
Yeah, Carlo, you make it seem so simple. You're like, we have to make sure that the atoms are not out of place so that we, they just go on for infinity. But you're like, it's so simple. But it seems like you were able to put together those simple, solutions that really made it all come together. Adrian, I know you're noodling on something. What's your question for him?
I'm noodling on a lot. And what I can appreciate is something that is so insanely complex can be made digestible, communicable, and people can go and understand why it's so important. This, I think, in my opinion, I'm sure we all agree, this is the magic of generative AI. We want to make the impossible real. We want to make it attainable. We want to make it so that we can distill the most complex of things into something anybody can understand.
Yeah. What else, Carlo?
Look, here's the thing. All models, by definitions, are wrong. And
thank you.
What people have been using in the last 20 years in this field are models, physics-based models, but still models.
Yeah.
And they are wrong. They're not right. But it was, the best thing we had. With generative AI, you can fill the gap. Because this is the thing I want you to understand today from this chat. If you take molecular dynamics, which is a way to describe the dynamics of your protein with physics, well, what you use are forces that are only approximated. They're not real. They're not really precise. Generative AI can fill the gap.
So this is also something I've been harping on for quite some time, and I know you are so tired of hearing me say it. The appropriate way, in my opinion, as a longtime technologist, is you take the technology and you apply it to solve a real business problem instead of working backwards from a potential problem in search of a solution. I think the key here, and something that I can appreciate, given my background, is how you were able to partner with somebody that would not only get you most of the way there, but be intrinsically linked to and incentivized to help you succeed as well. Because a blueprint is great, A shortcut is great. Being able to get somebody from concept through blueprint to delivery to production to have profound impact on folks, that's special. That's something we really don't see enough of, and I love the work that you're doing here.
Yeah. I want to hear a little bit about the computational efforts. I hear that there's a lot of GPUs involved.
Just some,
Yeah, just a few, I guess, right?
Yeah. Nobody wants GPUs at this point.
What's the scale of this, the magnitude of what you needed for GPUs to make this happen?
We're talking about roughly 100 GPUs H100.
Wow.
This is what we're talking about for a single run. And this is cheap comparing to what I said before, molecular dynamics. For molecular dynamics, we need 50 for each run, and we usually run 10 different jobs in parallel.
Yeah.
And we usually run 10 different targets in parallel, so 100 times 50. This is what we are talking about.
Wow. So that's why NVIDIA was essential, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that's where a lot of the tooling comes in as well, right? 'Cause
Right.
to efficiently use this kind of, 100 times 50 you said?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a lot of GPUs. You want to use them efficiently, and that's,
Yeah.
I think, where these toolings and these tricks come in play.
Yeah.
And if I may say, it's not even about only GPUs. It's
Yep.
Also about how you distribute your workload and how you create the
Absolutely.
microservices. This is where NVIDIA really helped.
Yeah, something many customers tend to forget about is exactly what you mentioned. GPUs are great, but how are you going to get it from cluster A to cluster B to your storage medium to actually go manipulate and do something?
Yeah.
So something you touched on. We have a good idea how many GPUs were in use. What is the total time in getting one of these runs done comparatively to what it could have taken in the past? Is there any data that you could share with us around that?
Yeah, of course. For a 50 residues long sequence, which is like a 50 letters sentence, with molecular dynamics, it takes roughly 3 weeks.
Okay.
3 weeks
Wow.
to get a starting point,
Wow.
not the final, thing,
Yeah.
not the final ensemble. And we worked a lot at Peptone on that together with NVIDIA, by the way, because before it was 2 months and it wasn't automated. Now it's automated. It's a single click.
Yeah.
This is game changer.
Yeah.
But still, 3 weeks. Whereas with a generative AI model, base model, the inference is about 15 seconds, 30 seconds. And you do have some differences in terms of accuracy, but you can always use molecular dynamics as a template, so as a starting point so that your generative model will be good enough.
Yeah. Wow. It's fascinating to see the amount of time that is being saved. You're using hundreds of thousands of hours, right? But like you're able to do it over a short span and cut that down to get on. What does that enable you to do with other, companies that might be approaching Peptone? Like what's next? What does this mean?
Of course, this is indeed a game changer and
Yeah.
enabler, because now we are able to screen 70 billion small molecules, so these chemical compounds, in less than two months, so 7 billion molecules weekly, roughly. And this is possible only because we have these models.
Yeah.
It wasn't possible before. And it means that you can screen this chemical space, all these configurations you couldn't check before. Before you had to apply some filters, create what are called local models, so models that are very specialized. And as you all know, specialized models are very good at what they know, but we want the models to be good at what they don't know.
Yeah.
And that's why you need this kind of throughput. So it's an enabler, and that's why we're able to drag quite a few proteins.
Yeah. Wow.
So something you mentioned also, and given your background, I know you have sharp opinions on it. Many customers and partners that I speak to tend to believe I need the universal model, the one that's great at everything. Is there such a thing as a universally great model?
Yeah, I think we want the same. If a model is good at everything, it means it must be good. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And now in the field, you see those agents that are specialized and incorporated into bigger models. We are going into that direction also in pharma and in biotech drug discovery.
Yeah.
We're not there yet, but we're catching up. So yeah, I think that's the future of the field.
Yeah. I would say this is just novel, right? Like you are going to have so many people approaching Peptone because you've done something that no one else can do, right? And you've done that working with AWS and working with NVIDIA. So, like, tell us what is next for NVIDIA and Peptone. Don't spill the secret sauce. I saw the looks. You don't have to spill the secret sauce. You know, tell us.
No. Actually, no secret. We are developing this generative model able to create the ensemble, the video I talked about before. And we're using a proprietary data set for that, and we are going to make it open source. So this model will be open source and also its data set, because we want the whole community to know what the problem is, because many people don't know even why their models are wrong, and we want them to be able to evaluate the performance of these models, because it's not like using a simple logic here. You really need to understand physics to understand if the configurations you predicted are good or not. And a machine learning guy, a computational guy, probably don't know that. So that's our job.
Yeah.
And it will be out pretty soon.
Okay.
I mean, what can I add to that, right?
What
is there to add to that? Right? That's the work we've been doing.
Yeah.
I think we're super excited to see this go open source. It's been great working with the Peptone team. They've made work with them very easy.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for the results to come out, to be honest.
Yeah. I think that we're going to hear a lot more from Peptone and NVIDIA working together with AWS. Adrian.
Something that you mentioned, and I love how this wasn't planned. We're naturally segueing. Leaning into those partner relationships is so huge in helping partners get things done.
Yeah.
And for a lot of reason, more and more partners are getting gun shy with wanting to partner with an outside entity, with the hardware vendor, with the storage vendor, GPUs such as NVIDIA. They think I could just go buy them and do it on my own. They don't want to help me. Absolutely wrong. Every single win I have seen in the realm of generative AI at AWS has had multi-party plays within it. NVIDIA has been core to many of them. You know, it just goes to show, if you're a partner, if you're a customer, lean into these relationships. They're so fruitful, they are mutually beneficial. And to your point, if you got a blueprint or a starting point to get going so you can rapidly iterate, build, learn from your mistakes, get better at the model, you're going to shortcut most of the way there.
Yep.
And I have to commend you for that. This is fantastic.
Yeah. And I love, like, Cedric, when you were showing us earlier the library that's available through NVIDIA, it's customizable, right? Peptone said, you know, I need something unique. I'm doing something novel that no one has ever done before. But you kind of had a foundation for it already established, which could help you scale and get everything going. And I think it's just fantastic. I'm excited for it. You know, we're going to hear a lot more from Peptone this year, as well as NVIDIA. But thank you for joining us. Thanks for being here on the stage. Remember, we are live. We are dropping links in the chat all day. We want you to go check out what NVIDIA has to offer on the AWS Marketplace and also with the Inception Startup Program. So we've gotten you plenty of resources there. And Adrian, what do we have up next?
We have got a lot coming up next. We've got a little bit of everything, but the most important thing is we've got you. We've got you in the chat. We've got Jasmine here.
But you know who else we have coming to the stage?
I would love to know who.
We have our tallest host coming to this stage. It is our hype man, Aaron Hunter. You don't want to miss this. We know he's high in demand.
He was literally right behind you right now.
He paid me to do that.
Oh, that was a perfect setup.
But yeah, stay tuned and we'll be back with more.
Our big ambitious dream is to basically build artificial general intelligence in the natural world, baking in understanding of the physical world and how we work and interact with the planet. We're trying to conserve, protect, basically restore different types of natural world ecosystems. What that looks like specifically is coastal communities who strategically restore coastal ecosystems, bringing back biodiversity to areas that it's been declining. Coastal Carbon is developing a digital twin and a foundation model. Our foundation model looks at all this wealth of natural world data and tries to learn a representation of it, like visualizing all the seaweed that exists globally in the world and how we might strategically restore it. What we're training on is actually much larger than the internet, with thousands of petabytes of like 50 years of historical data collected by satellites, both public and private. We really needed a system that would scale to accommodate for both, and then also a way to learn a representation of all this data. And that was really the big unlock of working with AWS, using tools like SageMaker Hyperpod, which allowed us to basically train this really holistic understanding of the natural world. What that enabled was being able to actually see underwater from space for the very first time. Coastal Carbon's wisdom is important right now because the climate crisis is urgent. We needed solutions yesterday, and any minute that we can accelerate our understanding of how to strategically apply resources to fighting this challenge of climate change is time well spent.
Kubernetes gives you powerful control over your applications, but ongoing infrastructure management tasks to keep things running smoothly can pull you away from driving innovation. Amazon EKS Auto Mode fully automates Kubernetes cluster management, simplifying your operations and freeing up your time and effort to focus more on the applications powering your business. Make Kubernetes management for compute, storage, and networking easier and faster by getting full cluster management for any workload without spending time configuring. It just takes one click. Improve performance and optimize resources through automated provisioning, instance selection, dynamic scaling, and continuous cost optimization. Reduce operational overhead by shifting more of the burden to AWS. You don't need to worry about version upgrades, installations, and security patches anymore. Amazon EKS Auto Mode takes care of all that. Focus more on building the applications that drive innovation today with Amazon EKS Auto Mode.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the AWS Summit here in London, in the Great Britain, UK, 2025. My name is Aaron Hunter. I'm a principal developer advocate on the AWS training and certification team, and I'm joined with a few of my friends, Vicky and Robert. Vicky?
Hi, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Really good.
Who are you? What do you do? Why are you here? What are we talking about today?
So I'm an EKS specialist.
Okay.
And I've been working on Auto Mode for the last year. And I'm really excited to talk about it today.
Oh, Auto Mode for the last year.
Yep.
I'm really excited to hear all about that, plus some of the new features and some of the advanced configurations later on. Robert?
Awesome, and thank you for having us. My name is Robert Northard. I'm a principal container specialist SA, and I also help customers adopt Amazon EKS and design well-architected clusters. Very excited to be here.
Principal Container Specialist SA, which means that you probably really know what you're talking about, so I'm looking forward to learning a few things from you today. And so are everyone else right here. All right, everyone. Today we're going to talk all about EKS Auto Mode and some of the new features. We're going to walk you through some configuration options. We're going to talk about the different layers that you can also configure. So we're going to talk about, block storage for the EBS. Yeah. We're going to talk about the storage options, the networking, and then the compute. Is that all?
That's it, yeah. Compute, networking, and storage.
Okay, amazing.
EKS Auto Mode.
All right, awesome. So here are the 4 things that you're going to actually learn today over the next 40 minutes. We're going to talk about creating an EKS cluster with Auto Mode via the console. We'll jump into the CLI as well. Actually, Robert's going to do all the driving there. So we're all going to learn from Robert directly, and Vicky's going to help craft and drive that conversation with us. And then we're going to talk about deploying your first application with EKS Auto Mode, and then the advanced configuration options. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. So Vicky, can you introduce us and tell us about what EKS Auto Mode is and what kind of problems it solves for customers?
Yeah, absolutely. So we launched at reInvent EKS Auto Mode, and it really is the simplest way to get started with running Kubernetes on AWS. With Auto Mode, you get everything you need to run production-grade applications pre-configured out of the box. And so it really just simplifies the getting started experience, and we manage all of those components for you so you don't have to, removing a lot of that undifferentiated heavy lifting and letting you focus on running your applications.
Amazing. And then, Robert, you have a demo Actually, I think there's a landing page, right? So there's a landing page from the announcement from reInvent that says, now we have EKS Auto Mode. And I believe it was like December 2nd, 2024. Maybe we can bring a screen up here and we can show everyone what that landing page looks like.
Yeah, awesome. So this is the launch announcement. It was launched at reInvent last year, GA in all commercial AWS regions. And it really talks about how do we streamline Kubernetes operations today. And today we're going to demo and kind of really deep dive into this and some of the configuration options that you mentioned.
Really excited for that. I also noticed I got the date wrong. It's December 1st, 2024. Dang it. I was so close. All right, let's go ahead and jump directly into the console and have Robert walk us through configuring EKS Auto Mode and actually creating the first EKS cluster using EKS Auto Mode.
Yeah, fantastic. So we're going to start off within the AWS Management Console that you're probably familiar with today. I'm going to navigate over to the Amazon EKS service. And I'm going to talk about how do you create your first cluster? What's that first step in your journey today? So I'm going to the right-hand side, and I'm going to click Create Cluster. And you're presented with two configuration options. You've got the quick configuration that really enables you to create a production-grade cluster with default settings very, very quickly. And then you've got your custom configuration there. We're going to go through the quick configuration today. I'm going to pick a name for my cluster. We've generated one for you as part of the Management Console. I'm going to pick my Kubernetes version. I'm using 1.32. That's the one that's available. There are other versions as well.
Yeah, I see 1.30, 1.31. Cool.
Exactly, yep. And then I need to kind of configure my permissions for my cluster. So maybe you're familiar with AWS IAM. So I need to configure my cluster IAM role. And this is the permissions required for the Kubernetes control plane to manage the AWS resources on your behalf. If you don't have a pre-existing role, you can use the nice helper on the right-hand side to create that recommended role for you. So it really kind of streamlines that kind of getting started experience. Very similar for your node role. Your nodes also require a role to launch and also register with your Kubernetes cluster. And once again, there's a similar create recommended role on the right-hand side. I need somewhere to create my cluster. So today, I've created a VPC or a network, a demo version, and selected some private subnets. I want my EKS cluster and my nodes to be launched in those private subnets there. So what is this going to create? So if I expand kind of this box here, I get a really quick overview of what's included with this cluster. You'll notice with Amazon EKS Auto Mode, it includes the capabilities for compute, networking, and storage out of the box. So for example, application load balancing, block storage, compute auto-scaling. It also has support for GPUs and accelerated instances. No need to install those drivers.
Those GPUs, that might be really good for, like, let's say, heavy lifting or machine learning type jobs, right? Those workloads.
Exactly. So maybe you've got some inference workloads.
Maybe we can see that as part of the demo later?
Oh, definitely.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Awesome. So that's kind of told you what's included with EKS Auto Mode. And then you can kind of see the cluster configuration here. So we can see that we've got a role. I would really want to highlight into a few aspects. Auto Mode is enabled, yes. Node roles. It's also enabled some default node pools. And we'll really dive deeper into these into a bit later. But this is really some default node pools or compute that's available with Auto Mode there.
And what's cool about doing this from the console is it makes it really easy to deploy some of the resources that you have within your environment. But Robert's going to show us in a few minutes how you can actually review this and even customize it from a YAML file directly through CLI as well.
Exactly. And this is one way to create your EKS cluster with Auto Mode. You may have alternative methods that you prefer, maybe through CloudFormation, maybe through Terraform, looking at something like Amazon EKS Blueprints, or maybe CDK. Today, we're just going to show you through the console kind of experience there. Something else to also highlight is that with the Quick Start, it installs a community add-on by default, the metric server. So if you're looking to kind of scale your workloads based on CPU or memory, you're probably going to want the metric server installed. So we'll get to this in a bit second on the CLI when we explore what's been created for me.
And I'm looking forward to that because observability is really important for detecting these traces and where there might be some kind of a latency issue or if you have some kind of a bug or something going on. And I believe there's also some metrics at the bottom. Oh, there it is, observability toward the bottom of your screen there. Okay.
Exactly.
I don't want to fast forward us too fast. Networking is next, right?
Networking's next, yes. Okay. So once we figure out networking, that's kind of like, where is my Amazon EKS cluster going to be created? It's that VPC in the subnets that I selected earlier. but we're not really going to go into too much of that today. And then, of course, there's observability. So this is around your control plane logging. And you can see that these are the things that have been enabled. So the API server, authenticator, etc. So let's go and create my cluster now. Let's go and click create there.
Now, do we have to wait for this thing to happen, or maybe do you have some magic behind the scenes already built out for us, Robert?
I've pre-created a demo environment for the purpose of this session. But you can see this cluster is now creating there. So I'm going to jump back to my pre-created cluster.
Your pie in the oven already?
Yes, it's been pre-baked.
So we didn't practice this at all, but what's your favorite flavor of pie, Robert? And Vicky?
Oh, it's definitely a shepherd's pie.
Shepherd's pie?
Okay. I was going to go apple.
Apple, shepherd's. Mine is peach. Hey, everyone watching live right now, let us know in the chat what your favorite flavor pie is. And I'm also curious, my producers over here, what's your favorite flavor pie? Favorite flavor pie? Apple, peach, banana? Getting a lot of head nods this way. Okay, anyway, sorry. Back to the demo.
Awesome. So I'm going back over to my pre-baked cluster, EKS Auto Mode. And you can see that we're in the cluster. You get presented with the dashboard. It's really intuitive. So it shows you the Kubernetes version that you're running on. It provides some things around cluster health. But what I really want to look at today is drill into, we can see that EKS Auto Mode is enabled for this cluster. If I click on Manage, I can also see what are the built-in node pools that are also enabled for this cluster as well. And we'll talk a bit about those and explain those a bit later on. Other parts of the console are your compute. So you can see that maybe there's some nodes running. There's some built-in node pools. We've also got add-ons. So if you're looking to expand the capabilities of the cluster, maybe with third-party add-ons, you might be looking at the add-on screen here as well. But that's the console. So I've created my cluster. We've explored a bit of kind of the dashboard. I think we can kind of jump a bit further now.
Yeah, definitely. So we did the console, we did the dashboard, we took a look at that, the configuration options there. I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, but the ClickOps versions of it, Robert, what if they want to deploy it through a configuration file, like a YAML file? How can we take a look at that?
Yeah, so with if you want to create your EKS cluster with Automate enabled, you could use Terraform, CloudFormation, or YAML or JSON, or CDK, your preferred option. But I think now I'd like to jump into the CLI and explore the cluster.
Before we do that, I have one question because we did a whole lot here, and I'm going to read from my notes real quick. So it says, which capabilities are automatically provisioned when creating an Amazon EKS Auto Mode cluster? So there's a couple options here, and we kind of walked through it in the console. There's compute, networking, block storage, or even all of the above. So let us know in the chat. You can type 1 for compute, 2 for networking, 3 for block storage, or 4 for all of the above. And we'll take a look at that in just a few moments here. Okay, so we'll see what responses we get from the chat. But in the meantime, the CLI.
Cool.
Great. So Rob, why don't we go and have a look at what's running in the cluster?
Yeah, so
have a look at what pods we've got.
Exactly. Let me do QCTL. So this is the CLI tool to interface with my Kubernetes cluster. When you create an Amazon EKS cluster, you get given the Kubernetes API endpoint. So let's have a look at what I'm running. So I'm listing all the pods across all namespaces in the cluster that I created earlier. Cool, and we can see we've only got the metric server. But what about those components that you might have for a non-EKS Auto Mode cluster, like your load balance controller, your scaling, your CNI for networking? You don't see any of that. We're managing those components for you, whether that's on the node as system processors or as part of Amazon EKS itself. So when you do QCTL get pods or namespaces, you'll only see what's enabled. And as expected, we see the community add-on that's been enabled as part of the quick start there, which is the metric server.
That's the one that you showed us earlier as part of the add-on package that I mentioned may be part of observability. Is that right? Or is that different?
That's slightly different.
Okay.
So the metric server is really for how do I scale my workload based on maybe CPU or memory?
Oh, okay.
Whereas observability is around if I want application logs maybe pushed to something like Amazon CloudWatch or maybe Prometheus and Grafana.
Exactly. Okay, that makes more sense. So the metric server helps us scale based on demand and load, whereas the observability is like telemetry for overall operational health.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. And so, Rob, where are those pods actually running?
So let me list the nodes in my cluster, and I'm going to do a wide output here. So you can see that I've got two nodes in my cluster, or 2 Amazon EC2 instances that are registered. And why do I have that? So Amazon EKS Auto Mode is managing the lifecycle, creation, and provisioning of those Amazon EC2 instances based on the workload requirements that have been provisioned. So we can see that it's using this particular Amazon machine image, which is BottleRocket for EKS Auto there.
And Rob, for anyone who's not familiar with BottleRocket, can we just explain what that is quickly?
Yeah, so BottleRocket is a purpose-built operating system, Linux-based, for running containers on AWS. And you can go over to kind of AWS documentation for a lot more details on how that works. But Automode manages this for you. This is not a component that you need to kind of manage, think about, or look after.
I'm so glad that you explained that, because I was thinking BottleRocket was like a toy where you fill it with like some kind of baking soda and vinegar and you shoot it up in the air. That's not the same thing?
Oh, wow, no, definitely. No.
Oh, okay.
It's a mince. Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
All right. Speaking of which, there's some comments in the chat coming through, not about the poll that we had earlier, but they were telling us their favorite flavor pie, and I haven't heard of this, but banoffee?
Banoffee.
But what is banoffee?
It's like a caramel, right? And banana, I believe.
Banana and caramel?
Yeah, I think so.
It sounds delicious. I might get some later. All right, so we're over here talking about BottleRocket. Now that we know what that is, why is it important for this kind of workload?
So the key thing is that it's the OS. This is where your containers run. And I think the thing we need to talk about Amazon EKS Auto Mode is that we're managing the provisioning, the lifecycle of the Amazon EC2 instance. We're also managing this Amazon machine image. That's under our kind of responsibility of the shared responsibility model there.
So EKS Auto Mode is managing the AMI, managing the versions of that AMI as well. So that helps to remove a lot of that version control from the customer's ends, but they still have the power to configure that AMI version within their configuration file. Is that right?
No. So when you launch a node with EKS Auto Mode, EKS Auto Mode is going to pick the right AMI for the version of Kubernetes that you're using.
It legit is auto mode. It's taking all of that unnecessary heavy lifting away from the customers and just allowing them to deploy the application, their first application, which we'll see here pretty soon. And I'm excited to see that and show everyone. But what is all of this showing us, essentially? Can you explain that for us?
Yeah, so what we're showing here is like how we really streamline or reduce Kubernetes cluster management. So what we're showing here is that we've created our cluster. It's provisioned the right size compute for that. So I think we should kind of move on to the next stage, which is around why did it pick that compute?
I'm so curious about that. Why did it pick that compute versus like another compute, like a G6, a G5, an M4, whatever it is? Yeah. Why this one?
Awesome. So for Amazon EKS Auto Mode, you've got the concept of node pools. And we enabled those two default node pools and we created our cluster.
The general purpose in the system.
Exactly,
okay.
Yeah. General purpose is for like general compute, I think. And system is for running those critical add-ons there. And you can see from the screen that those add-ons, which was that metric server, has been provisioned on two nodes as part of the system node pool. There.
So the metric server are these two nodes or these two instances?
So these are two Kubernetes nodes, but they're two Amazon EC2 instances behind the scenes. So that pod is kind of deployed.
It's so much, man. I'm so glad that you're explaining it to us all.
Awesome. So we can kind of dive a bit deeper here and have a look at what is the general purpose node pool, like what compute can it provision. So a node pool really defines the type of Amazon EC2 instances that EKS Auto Mode can launch. Let's have a look at that. So I can go, let's edit my node pool. I can do something like this, kubectl, edit my Kubernetes resource name, which is node pool, and the name of the node pool. And we can see that this is the specification that we've created. I don't know, Vicky, would you like to kind of walk through some of the sections of this specification?
Yeah, absolutely. So all of this is what we configure as part of those default node pools that we give you. So the idea is that you don't need to necessarily choose these configuration options. You can configure it by creating your own node pool if this doesn't work for you. But the idea is that this is giving you sensible defaults that you can use to really get started quickly. So the first thing you can see here is looking at this kind of disruption specification. So what we want to do here is really control how your nodes are disrupted. So when, for example, patching would happen or node replacement to give you the latest AMI, making sure that we only disrupt 10% of the nodes at any point in time, and also looking at a consolidation policy. So one of the things about Auto Mode is that we're really trying to make sure you're running a very optimized set of compute. So you're only running the instances in your cluster that you need. And that has obvious cost optimization benefits, because we really want to make sure that you're cost optimized and not incurring additional charges. And so one of the options we have here is to consolidate your nodes when they're empty or underutilized. And that will happen after 30 seconds. So that's one of the pieces we have in this specification here. If we go down a little bit more, you can see things like the different instance categories. So we're here in the general purpose node pool using C, M, and R instances. And you can see that we're looking for an instance generation greater than 4. And these are going to be AMD 64 instances that are provisioned. And so really, as I said, this is about giving you a starting point. And that's why you can see, if you remember, Rob, do you remember what instance your node was that got provisioned before?
I think it was a C6G. It was a Graviton. It was a Graviton instance, I believe. Yeah.
And that's because actually that's provisioned in the system node pool, which is very slightly different. But essentially what you'll see is that the nodes that are getting provisioned for you will essentially match the specification and the configuration options that are in those node pools.
Yeah, so the C6G, the C is compute, the 6 is the generation of that instance type, and the G is graviton.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
And what Auto Mode is doing is it's picking the cheapest instance, essentially, that can run your workload.
Okay, so it's the instance that is based on price points and the least or the most cost-effective instance at that moment.
Exactly.
Amazing. So not only does it do things automatically, but it does it at a very cost-effective way, too, for the customers.
Exactly. That's exactly what we're trying to do.
I feel like why am I deploying manually EKS clusters anymore at all? All right. Let's go ahead and jump into maybe,
awesome.
If it works for the two of you, we can jump into designing or building the first application.
Yeah, but before we jump into that, I just want to share my screen again and show, like, if you want to learn a bit more about the compute options available, go to documentation again. I think you've got general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized. It'd be a really good guide to kind of give a bit more detail. What does this mean?
Yeah. So that's helpful for everyone, because now we can see that there's the different instance classes, the types, the generations, and then they can also maybe even see the pricing as well, and how when EKS Auto Mode selects these different instances, they can compare it to their previous pricing models and how much they're actually saving by using EKS Auto Mode. Cool.
Awesome.
All right, so deploying your first application directly through the CLI. Before we do that, we took a look at, I have a question here. How many nodes did Robert have in his cluster? Let's see if anyone remembers. Go ahead and let us know in the chat. Was it 1, 2, 3, or 4? Okay. This is the default application. Is that right that you're building out?
Yeah, so if we share my screen now, we're going to launch our first application on Amazon EKS Auto Mode. And we're going to use this example containers retail sample store. And it's really interesting. So when we look at the application architecture, it's microservices, different technologies, multiple pods, got some state. It's got a load balancer to expose the application. It's a really good application to kind of flex some of the components we're going to talk about later. So you can see a UI component, some order, some checkout, cart, and catalog. And if you're familiar with like the Amazon EKS workshop and you've gone to a hands-on, like this is the application that you're generally playing with. Cool. So back to my CLI. I'm going to deploy that application. So I've downloaded the Kubernetes manifest, which defines the deployments, the pods that I want to run, the replicas, any ingresses or Kubernetes service objects. But we're not going to go through that configuration today. We're just going to deploy that. So let's deploy that now. So, wow, you can see it's creating a lot of content here. So it's creating some secrets. It's creating some deployments for my catalog. Another one for my carts microservice. One for my orders DB. And so what's happening? So let's list all my pods again. Oh, wow. I've got some pending pods now. So what happens here is that the Kubernetes scheduler will try to schedule these pending pods on existing capacity if it's available in the cluster. But if there's not existing capacity where it can be scheduled, this is where EKS Auto Mode comes in. It looks at the requirements of those workloads. So how many CPU resources does my orders app need? How much memory does it need? And it goes and launches the right-sized instance using that lowest price strategy we spoke about earlier. So how do I see that? So if I do QCTL get node claims, and node claims will show what's been provisioned. Cool, so we can see that there's a new node that's appeared in my cluster, general purpose, indicating probably the general purpose node pool. It's picked a C6A large on demand, launched 55 seconds ago. So EKS Auto Mode has gone, hey, I can't schedule, the pods are pending. I'm going to go and launch the compute that I need based on my understanding of those requirements you've set in your manifest.
Cool.
And then if you go and get pods again, are we going to see that these pods have now been started and have been scheduled to that new node that was created?
Let's have a look. So yeah, my pods are starting to run. As you can kind of see from orders, I've got 1 out of 1 running. And as the health checks work on those pods, they should all go to a running state over time.
I see one that's 13 hours ago. Is that your pie in the oven, Robert?
Yeah. This is my Mech server. You've caught me out there. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right, amazing. I like it because you can see the age of the instances too. So let's say if you wanted to like try to refresh your fleet, then you can see which instances maybe are older and newer. Is there any way to force a recycle on that?
So running EKS Auto Mode, as part of the node pool configuration, it enforces a life cycle, so a maximum node lifetime. I think it's 21 days with a grace period. I don't know if
It's
you like
14 days by default, but you can configure it to be 21.
14 days by default. You can configure it to be 21 days for that grace period, and then EKS Auto Mode again comes to the rescue and manages all of that for you, based on your configuration.
Yep. So it'll cycle those nodes, and it'll pick up the latest AMI that's available.
It's really removing a lot of the overhead from our developers.
Exactly.
Yeah. Amazing. Cool. So moving over to deploying the rest of this application. So you showed us that landing page. And is there anything that we can see live right now?
Yeah. So we've spoken about, so if you go out to my kind of screen here, we've spoken about compute quite a bit.
Yes.
But we've not spoken about the other components that is more automated. So what about load balancing?
Yes.
This is a retail store. I'm going to need a load balancer to expose my application to end users. So how do you create load balancer in Kubernetes? It's probably going to be an ingress object. So let's look at the ingress objects that have been created as part of this deployment. So you can see that I requested that I would like an ingress resource, and EKS Auto Mode has gone and created that for me. So if I look at that manifest in a bit more detail, what was created, I set up my ingress class. I then said, hey, I want to create my ingress object, and I want to route it. I want it to be internet facing, and it's going to route to my UI service as part of that kind of retail store application.
And I see within your ingress class, you have a metadata, we have the labels, and the name is ALB. So you're specifically calling that this is an application load balancer.
Yes, that's part of the ingress object here. So that's going to, when you create an ingress resource, it's going to create a layer 7 application load balancer.
Yep.
But if you would like more of a layer 4, so like a network load balancer, you could create a Kubernetes service object as well and expose that for maybe your kind of TCP or application.
Based on your operational needs and your workloads.
Exactly.
Cool. Amazing.
Cool. So let's go to that.
Yes.
So what have we actually deployed here? So if I go over to my demo store, we can see the application running from my cluster.
The most public secret shop.
Yeah.
Okay.
The key takeaway here is that I've not had to configure any add-ons.
Yeah.
I've not had to install any add-ons. I've just said, hey, I want to deploy this application, want some compute. These are my pods, my ingress, and it's now accessible via a load balancer.
And Rob, how's that different to if you were just using EKS without Auto Mode?
So if you're using Amazon EKS without Auto Mode, you're going to want to install some additional components for this, right? You're going to want to install your compute autoscaling, whether that's Karpenter or the cluster autoscaler. You're going to install something to manage your load balancer creation, like the AWS load balancer controller as well. And things like core DNS, your CNI plugin for networking, we've kind of taken all of that for you and installed those kind of core capabilities out of the box. So hopefully streamlining that Kubernetes experience.
Exactly. Now, streamlining the Kubernetes experience for customers directly through the EKS Auto Mode feature and product here, it really helps to get this like most public secret shot up and running fast. And then also you have the metric server for your scalability. For that ALB or the NLB based on what you need. I mean, I'm a very friendly person, but hitting the same node over and over again is just it's a problem waiting for itself, right? So by using an ALB or some kind of an elastic load balancer system, you're hitting these different back-end nodes. Is that right?
That's right. So essentially load balancing over your workloads. It sounds like you would like to scale this application to kind of see what happens.
Yeah, a little bit. Let's go ahead and scale it.
Let's jump back to my CLI tool. So if we do kubectl get pods, again, I think we should stay on the UI component. That's like that public-facing component there. Kubectl get no claims. And let's say this is our state of our cluster today. So as Vicky mentioned, that it's trying to optimize my compute based on my requirements. So let's scale that UI component. Let's see what happens.
So what is this command doing right here? It says K scale replicas 50 deployment UI. It's a whole lot of words, but can you break that down for me while we're waiting?
So K is just an alias I'm using. It's just kubectl.
Okay.
Scale is I want to scale my deployment, and I'm increasing it to 50.
Okay.
And its UI is the name of the deployment that I'm scaling.
Can you increase it to 50 million if you wanted to?
I'm not going to do that today, but 50, let's do it.
Okay. Hopefully all of our customers have a very successful business model and they can scale beyond 50.
Awesome. So you'll see that actually it's launched a new instance in response to that. And this time it's of a different size, a 2x large.
I see that, and a different instance. So instead of a compute-based instance type, now it's an M, which is, if we go back and take a look at the instance.
Let's go back to
our handy-dandy instance type cheat sheet here.
And you can see that M's are, which one was that? Was that an M6?
M6, yeah.
M6, so if we go over to
M6, general purpose instance, okay.
Yep, it's a general purpose. Yeah.
So at that moment, we talked about it earlier, but that's because this instance type and generation and class is the most cost-effective at that moment that can satisfy the workload.
So when we look at on-demand, it's using lowest price as the strategy.
Yeah.
So it's really lowest price strategy at that point in time for that workload. But as this workload evolves over time, Amazon EKS Auto Mode will continuously look at it and go, is this still the right compute selection now? So as Vicky mentioned, the consolidation policy.
Okay.
So it will try to kind of re-provision or change compute, maybe remove underutilized nodes, maybe replace one node with a lower priced alternative, or merge nodes.
So not only is it an EKS Auto Mode way of like managing the cluster, but it's also a way of EKS Auto Mode reducing costs for the customers overall.
Yep. Because your workload evolves over time as you scale up and down, as your retail store scales up and down based on the time of the day. Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome.
So we have these 3 instances now. We see one that's 30 seconds. What's next in this evolution of our journey? So we've talked about the instances. We've talked about the networking. We've talked about compute. Is there anything for storage?
Cool. Yeah. So you might have some workloads that run on Kubernetes that are stateful, that you want to run, and maybe want some block storage, maybe an EBS volume there. So how would you get started with that? So what I'd recommend is that I would run over to the Amazon EKS documentation and go over through this documentation, because it provides some tutorials to help you get started with different use cases. We've deployed a sample workload. We've done the load balancer one. And then there's also one for running stateful workloads. So I would highly recommend that you check out kind of the tutorials in the documentation to get going.
Yeah, the documentation is really powerful to help people learn and get that hands-on experience. And as you're going through with that hands-on experience, it can walk you through some of the troubleshooting as well, because we have some really good troubleshooting. Not to mention, if I can see on your screen, the bottom right-hand corner there's that blue dot. That's Amazon Q, isn't it? So it's going to help you like troubleshoot some things. You can ask the questions directly in the console as well. So say like, I'm getting this error message, and it'll do its best to try to help you work through those errors as well. Amazing. All right, so let's check off the storage box next. Let's take a look at storage within the capabilities of EKS Auto Mode that we haven't discussed yet.
Yeah, so we've spoken about kind of the EBS, but something we've not really spoken about is, what about the attributes of the Amazon EC2 instance that are launching? What about the ephemeral storage as part of the node?
Yeah.
We've spoken about node pools, but we've not really spoken about what the Amazon EC2 that's been provisioned. So there's a concept of a node class, and node pools reference a node class. And the node class essentially defines the characteristics of the Amazon EC2. So where's it being launched? What subnets? What ephemeral storage do I need? The size. And then also, maybe I want to specify an encryption key for my storage. And where do I specify that? So if we, like I did with the node pool, I can also edit the node class as an example, just to see. I'm not going to edit the built-in node classes. I'd create a custom one. But you can see as part of this node class that it specified some specifications. So my ephemeral storage, the IOPS, the size, the throughput. And there's also what we recently launched is you can specify a KMS key. to specify like an encryption key for that. Network policies, that's the role that we created earlier when we first created our cluster.
Yes.
Security groups, and then the subnet selectors. So these are the subnets that I can launch, or EKS Auto Mode can launch those nodes in. And in this case, cool. And so this is the 3 private subnets that we selected when we created our cluster at the start.
Amazing. So we have the 3 subnets here, subnet selector terms. There's 3 different IDs. Those are 3 different subnets, and that's all based on EKS Auto Mode, deploying the instances in those subnets based on availability, also based on cost, so the lowest cost model. This is actually really cool. So let's say we have our storage option here, and I'm going to go back to my notes as well because I'm juggling things over here on the side. So what we see here is we have your storage, we have your networking configuration, we have your application load balancer, and we have your instance types, not just one instance type, but multiple instance types based on availability, the configuration, and the cost. And then now we have some additional advanced configuration options that are up next. So let's jump over to that about creating custom node pools and for those specialized workloads, because we promised everyone GPU, which means machine learning, and everyone's all hyped about machine learning and generative AI. Let's show them how to do that with EKS Auto Mode.
Awesome, yeah. So if we go back to my screen, we've spoken about the built-in node pools.
Yes.
But you may have some workloads that require accelerated instances. Maybe I want to run an inference workload or maybe some training. How do I get started? So you're going to want to create your own node pool. Let's call it a custom node pool and a custom node class. So if I go over, I'm going to cap a pre-created YAML file. You don't want to watch me create YAML on this stream. So I've created a file there for you. So in this node pool that I'm going to create, I've named it GPU. I've set similar disruption controls. But what I really want to help into is the instance family. I've selected different instances, so G series. So these are GPU, NVIDIA GPU instances there. I've also gone and created a node class for my GPU there. So very similar to the default. I've not changed anything here. So let's apply that first. So let's go to my node class.
Whilst that's applying, Rob, you didn't change anything in that node class, but you could have if you wanted to. So if you wanted to, for example, deploy your nodes into a different subnet, could you have changed that there?
I could have, yeah. And if I wanted to add that KMS key there as well, or maybe I've got a private container registry, and I need to add a certificate for that registry, I could add that in there as well. And while that's creating, if you want to learn a bit more about that kind of stuff, I'd go into the configuration option. Create a node class, and you can see the available options as part of the node class specification then. So it's really detailed, and it has kind of the different options. So you can see there's a KMS key, and also that certificate bundle that we spoke about briefly.
Yeah, exactly. I see that. And it's all noted and everything. So we have these examples and this like kind of getting started code. We also have the workshop that you're walking through as well. And then isn't there like a public page that someone can go to learn more about these like workshops as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually are running workshops every 2 weeks. They're virtual, they're online in different time zones. And we have a registration page. You can go ahead and sign up to attend. We'll give you an AWS account that you can run that workshop in, and you'll have access to AWS experts to answer any questions you have and tell you a little bit more about Auto Mode as well. So if you want to get hands-on and learn a bit more, definitely recommend signing up to attend one of those workshops.
Yeah, exactly. And I have my screen here pulled up, so hopefully our back-end team, producer team can see that. Not sure if you can or not. I just plugged in. But we have this event series, Get Hands-On with Amazon EKS. And options for people to learn if they're just getting started with Amazon EKS, and that's directly through Amazon Skill Builder. And what we can see here is there's the Amazon EKS Knowledge Badge Readiness Path, which Robert actually directly recommended to me. So maybe you want to talk about this and why it's important to you as a principal container specialist.
Yeah, so I really think that the Knowledge Badge kind of teaches you all about that you need to get started with Amazon EKS. It's going to get you familiar with Amazon EKS on AWS and the different components. And I think it's a really good starting point to start that journey. And I would definitely also recommend attending a hands-on workshop, getting a play of some of this stuff. Yeah.
The hands-on workshop, yeah. And then the fact that this also includes this badge that you get. So it's not just like taking the courses and doing the learning. having this Amazon EKS badge that you can then publish on your social media accounts and say, look, I did something, yay.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Please do share. Do share them.
and tag Robert and Vicky and myself when you do get this badge and let us know so we can celebrate alongside your win. There's one more thing here. We talked about troubleshooting as well. So with the troubleshooting section, we have Amazon EKS. But you know what? There's a lot of training options. We can actually recap these here. I believe there's a whole workflow that Vicky you wanted to cover as well. Isn't that right?
About how we patch nodes in auto mode?
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely. So a lot of what Rob showed us, I guess, is really looking at how simple it is to launch an application for the first time on auto mode. But the other thing that auto mode does is really, I guess, make it much simpler to then manage your application on an ongoing basis. And so one of the things that auto mode will do, and we touched on this a little bit earlier, is really just to automate node replacement. So every 14 days, which you can configure to be up to every 21 days, we will actually roll the nodes in your cluster to make sure that they're always running the latest AMI. And this really removes the need for you to run patching schedules. So you're always up to date from a security perspective. You're making sure that you've not introduced or left any vulnerabilities in your environment. And we're really just taking care of all of that for you, so you don't need to worry about it. And so that's just one of the things we wanted to talk about from a patching perspective. The other thing that auto mode does is when you're performing a Kubernetes upgrade, so we know that when you use Kubernetes, you have to make sure that you're staying on top of the different versions that are coming from the upstream open source project.
And that helps to remove some of the vulnerabilities that are being exposed as well, right?
And also gives you access to the new features that are being developed and pushed down through the Kubernetes project.
Yes.
And so when you go ahead and perform a Kubernetes upgrade on your cluster, actually auto mode really simplifies the process of running that as well.
Cool.
Because we take care of upgrading all of the managed capabilities for compute, storage, and networking that we manage as part of auto mode. And also then update your data plane for you as well. So we'll replace nodes with a new node running the latest version of the kubelet that then manages your Kubernetes cluster version and really just simplifies the process of you rolling out that upgrade as well. So lots of operational efficiencies that you get with using auto mode as well.
Amazing. Well, Vicky, Robert, we have about 20 seconds left. I see the hook over here. They're getting ready to pull us off the stage. Let's go ahead and recap real quick. So we talked about creating your application with the console, reviewing it through the CLI, and then deploying your first application. We even covered a couple of advanced topics and configurations and some learning resources for you directly through AWS Skill Builder, as well as the workshop that Vicky and Robert are co-running alongside their colleagues as well. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Robert and Vicky. Stay tuned for more from the AWS Summit here in London, directly with AWS OnAir.
Organizations are using Kubernetes to deploy and manage their growing portfolio of applications running in the cloud. They also want to use Kubernetes to manage workloads running on premises and at the edge. But this requires different processes and tooling across environments, adding operational overhead and delaying innovation. Amazon EKS Hybrid Nodes accelerates this, unifying the management of Kubernetes across cloud, on-premises, and in edge environments, which drives higher scalability, availability, and efficiency. It standardizes Kubernetes operations and tooling across your hybrid environments while natively integrating with other AWS services for centralized monitoring, logging, and identity management. Reduce the time and effort required for managing Kubernetes by offloading the availability and scalability of the Kubernetes control plane to AWS for your on-premises deployments. EKS Hybrid Nodes runs on your existing infrastructure to speed up your modernization efforts without any additional hardware investment, while also providing the flexibility to run your workloads anywhere. Bring the power of Amazon EKS to your on-premises applications today with Amazon EKS Hybrid Nodes.
live coverage of the AWS Summit here in wonderful London town. I'm A.M. Grabelny. I'm a developer advocate here at AWS, joined by my BFF, Jasmine, over here.
Aww.
Yeah, we're BFFs.
I'm Jasmine Kyles. I'm a manager of product management here at AWS OnAir, but we're not here to talk about me.
No?
Or you.
Well, that's
I mean, as
not
much
what you
as I
told
would
me.
love to. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, sorry. I just got distracted by a gold jacket back there in the way.
We got a gold jacket. Gold jacket alert. We got a new friend at the end of the table here, Matt. Matt is a solution architect specialist on the Q developer side, and that's what we're going to be talking about with you today, Matt. Amazon Q developer. I am a fan. I'm actually specifically a fan of, because there's a lot of ways to interact with our friend Amazon Q developer, but I am a particular fan of the one that we're going to be talking about today, I believe, the CLI version of this, because you can actually have it run CLI commands for you.
Yeah, right. And like you said, there's a lot of moving parts with the Q developer ecosystem.
Yeah.
And the CLI is one of my favorite. And actually, the CLI has been around for a little while, but we've had an update in March. And today I just want to give you a bit of a run through of some of the cool features that you've got. Yeah, and touch on some of the things that are making developers happy.
So what's new? What's making developers happy?
Well, there's a couple of things. So I can drop into a demo and show you some of the things. So the first one is the agentic chat. Yeah. So agentic AI is sort of one of the big buzzwords of the moment. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So what does agentic chat mean? Yeah. And what's so good about it? So let me show you a little example.
Let's just look.
Of some of the things. Yeah.
Let's pull up Matt's screen.
So I'm on my terminal here, and I like to run this within the terminal within my editor as well. Yeah. So this is a
Q chat. There it is.
This is Q chat, and this is as simple. It's as easy as that. Yeah. I'm using the same subscription that I use with my IDE subscription. The CLI is available on a free tier and pro tier. So what do we mean by agentic? So one of the things that I think about agentic is using natural language to interact with our ecosystem. So for example, I can interact with my AWS account. So for example, how many S3 buckets do I have? Yeah, so now previously we would use the /transform here to actually pass in a chat, but now I can just interact directly. So what Q's doing here is it's using a tool, yeah? So it's a trusted tool, it's using the CLI command, and it's actually listing my buckets, which is pretty cool. And it's even giving me a summary at the end, yeah? So I've got 74 S3 buckets. But I can take this further. Yeah, so say I'm working on a team and we're auditing our AWS accounts. We want to find out how many of our buckets are encrypted, yeah? So let's create a Python script to list my S3 buckets and report on their encryption settings. So this is one of the key points of agentic AI, where I can actually describe something naturally and it will go off. The second thing is that the AI will actually think about this. Yeah, it will make decisions for me. So it's got that rational where it will make logical decisions. Like if I ask you guys a question, it might be a yes/no question, or you might think about it and make decisions as well. Like, you know, if my question's quite vague, maybe you'll go off and make assumptions and actually fill in the blanks. And this is what Q will do as well.
Okay.
It'll start to make decisions for you. So it's like working with a partner next to you, you know, and you're bouncing ideas off each other.
Yeah, I've gone on quite a few adventures with the Amazon Q developer CLI myself. And I want to ask chat out there, have you had any adventures, specifically with the CLI, version of this? Because I've been using it a lot. Matt, I was using it yesterday. You'll never believe this. I had an entire source code repository, entire source code folder that had no remote repository. I'm sure you've never done that as a dev before, right? And you'll never believe it, Matt, but the entire code base got deleted. But it was deployed to Kubernetes.
Okay.
And I still had access to the deployment in Kubernetes. It was a C# API though, which is compiled, right? So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go talk to my friend Q. My friend Q might be able to help me here. I ask Q, can you retrieve this lost code base from the deployment out in Kubernetes? So it first figured out there was an ECR image that it could download. It downloaded the ECR image locally. It started looking into the code base. It used a decompiler for .NET code.
Yep.
And it recovered it.
Yep.
It's very capable. I'm constantly surprised when I talk to customers about how they're using the Q CLI, and I'm going to talk a little bit today about some of the art of the possible as well. So, for example, I've just generated this Python script. So let's save it and run it. So I've just generated a Python script that ordinarily this would take me, 20 minutes, half an hour. I'll be looking at the documentation here. I'm not really a Python developer either, so this would take me a little while to get the syntax right. And so I've just generated a script that can audit my interact with my AWS account and give me some insights on it. So you can see here that there's a couple of tools that we're using here. We're executing bash as well, so we're running commands, So it's actually created an audit Python file here for me. This is pretty cool. And what it's done is it's generated me a report, So I've got a report now that I can send to my manager. These are all the buckets I've got and the encryption that it's using, whether it's using KMS or AES, So this is pretty cool. And I also get the goodness of what Gen AI is capable of, which is one of the great use cases is summarization, So it's actually not just getting the data, but I'm getting a really cool summary. But you touched on something there that's the other great use case for Amazon Q Developer, which is debugging and fixing issues that you've got, So let me give like a more simplified version of that. So I've actually got another Python script here that, for all intents and purposes, I'm going to say my team are working on. We've got some data from a customer, a CSV file, and what we need to do is we need to parse this data. So what I'm going to do is show you how Q can help debug this. I think there's an issue with this file. So run the parse. So again, here I'm not a Python developer, but I can actually get Q to just run it for me without having to understand the syntax of Python, etc. So run the parse CSV py file and pass in the CSV file as a parameter. I think I spelled that wrong. Right, here we go. So this is just a simple bit of Python that's been written here, and this is actually going to pass the CSV file in, and the Python code is designed to parse this data and produce an output.
Yeah, one of my favorite things too. You keep mentioning that you're not a Python developer. I'm not a Python developer by trade either. I'm more of JavaScript, C# guy. But that's one of the actual great benefits of using Q is that you can go in and have Q explain some code to you, right? You can say, what is this file doing? What is this? Oftentimes, because I work on a team that does do a lot of Python coding, our entire backend is in Python. So I'll write a bunch of Python. I'll write it like a C# developer. And before I turn it into the team and get ridiculed for it, I'll have Q do a pass and say, can you make this code more Pythonic?
Yep.
It's really interesting, and it helps me learn too as I see what it changes, and it helps me become a better developer in the long run that knows how to write more Pythonic code.
Right. Yeah, it's a great learning tool. For when we talk about AI, this is not going to be like writing everything for you. You're actually using it it's an assistant. So it's going to be helping you as you write it. Now this is something I just want to show you here. That's really cool.
What we get here.
So, you know what I like, Matt, is that you were like, I misspelled parameter,
and
then it corrected it for you. I'm like watching as it processes and goes through. But like you said, it's with your permission. It's not doing anything that you don't ask it to do.
It's not pedantic, and writing code is pedantic. It's either right or it's wrong. Whereas using the AI tool, the great thing about it is it's fuzzy. It fills in the gaps. It knows what you're talking about. So this Python script had a bug in it, and you'll see here that it didn't actually run. So instead of actually telling me, Matt, you've made a mistake here, it actually took the initiative.
It corrected it.
And it corrected it for me. Then it ran it again, and it parsed the script, and then it parsed the CSV data, and it actually even told me what the issue was, But let's go one step further. You talked about you're not a Python developer either. You like .NET, Java, JavaScript. what if you were passing this on to a team that weren't Python developers either, yeah? So, for example, maybe my ops team, they write in Rust or something like that. So let's convert the this. It's got context, yeah? So I'm putting this file, Python file, into Rust, save, and run it. Again, I'm going to convert this Python code into Rust here now. I'm going to ask Q to just do all the hard work converting it. It's going to save it to disk, hopefully, and then run it, and then we should see if it...
Look what it's doing, Matt. It's first checking, do you have Rust compiler installed? Because that's going to be step one. Anyway, if you don't, right, is install Rust.
And guess what will happen if you don't have Rust on your system?
It'll tell you how to install it.
It will install it.
I love it.
It won't just tell you how to install it. It can go off and install it. Yeah. So
that's amazing.
I've had an example similar to you where I use Docker quite a lot at work, and I had an issue the other day where I couldn't run Docker Compose. I'd messed up something in my system. I'd got some config that I'd messed around with. I asked Q to fix it, and it went off and fixed my Docker Compose config for me. Now, ordinarily, this would be something that would take me a really long time to do. You know, like I'd be on the internet looking at issues, and it just does it for me. So this is the boring stuff that it's fixing as well, like the undifferentiated lifting. Yes. So here we go. It's actually converted this file into Rust. It's run it, and we've parsed the CSV. And if we have a look here, we've got the Rust version. And I could have said, I could have picked any modern language, really. I could have converted this into Scala or Java or something. Yeah, so it's actually converted it. Which is pretty cool. So
now, Matt, I know you want to talk about this too, and I want to make sure we have time to, because everyone is excited about this new protocol, MCP, right? MCP servers and clients. It's whatever. I open LinkedIn, I open social media. Everybody's talking about these things. How does MCP fit in with the CLI experience?
That's a great question. So MCP stands for Model Context Protocol, yeah. And so this is I like to call it emerging, but in AI, 6 months is a long time, yeah. So this is established probably, but it's a standard Anthropic published sort of around November last year. And what this is it's a standard for connecting data sources to AI systems, yeah.
Right.
And so when I say data, this could be an API, it could be a database, it could be a web page. Yeah, it could be anything you really want that has data, and you can connect it to AI systems. And so you can use the AI goodness with a data system. And let me give you an example of how that might work. Yeah. So if we're back in my Q chat, I'm going to just open the chat again. Yeah, and just show you something here. So this was released yesterday for the CLI. So if you update your AWS Q CLI, you'll get this functionality here. So when I open up Q Chat, now I talked about tooling earlier. Yeah, we had tooling to read files, write files, to run bash commands, to even interact with the AWS CLI. You'll see at the top here, I've got SQLite loaded and one MCP servers initialized. So what does that mean?
Interesting.
So if I say, what tools do you have? And when I say you, I mean Amazon Q. It's going to tell me what capabilities it's got.
Okay.
So it's got SQLite database tools, AWS CLI integration, file system. So by default, you get the issue reporting, the bash command, the file system, and the CLI integration. You get that out of the box. But I've actually augmented my Amazon Q now with the SQLite database tools. And if we have a look at how that works, is what I do within the .amazonq directory here, I've got an mcp.json file. Now I can configure this with as many MCP tools as I like, really. I've got one here, and this is MCP server SQLite. So Anthropic have a GitHub repository where they've got a load of sort of default example MCP servers.
Okay.
This is a SQLite one. I could have picked the Postgres one, or another database, or I could have picked, OpenSearch, something like that. So it tells me I'm pointing it at the MCP server here. And then this actually gives Q the tools to be able to look at databases. So should we give it a go? See what it does?
Absolutely.
Yeah? Okay. So I've got an example database here. This is just a simple database with students. Yeah, I've got a student database, I've got a course database, and then I've got an enrollment database, which sort of ties them together.
Joined table,
right. So normally, if I wanted to see who the students were, I'd be writing a SQL statement, select star from students. Yeah, but let's see if Q can do that. So how many students do we have in the student DB? Yeah, again, quite vague here. So look, this is actually, so again, there's a sort of trust system here with Q. So I'm going to trust Q to use my MCP server, and it's got the list table functionality now. So I've augmented Q with this.
So every time now in this session, when you try and use the SQLite tool, it's trusted because you selected that trust.
Absolutely,
okay.
Yeah. And so here we go. And so this, you can see here, it's actually, let me just make this a bit bigger. We've actually, it's put the query for me here. It's told me there are 8 students. So who are the students? So this is one of the things about agentic AI, the context, So you having a conversation with it. I don't need to remind it it's the student database anymore. It knows. It's in the context. So I can start asking questions about what has happened previously. So who are the students? So again, it's going to go off and try and understand how it's going to build this query. You know, Q's always been very good at working with SQL, but now it's putting that to action with a database like this.
Yeah.
What are some of the things that you're learning from customers and how they're using this?
So what I'm learning from customers, it constantly surprised me because we've put MCP out there now, and the possibilities are just... they're mind-blowing. So I've got customers that are actually doing things like they're connecting their Q developer instances with internal systems. So maybe they're hopping data from Confluence to Jira. They're interacting with systems like that, interacting with their backend databases. I'm working with some customers that have their own unique tooling. And they don't have any sort of like third-party, sort of off-the-shelf solutions that they can use to work with it. But now they can use an MCP service to actually connect their AI to their backends, and it just opens it all up.
Yeah, I think something I didn't realize at first about MCP is these are both servers running remotely and locally, right? You can start up an MCP server on your own machine and have it connect up. We've got just about a minute.
Yep.
Obviously, I want to put the caveat into that only connect up with MCP servers that you have investigated and that you know what they're doing, right? That's a big caveat, I would say. But this, I would say, extends, you know, the Q CLI experience to be incredibly even more powerful than it already was. It was already powerful, and this even extends it further.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what our customers are going to be building with this year. And look, if you want to understand more about it, if you're at the London Summit today, we've got some Q developer booths in the village. So come along and say hello to us, and you know, you want to understand a bit more about MCP, come and talk to us.
Yeah.
And go download the Amazon Q Developer CLI right now. You can do it. And then come right back because we've got more. Thank you for joining us, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Stick around.
Pleasure.
We'll be back with more from Guard Duty.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at the London Summit. So excited to have summits. It's always a great opportunity to bring people together. And AM and I are excited to be part of that group of people in London. As you can see, my apartment picked it up, plopped it in London. My name is Fiona. I am a solution architect in the public sector. I work with nonprofit organizations, and I also get to work with AM. AM, do you mind introducing yourself?
Sure. Yeah, I'm a developer advocate on our AWS Game Day team. I am always in London up here, actually.
Absolutely. London is just a state of mind when you really think about it.
Absolutely.
Is it true? A rumor on the street is that London is your #1 favorite city in the world. Is this true?
I mean, those are just rumors, but they're absolutely true.
It's just rumors.
They are. They're true.
So,
yeah.
and we're here to talk today about Guard Duty. And I believe that there are some new features that have been added to Guard Duty, potentially extended threat detection and some additions to extended threat detection. I am excited to talk to the team, though, who is involved in creating this. Do you think we should bring them on and have a conversation about it?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Hello, Kimberly and Louise. Welcome on air. Very excited to have you. Would you mind going ahead and introducing yourself to our listeners? I'll pass to you, Louise.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I am a security solutions architect based in Amsterdam.
Fantastic. And Kimberly?
Yeah, hi guys. So I'm a worldwide go-to-market security specialist working on our detection and response services, including Guard Duty, and I am based in London.
Fantastic. All right. I heard it there. I heard Guard Duty and I heard detection response. So you both are involved in this new release with extended threat detection. Do you mind just giving us a little bit of background? First of all, for anyone who is listening and hasn't yet worked with Guard Duty, what is Guard Duty? And then what is new with Guard Duty that has brought you on air today?
Absolutely. So Guard Duty is our machine learning threat detection service. Think of Guard Duty as the tool that enables you to actually sift through a ton of telemetry across your AWS environments to make sense of whether or not threats exist within your AWS environment. So base Guard Duty, or foundational Guard Duty as we call it, looks at taking in CloudTrail logs, so that's user or API activity across your AWS environment. It takes in VPC flow logs, so really understanding what the traffic is across the environment, and it looks at Route 53 DNS logs as well. And all of this is automatically taken in for you in Guard Duty. We crunch through that telemetry and we give you whether or not a finding exists within your AWS environment that could potentially be something that you need to go in and investigate. In terms of what's new with Guard Duty, at reInvent last year, we released something called Guard Duty Extended Threat Detection. So Guard Duty in itself, it's a really great service at giving you an understanding at whether or not threats exist for specific resources, right? So I mentioned a few. I mentioned IAM, I mentioned identity, I mentioned S3, I mentioned EC2s, and it looks at it at very specific resources. However, extended threat detection is able to actually take in and correlate different findings or different signals that impact upon resources or different resources and build up an attack sequence. You can actually understand whether or not this might be correlating to a bigger picture across the attacks that's happening within your environment today.
So the original Guard Duty is going to be looking at smaller findings or findings specific to one resource. Is there a reason why we're, pinning those together to get those, extended threat detection? Are these more critical findings?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you look at Guard Duty today, you look at unique findings that impact upon specific resource or specific action within a particular environment. Why we released Guard Duty Extended Threat Detection was really to help security engineers, so security practitioners, really sift through all of the different activity that might be related in like a bigger attack picture or a bigger attack sequence, right? So instead of me having to go through and like look at a specific CloudTrail log, for example, I'm now seeing things such as, a particular user using a legitimate access key to maybe do nefarious type activities, such as encrypting my S3 bucket with a KMS key that might not be owned by my particular account, and really piecing together that picture to give you an understanding of what that attack actually looks like over a 24-hour period. And how we do that, or how Guard Duty actually does that, is it pivots off specific signals, or specific entities. So for example, a particular IP address that might have been used by this attacker across different activities, or a specific access key, or it might be invoked in an anomalous way that has never been seen before. We take all that, piece that together, and give you a bigger, broader picture so that you can now go in and have a look at that. It is also the first time that Guard Duty actually has a critical finding, right? We've always stopped at high, so it's always low, medium, high findings or informational findings, but this is the first time we put it as a critical finding, because rightly, like you said, it's giving you a bigger picture. Across this 24 hours, we're seeing all of these signals, we're seeing how this is related, and this is definitely something that you should be going in and investigating.
I think that piece is, forgive the pun, it's not even really a pun, but critical for understanding the value here, because I know, you turn off the stream now. No, just kidding. Keep watching. No, I think it's critical to understand, people who are in this world, people that are security practitioners, they spend a lot of their time doing this, right? They spend a lot of their time correlating this data, right? Looking at these signals and trying to paint the picture of, is this an attack? Is this a false positive? What do I need to do? And in addition, they're prioritizing those things because there's so many things happening that you actually have to put priority, right? So I think having this critical finding and being very judicious in the use of critical, I think is incredibly important, showing the value that Guard Duty brings, because that's something you should be paying attention to, right? You can get into this state of alert fatigue as a security practitioner, where you come in and you go, everything's critical, so what do I do here? So it's great that GuardDuty is very judicious in this and is doing this based upon, hey, we correlated all of these signals together, and this seems like something that you should investigate. Now, Louise and Kimberly, can we see this?
Absolutely. So here we're looking at my GuardDuty page, right? And like I said earlier, when you look at GuardDuty, you tend to have a lot of findings because, again, these are findings that are very unique to a particular resource. But what we're seeing here is in the last 30 days, I actually have 67 new findings that have existed. And these findings are unique findings across resources like S3 or EC2, etc. But I only have one attack sequence. And like I said earlier, we're looking at the finding severity level. And here we have that critical finding, right? First time we are confident and we're giving high confidence to say that we believe that this attack sequence is a critical finding and it's definitely something that you should be looking at. So I'm just going to go click in now and look at my attack sequences that exist within my environment here. And I'm just going to give one example here, which is something that I actually created as a demo. And you can actually test this out within your AWS account too, using the GuardDuty tester. It's completely on GitHub. So look at how you can actually test this and look at these findings yourselves. But here I'm looking at the 2 attack sequences that exist within my AWS account, right? And thinking back to the fact that 67 unique findings, and that's actually distilled into these 2 findings. What this actually means is that over a 24-hour period, we have identified that a series of specific signals and a series of specific actions have actually led us to the ability to correlate this and say, this is a critical attack sequence and we should definitely go in and look at. So looking at one of this, the first thing that comes to mind is we're looking at a natural language summary of the attack that actually happened, right? We're looking at a sequence of actions involving 3 signals that we've captured over the 24-hour period that indicates there's a potential data compromise to an S3 bucket. The other great thing about GuardDuty extended threat detection is that it's able to actually pull through which resource is actually being attacked, right? So we're looking at S3 buckets, but we're also seeing this particular IAM role or this particular IAM access key within my account that is associated with the MITRE ATT&CK tactics and the MITRE ATT&CK techniques. So we've mapped these particular findings across the MITRE ATT&CK techniques as well as tactics. To give us a real-world understanding of how this attack's actually occurring within your particular environment. So as you can see here, I have 4 tactics. I can see there's an exfiltration type tactic, an impact, and a discovery, as well as initial access. So when I walk through how this attack sequence happens later, I'm going to walk through exactly what that technique was, what those APIs were as well. As you can see, with GuardDuty Extended Threat Detection, what we've actually recently added is the ability to detect server-side encryption using customer-provided keys. And that's a technique that came out, it was reported on in February, and GuardDuty very quickly pivoted to give us the ability to actually detect that. How an attack or an attacker usually uses this particular technique is, they'll go in and they'll gain legitimate access, right? So initial access. So this might be hard-coded IAM access keys somewhere. Definitely should be checking for that. But it could be that, or it could be, some kind of phishing attack that actually enables us to actually gain that attack, right? So you're actually being able to use this particular IAM access key in a legitimate way. So that's the first thing they're going to do. They're going to gain that access. And the next thing they're going to do is they're going to start listing objects, right? They're going to go and list and see which of my permissions might be giving me the ability to do an S3 put object or an S3 copy object. And that's the vector. So that's the discovery. Which S3 buckets might contain some kind of critical data that I would want to go and target, right? So that's the discovery. And the next thing they would do is, on AWS, it's legitimate for customers to actually use customer-provided keys to encrypt their objects. So what this attacker might potentially do is that they might locally generate an encryption key. And then when they call this S3 API, what they're saying is, we want to actually copy or put an object, and they specify an encryption key that they've locally created that, is completely owned by the attacker. and AWS doesn't have access to that, or the customer doesn't have access to that. So what that means is that that's the impact part of it, right? So that's the impact we're looking at. They are now going in and encrypting these objects using a locally stored encryption key that is not owned by the customer. And AWS shared responsibility model, we don't have access to that encryption key, or we actually delete that encryption key in memory, right? So there's no way for us to actually take that back or reformat the key. There's no way for us to do that at all. And there's also some exfiltration type activities that we look at here. So maybe the customer or the attackers actually might have exfiltrated that. But what's really cool about this attack technique is that maybe they do not actually need access to that data. All they're doing is encrypting that data with an encryption key that the customer has no access to, and that data is there. They add a little bit more drama by maybe putting some lifecycle policies on that data, which says after 7 days, we're going to delete that. And then
the drama.
Yeah. So after 7 days, they're like threatening to delete that. So that's when the ransom comes in, right? They're telling you, hey, if you don't give us our money in 7 days, we're going to delete this encryption key. You're going to lose your data forever, right? So that's the 4 tactics that we've actually mapped this particular attack sequence against. What we can actually see on top of that is, we also see some sensitive APIs. So going into this, we have, against our MITRE tactics, we have that initial access I talked about earlier. So it's an IAM user that might potentially be using Kali Linux. We can see that there is some kind of exfiltration, so data encrypted for impact. That's another thing that we've actually put in here as part of the signals for this particular tactic. And then we also look at the indicators. So this is where AWS shows you what are the high-risk APIs that are being called, right? So we talked about prioritization earlier, like how do we know this particular finding is a high finding? And that's because we understand what these high-risk APIs are called, right?
Absolutely. So Kimberly, I'm so sorry to be cutting you off, but I know that we do also want to get into protection, and we're coming towards the end of the segment. So do you want to just give us the final pieces here for detection, and we can hand it off to Louise?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we're looking at the high-risk API calls, but with our signals as well, you can see exactly what the attacker has done, right, within their environment. So we're looking at, we want to start from the oldest first. This is how the customers actually, how the attackers actually come in. They've done some kind of block public access on a Kali Linux computer. They're running those delete objects, again, running from a potentially compromised host, and then they're encrypting that data for impact. Another thing that's pretty powerful is that, again, GuardDuty allows you to see not only the signals, but the resources that are actually being impacted. So for example, here is my GuardDuty demo bucket that's being attacked. This is the EC2 instance of which that credential is being used from, again, another S3 bucket. And we're pulling all of this together to give us a very good idea of which resources were attacked, what access keys they were using, and how they actually were able to gain access to our AWS environment.
Louise, we're going to hear from you now, right? We're going to be talking different side of using GuardDuty.
Yeah, so I'm hoping to kind of cover how to prevent some of these attacks that Kimberly has been talking about. Okay, so in terms of preventing these types of ransomware attacks that Kimberly was talking about, think of it as like building a security fortress, okay? So because so many ransomware events can arise from unintended disclosure of, static, permanent IAM access keys, we recommend instead deleting those access keys, and instead, it's kind of like leaving your key, under the doormat, and switch to short-term credentials instead. Another thing is keeping backups of your data. So using S3 versioning, think of that as like your safety net that can actually store multiple versions of your same object. So if anything happens with, deleted data in your bucket, that can be recoverable. Another is keeping an eye on who can access that data. So setting up CloudTrail for API call logging, or GuardDuty for any kind of threat detection. They're basically like your security cameras for this security fortress. And then you can also go a step further, and you can set up CloudWatch alarms to act kind of like motion sensors, and they'll alert you right away if there's any sort of unusual encryption activity going on. So let's dive into the demo, and I can show you, pro tip, if your applications don't need server-side encryption, then you can just block it entirely with resource policies or bucket policies. So yeah, and then putting all those pieces together, it's a really solid defense against someone trying to encrypt your data without any permission, even if they have the valid credentials. And of course, if you ever see something suspicious, then don't hesitate to reach out to AWS support. There's so many resources. We're here to help. So looking at this demo here, so first is resource control policies. I mentioned this already, and I just made this policy here to show you. So this policy is, resource control policies specify the maximum available permissions that any resources within your organization have, basically. And this policy will apply for denying all put object API calls to your S3 buckets when server-side encryption is enabled. So that's going to restrict those. That's going to restrict those uploads from happening. Now, another thing worth looking at is S3. So I created this test bucket to show you, and you can add this resource-based policy, which is a bucket policy, to again restrict any objects being uploaded that are using server-side encryption keys. So these could be, keys that are locally stored, not managed by KMS. And of course, sometimes there could be a legitimate reason to use that type of encryption. And that's where guard duty comes in. So it can actually detect that anomalous discovery path that attack vectors often take. So that would be, listing out policies, listing out buckets, looking for opportunities to find that data. And lastly, CloudWatch. So here I've set up a metrics filter. So this basically will look for patterns in the logs that you send to CloudWatch. And you can see down here, I have this metrics filter set up. Again, for server-side encryption, if there's any spike uploads can be one. So if you see any large volume of uploads happening to your AWS environment, but also if server-side encryption is applied. So that's another option there for you as well.
Fantastic. All right. So we've been over how to detect these types of attacks and the correlation of those attacks, also how to protect against those attacks. Louise and Kimberly, it has been such a pleasure to get to talk to you and to get to learn about guard duty extended threat detection. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And welcome back to AWS On Air. We are live at the London Summit. I'm Jasmine Kiles. I'm a manager of product management here at AWS, and I am joined by my co-host.
Hey.
Hello, co-host. Who are you?
I'm A.M. Grabelny. I'm a developer advocate here on the game day team, AWS Game Day. We got some friends down at the end there.
We do. We got something quite shiny on the end there. Hello.
You didn't notice this earlier? Maybe. Hi, everyone. Great to be back. My name is Alistair Bate. I'm a cloud optimization solution architect, and we're so excited to talk to you today. And who do we have here?
I am Letizia, Solutions Architect in the startups team, London-based. I came here with you, but you didn't tell me I was supposed to be shiny as well. Didn't get the memo.
Sorry, that was must have missed the memo. But today we want to make sure that we can explain what this is, and also go ahead and give a demo.
Well, here for this segment, there's been a gauntlet thrown. I'm reading in the title of the segment that we're going to build an AWS workload in 10 minutes or less. I asked if the pizza would be free if we didn't hit that mark. I didn't hear any commitment from this side of the table.
We'll see how it goes. But first, we do have a poll for you guys. We have a golden jacket here, but we want to know what is your favorite color jacket that you guys want to see. So please fill that poll in now, and we'll see what the results are later. I don't know. Do you guys want a golden jacket? Do you want a purple one? Green?
I want to know why you have that one on.
Well, how about what we do is let's start with the demo. Yeah. And like we said, we have a 10-minute timer. So what we're going to do is we're going to chuck up that 10-minute timer on the demo in a second and get started. And then how about we go through and actually figure out what this is and what we're going to do.
Okay.
How's that sound? Okay.
Sure.
Well, let's go and let's see if we get that timer started. If it appears, let's begin. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to show how easy it is to actually create a workload on AWS. And Letty and I are both going to be doing it. And we are going to get started right away. So we only cheated slightly by preparing a slight command for Amazon Q. And so we're going to get that started right away. And as we get started, Letty, do you want to talk us through Amazon Q and what we actually have on screen?
Yeah, this is Amazon Q CLI agent, our latest flavor of Amazon Q. It's our Gen AI assistant for coding. So you can see that you can use it directly in your terminal. It has read access to your local repo, so you can read files, write files. You can also read your AWS accounts, knows all of the resources that you have in there, and it can take actions on those if you tell it to. So this is what we will be using today to be able to deploy the static website in 10 minutes.
Okay, I want to know that there's 9 minutes left. So what are we going to do?
Absolutely. Well, we want to show that for anybody who needs a website, we want to show how easy it is to create it. So what we're doing is, first of all, asking Amazon Q to make us a website from the very start. We're then going to have it actually deploy it to on AWS. We don't need to go into the console at all. It's going to help us using its agents to actually go ahead and do this.
Okay.
And so hopefully at the end, we have a very pretty website that everybody can go online and see straight away.
Okay.
So it's thinking at the moment. We're obviously doing a lot of hard work because it's, we've asked it to command it and it's going to work. What you can see here is we have, actually, what's mine? Mine's a bit slower today.
Mine is done. Yeah, what we asked it to do was to build the front end for us. So our prompt asked it to build an HTML file that will be the front end. And this is the first file that we will be reviewing today. And we see that yours is done too. You had to approve its work. But then it's done.
Yeah, and it is. And we'll show you in a second what it's done. But what we're going to do right away, because it may take, well, we only have 8 minutes left, so we need to get it done quickly, is now that we have that HTML website that we'll look in a second, we're going to have it put together the infrastructure as code.
Okay. I was going to say there's about half a dozen to 500 ways of deploying an HTML site onto some sort of compute in AWS. So how are we going to figure out which version we're picking?
Well, so we decided to go ahead, and I've asked it for CDK, and I think, Letty, you're going to ask it to do, I'm not sure, one of the other ones, maybe TypeScript.
I was going to ask TypeScript CDK, but the beauty of Amazon Q is that I don't have to specify the services to use in the backend.
Okay.
When we tested it, what we did was picking serverless services that was the fastest to deploy, just to have something up and running very quickly, which is what we need today. So let's see if it's going to use the same services. Let's see what's going to happen this time.
My prediction, Amplify hosting. Maybe. I hope. I used to be on the Amplify team, so I hope so.
You're not biased at all, I'm sure.
No, that's No. Why would you say I'm biased? I said I used to be on the team.
Yeah.
Not on it anymore.
Well, like you said, the biggest thing I focus on is, are we well architected? How does it actually come in? So for those who don't know, the well architected framework is our guidance for how to actually set up a lot of our infrastructure on AWS, how to make sure it's secure, how to make sure it's cost efficient, and of course, easy to deploy. So we've already heard from about Amplify. Who knows what Amazon's Q is going to give us today?
Yeah. And someone in the chat said, isn't that well-architected framework 6 core pillars?
It is.
Pop quiz, what are they?
Oh, no. I'm going to be on camera now. How about we all go through? Well, let's see. Cost optimization.
Yep.
Performance efficiency. Security.
Yep.
What else am I missing right this second?
Reliability.
Reliability, of course, sustainability.
Yep.
Operational excellence.
And operational excellence.
We did it.
I really should know this. This is my full-time job. So, we got there in the end. So let's see how we're going here. Have we got the CDK created? It's thinking. How about yours? Is yours all done, Letty?
Still thinking.
Thinking. Okay, we're getting there. Oh, I think it's about to be done. We have 5 minutes, so we'll have to see how fast it can actually deploy. Oh. Let's ignore these extra pop-ups for the moment. But let's see. The other thing that we can use for Amazon Q is actually to look into how well is our infrastructure of code made. So in this case, Amazon Q is defining everything based on the best practice. But let's say you actually go in and start creating things yourself. Hey, how do you know it's actually built in the best practice manner? And in a second, once we start deploying it, we can actually go and actually have it review our code to suggest improvements, benefits, and everything else that can go from there.
So we're waiting.
We are. See, this is a really challenging job we have, asking Q to do our work for us.
In 10 minutes, right?
In 10 minutes,
You know,
exactly.
like what would the normal development cycle be of a website if I didn't have Q to do it with me in 10 minutes?
Letty, what have you seen with some of your startup customers?
Yeah, we see a lot of early stage startups that really don't know where to get started sometimes. We have services like Amplify. You can do static website hosting directly in S3. So how do you know which one is better than the other? So what you can do here is, if you want to get started hands-on coding yourself, you can pick one option, but then also go to the terminal, ask Amazon Q, is this the best solution?
Yeah.
What are other alternatives? Which one do you recommend for which? It's powered by one of the latest LLMs, came out a few months ago. So it's Sonnet 3.7, which is beating all of the coding benchmarks.
Yeah.
So
And that one's Anthropic's. So this was able to power that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So who better to ask than the latest LLM?
Yeah.
Well, so Letty, I think yours is done. Is it? Or am I looking at it? And so let's switch over to Letty's computer and let's ask to see if it can deploy. How's it looking there? Or am I too optimistic?
Before asking to deploy, actually, can we acknowledge that Amazon Q is asking me if I would like to explain any specific part of the infrastructure? So it's also we also like the proactivity. So yeah, shall we try deploy?
Let's deploy it. We only have 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah.
We'll see.
If we
how
weren't in a rush to deploy, I could imagine that a question like that would be something that would be good. Like if I am deploying the website and I want to put it in my documentation about why I did something, or being able to pass off that information to a different team, you know, maybe it's the marketing team for launch, right? They want to put in the launch announcement, like, why did we do something like this? I could use that feature.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And one of the things it's often used for is for adding comments to your code, adding that README documentation, and even unit tests to make sure that when you actually deploy it, it's going to be doing it efficiently.
Yeah.
Well, since we have 3 minutes left and we're going to have to wait for it to deploy, yours is going a bit faster with our Wi-Fi today. Let's go and have a look at the actual website it created for us. So we'll switch to my computer. And keep in mind, we had one command, and in a second, you'll see how bright of a screen has come up on my computer. And we can hopefully get that bit of a demo. So we'll switch over. There we are. So keep in mind, we had a one simple command line ask. We said, hey, we want to make a website that can deploy, that sells jacket, that has buttons, that can add to a cart, that's called Unicorn Apparel. And it's gone ahead and created all of these things. Now, I don't know, is it a bit too orange? Is that our favorite color there? Maybe not?
Yeah, I love orange.
I
Why
like
not?
it.
Why
yeah,
not?
absolutely.
Let's switch. Let's switch to purple.
Oh,
You sure it's not gold?
Exactly. Well, a bit too much? Okay, let's try it there.
I didn't say it was a bit too much. You did.
I just alluded to it may be quite colorful. Well, yours is deploying, so let's see what we can do.
I don't think he knows I'm talking about the jacket.
Oh, sorry.
He does.
I did tell them that they can make as much fun of it as possible, but I haven't heard much so far. Come on, guys. We need to pick up your game a bit here. Okay, let's change the website color to, hey, let's go with purple. All right, we'll see what color jackets people want at the end, but for the moment, let's see what happens in the background. Now, let's see. How's yours going, Letty? Is it deploying there at the moment?
It's deploying. Update complete. Let's
Ooh.
see once we receive confirmation.
We'll be able to check out and see how it goes.
And I should be given a link to our...
You should be, right? Well, mine shouldn't take too long, so we'll take a look and see if the CSS has updated.
I see 1 minute and 15 seconds left on that timer, so will I be getting a pizza, or what do we think?
You know, like...
It did get deployed.
We have a website.
I don't know, AM. While they work that out, what do you want on your pizza?
I'm just a cheese guy.
Yeah,
you know?
no pineapple?
No.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
plain cheese.
Okay.
I'm
I love cheese pizza.
Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone.
I think we're throwing them off. You got 50 seconds left on the timer.
I know. It's almost infuriating because we're just waiting for it to deploy, and it could take anywhere between a minute or 3. Like, I want to distract you with a second because I may have
gone
updated.
with the purple, I think.
Well,
you know?
hey, look. If we take a look at my screen for a second, we do have an updated.
Okay,
so
all
again,
right.
I don't have to know any code at this point to create this website. And while we are down to the wire, let's see if we make it in 22 seconds. We may be slightly over in this case, but let's see if we can actually get this deployed on AWS. So Letty's screen is typing.
There's a lot of create in progress and create complete, so I should be given a link anytime soon now.
That's always a good sign in CloudFormation. If it's create complete, that's good. Usually mine say rollback complete for some reason.
Oh, no.
I don't know why.
That's because I wasn't the one coding, but
That's
Amazon
right.
Q did the hard work.
It sounds like you need a bit of more Amazon Q support in your role. Like maybe that will solve all your issues right there.
Well, fortunately for us, their timer ended, so they owe us pizza.
Yeah. I think that's a pizza.
Next
I
time.
believe so.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, how about on the weekend, we'll take you for pizza?
Well, here's the deal. I'm leaving Friday. What a surprise that you would offer the weekend.
I know, it's like I knew when you're flying out. Fine. Well, while that is loading, we have 3.5 minutes left of our segment.
We do.
Let's go ahead and we'll just show you what else Amazon Q can do. So looking back at my screen, what do we have here? Okay, so we have all these files. We have the infrastructure as code created. Now, let's say you created this yourself. We didn't. We let Amazon Q do all the work today, and we'll continue letting it do all the work. But we can now ask questions about exactly what it's created and get some information. But what I want to know is, how does it line up against the well-architected framework? So let's go ahead and add that in here. How does the infrastructure, and luckily you don't have to spell English right here, it'll figure it out, as code line up against the well-architected framework, specifically the 6 pillars. So let's see what it has to say. What it will do is it will go and actually scan the code and figure out what's in the repository that you're currently in and give you contextual answers to actually figure out how we'll go from there. So we'll give it a second. Like with everything today, we have to be patient.
Yeah.
It does need to think a bit. Because, you know, if we asked one of the architects in the Ask an Architect booth, they would also need to consider that. And that's what you've been doing all day today, answering everybody's question at the summit.
Yeah, correct.
Some tricky questions, or has everything been pretty straightforward?
There's always something you don't know. You can't know everything, but you can ask Amazon Q.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, let's see what it says here. Let's break down how... okay, maybe my question wasn't too specific. Oh, maybe it was. So we can see here on the left, we have an answer to those questions. It's focusing on each of the pillars: operational excellence, security, and it is saying that it enables the security controls and many more things. Now, there's a lot of words here, and we want to make this fun interactive. So let's just ask, how could we improve our code today?
Okay. I mean, how do you improve on perfection, though?
Sorry, it is pretty good. I don't know.
So if there are some developers out there who want to get pretty good at this, how could they go get access to the Amazon Q CLI?
Absolutely. Well, so Amazon Q is available for everybody, and they can go and install it. And it's available right now for organizations, but also individuals as well.
Yes, you can find it on the Amazon Q service page. There is a free version where you can just install it and try it out, or there is also a pro version where you have unlimited access basically to the model behind it.
All you need is a builder ID for the free
Exactly.
version. Yeah.
And there's both, we've been demoing both the CLI agent, which is the one that you've been seeing doing all that work today, but also the extension for Visual Studio Code. So go and try out and figure out which one is the best for you. So how's the deployment going? Are we going to be giving them 2 or 3 pizzas, or are we going to have a full-on website?
I can show a CloudFormation stack with creating progress with 11 out of the 14 resources created.
So
and
close.
3 resources in progress, but no errors. which means
Jasmine, we're about to become a 2-pizza team.
Oh, 2 pizza?
We're going to be a 2-pizza team, just
I'm
you
on
and
the
me.
edge of my seat, but I want to suggest that maybe we change this to building an AWS website in 15 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Next time, we'll hurry up and do it a bit faster.
Okay, as we close, what is the gold jacket for?
A good question. So the gold jacket is for anybody who's gone ahead and done all of the AWS certifications. So it took me a few years to do it, and don't worry, you can always focus on the ones you want, but it's available. So if anybody's looking to go and do the certifications, go and do it. It's a great way to learn all about AWS.
Well, we got to get out of here, but you got to stay right here because we're coming back with more live at the London Summit. We'll see you there.
Thanks, everyone.
Motorsport is facing, well, a big challenge because sustainability, carbon neutrality is a big topic. But at the same time, you want to keep the emotion in motorsport as well. And that becomes the energy to challenge again. for the future.
The big challenges in the car industry today that we're facing, I think a lot of solutions can come from motorsport and the learnings we have from there on how we can accelerate development cycles or how can we experiment also cleaner solutions.
Since 2012, we are racing with hybrid race cars in the World Endurance Championship, and already at that time, we could save up to 60% of fuel to get a very sustainable or a very good powertrain with a lot of reduction of environmental pollution.
Working with AWS, I think we just started exploring together how to be more sustainable.
If we work with AWS and also with Toyota goals we have on sustainability, carbon neutrality, I think here we become more efficient.
As a next step, we are trying to introduce hydrogen technology. So I really see the hydrogen combustion engine as a future for the motorsport. I'm really keen to make this work.
When it comes to sustainability, Toyota has big ambitions to reach full carbon neutrality by 2050. That is not just for the vehicles on the road, it's also for the design process.
Our future goals to enhance the cooperation with AWS is to become more powerful, more flexible, more sustainable, and to also create a higher level of efficiency.
The challenges we face today in the car industry to bring cleaner cars on the roads, I believe that motorsport can find some of the solutions that will help everyone also for a more sustainable future.
Hey everyone, welcome back to AWS On Air live at the London Summit. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a partner enterprise architect whose voice is definitely still not back yet, but it will. At least the producers say so. I'm joined by longtime compatriot and hat aficionado, AM. Say hello, AM.
Hello, AM. You knew. You set me up for that. How dare
did.
you? I'm a developer advocate here and one of your hosts throughout the day. You will see me up on the stage occasionally.
Begrudgingly, yes.
Yeah, but we've got some new friends to meet down here at the other end of the table. We're going to be talking some quantum computing, some machine learning, just some light topics here, right? Not too complex or anything, huh? No? Okay, let's start with introductions first, please.
Hi, I am Jagdish Pusapadi. I am one of principal solution architect from AWS.
Great. Marco, tell us about yourself.
I'm Marco Paini from Rigetti. Rigetti is a full-stack quantum computing company, and you can access our QPUs, our quantum computers, through Bracket.
Okay, so we are specifically today talking about quantum computing within financial applications, is my understanding. And there are certain challenges when building financial applications that quantum computing can solve. Can you walk us through what are those problems and why quantum computing?
Yeah, so specifically, we did some work recently with Imperial College London and Standard Chartered, the bank. And what we've been looking at is time series. So fundamentally, processes that have a time evolution, they're normally difficult because they have a stochastic element. A classical example is predicting the price of a stock, for example.
Okay.
Incredibly difficult problem.
A little bit difficult to do that even today.
Yes, at any time, I would say, yes.
All right, so what are we talking about today? You mentioned Bracket. What is Rigetti doing with Bracket?
But before we get there, what is Bracket?
Well, yeah, great question, too.
Yeah, I can start with that. So
Okay.
Amazon Bracket is our quantum computing service. So it was introduced about 5 years ago. It has went GA. So its main purpose is to provide access to quantum simulators and quantum hardware for everyone. So we use quantum simulators for experimentation, and then once you have built your quantum circuits and algorithms, you can run them on real quantum hardware. And one of the quantum providers we have is Rigetti, and so Bracket is used to run quantum circuits.
Okay. Well, maybe Margot, you can just show us what you all are working on. Maybe I understand you've got a demo for us. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It's more than anything just a graphical representation of a time series and the prediction that we make. And as you would normally do with machine learning, there's a training phase, and then there is a test phase where you actually verify that the prediction is accurate or inaccurate. Right? And so this is a specific problem that we worked on, again, with Standard Chartered, with Imperial College. And we use Bracket, in this case, to simulate quantum circuits. So we're not running on hardware or QPUs right now. And so the problem specifically is a limit order book problem. I'll give some definition to explain. I'll kick it off, and maybe I'll explain a little bit what this thing is.
Yeah, here we go.
Oops. Okay.
So the gray line. The gray line is basically a time series. In this case, it represents the variation of price, of the mid price, which is fundamentally the midpoint in the so-called limit order book, which is a record of all transactions that do not match. So when you want to buy or sell a stock, you can do it at the market price, or you can set a limit order, which is if you want to sell a little bit higher than the market price, if you want to buy a little bit lower, and at some point maybe it matches and it completes. Yeah, all of these records form the limit order book, and the midpoint is the mid price. And here, and this is very informative in terms of the trend that a price of the stock will actually have. And so this is the training phase where we have a set of 1,000 records from a limit order book. Yeah. And basically, the training mechanism is just going through all of them and trying to find fundamentally the past and the trend represented in this plot. Yeah. So by doing that, so in this case, differently from the prediction, I had downloaded the results of the circuit sent to Bracket to make it a little bit faster.
Okay.
And so what it did is it just gone through 1,000 points, and stored the data as, again, training data, and now it should use this on a curve that it hasn't seen before to try to predict which way it's going to go. Yeah.
This is phenomenal. It is so difficult to stratify and quantify how hard it is to do some simple operation like counting. Computers are great at counting, but we have to be hyper-specific on limits, what's acceptable, define the floor, define the ceiling. And it's hard. It sounds very simple, but it's one of the hardest things to do. And it looks like you may have helped us get a handle on that.
So a quantum computer, I'll start the prediction in the meantime, just because it's gonna go for a little time. So a quantum computer does very specific things. We shouldn't think of it as a generic replacement of a general replacement of a classical computer.
Right. Handles different algorithms than a classic computer would.
That's right, and it's potentially good at doing, again, very specific operations. Now, this is, you see there's a little inset on the bottom on the right. So now this is actually connected to Bracket. It sent a job, 100 quantum circuits to simulate. It's got the result back for the batch with this 100 circuits from Bracket. Now it moves on to the next job, And basically what it's doing here is anticipating which way the curve is going to go, And it's green points means it got it right, red points means made a mistake. And we measure that with some standard score, accuracy score in machine learning, which is the F1 score, And it more or less it goes at around 73, 74%. And so the way, and maybe this is the difficult connection to make, the reason we use a quantum computer here, or a quantum circuit, simulated in this case, is because we're using basically these objects that were developed and enhanced by Imperial College. Yeah, and it's a classical pipeline. But before we use this classical machine learning pipeline, we send the data to the quantum computer, or a simulator in this case, and the quantum computer transforms it. And instead of sending to the classical pipeline the original data, we send this transformed data. And a bit miraculously, and it might sound a bit obscure, the prediction becomes a lot better. Yeah? So if we were to send, in fact, the original data to the same pipeline, the score would be, the F1 score would be less than 50%.
Oh, wow.
Awesome.
That's a significant improvement.
So there are actually, it is obscure, but there are actually reasons even classically why some of these transformations lead to better scores. Yeah, feature maps and kernel methods are classical too, and they exist in classical machine learning too.
I think you hit on something very interesting. Chat, we want to hear from you. What, if any, is your org's primary interest in quantum computing? Because as Mark was saying, this is super useful in this industry, but we'd also like to hear from you on what you're doing. And if we have any questions for the group, by all means, drop them in chat. We'll get to them.
I had one. Marco, no, can I ask?
Not you.
Oh. Well, I'll write it in chat, and then you'll have to ask it out loud. Marco, can I ask, Rigetti, when you're analyzing these problems in financial, applications, how do you decide between which ones are better suited towards quantum?
Oh, great question.
Yeah. Okay, so I think quantum computing is difficult, not only because I think building the hardware is difficult.
Yeah.
Right.
But even at, I think, an algorithmic level, there's still a lot that we need to understand.
Yes.
Yeah. So if I look at machine learning specifically, there are certain features that we like in problems that make them good for potentially a quantum computer. An example is, and I think it is an important feature that the problem needs to have, is that the data set should be relatively small. So it's never going to be any good to, say, do large language models, where you've got like huge data sets. It's not necessarily good for to process images. So this case, when I think when we only process 1,000 records of the limit order book, the ability that it's got in generalizing and getting a signal out of a small training data set, that I think is a defining feature for what we understand now, because again, there are still various things that aren't 100% clear. From what we understand now, that is really a key feature that we look for in a machine learning problem.
Okay, that makes sense. Did you have a question, Adrian?
I do. I have lots of questions, most of which are existential in nature, but I can't ask those here. So the important thing for folks to remember, and even myself as a technologist, is this way of thinking and computing is still relatively new. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, yes. Yes.
So when we talk about of this being relatively new and maybe a bit difficult for folks to get started, would love to hear from you in your own words how you approached getting this going, for one, and then two, if possible, to touch on what your favorite part of the journey has been thus far, because when I speak with customers and partners, there's always that little bit of edge of uncertainty, the not wanting to be the first ones to go do it. Really curious to see how that impacted you and your org.
So there is, for sure, a great deal of uncertainty on timelines, especially, and this makes it exciting. I think the main thing that makes it exciting really is that there is constant progress and new findings and new understanding. So it isn't relatively new, it's very new.
Yep.
And there's still a lot that we don't really understand and appreciate. So we're really, really distant from the maturity of classical computing.
And I don't think that's a bad thing, because we don't know what we don't know. And as we know for sure, certain, sometimes the discovery process leads to happy accidents that end up being revolutionary, something entirely different. So I think that, at least for me, you're approaching this in a fantastic way. And even just being up here and talking to us about the journey is really impactful for folks that are either ambivalent or, in some instances, incredulous that this could potentially help them. This is why the stories are so important.
Let me ask you, maybe specifically with Imperial College, maybe not, just generically, Marco and Jagdish, you're running these experiments, right? And Bracket allows you to do that with the simulations and things like that. How do you decide when to run an experiment, and what does that process look like rolling it out with the company that wants to run this experiment to see if quantum computing can help them with their problems?
Yeah, so I think what we try to do, and it is the case for this work, but is I think the case also for other work that we've done, is the reason we had Imperial College and Standard Chartered and then a collaborator like AWS and Bracket is because again, there is still so much that we need to understand that we want to form a group that has all the elements, starting from like the more foundational, so it's Imperial College, because again, there is a lot still in the foundations that needs to be understood. We also want to go all the way to real end users, so a bank that provides a real use case. So we need to start growing the ecosystem beyond just the technical capability, right? And so we continue to try to maintain the engagement with end users to understand real problems, not contrived sort of instances of things that don't really have any value. And we play the role of trying to be in between. So we actually have physical hardware. So if we want to test then how an application performs on the hardware, we can do that. We understand how to optimize our hardware. Yeah. And we have an appreciation for the applications and at the same time a little bit for the foundation. So we are just there in that middle ground. So I think it's important to still maintain all ends of the spectrum, from end users to truly like the ones that understand theory.
Excellent.
All right. So I want to remind everybody that we do have a poll live in chat right now. We want to hear about what you are doing with quantum computing. So check that poll out. We're getting real close to wrapping up here. Is there anything that that you all want to leave the audience with, right? Any words of advice as you are kind of blazing some trails here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for industry, I think I'd be really happy, and I think continuing the engagement and industry participating in what's really, I think, exciting endeavor. That would be my desire and my hope that it continues and it continues to develop. Yeah.
Love it. Get involved.
Get involved and get your specialists involved as well. That's a nugget I'd love to leave behind too.
Yes. Thank you both for joining us.
Thank you very much.
We got to run, unfortunately, but we'll be back with more, so stick around.
Thank you.
With growing planet's population and adverse weather events that will just keep increasing, I just felt very passionately about trying to do our bit to offer a solution. Fireform's mission is to make agriculture more sustainable. We do this by speeding up the scientific discovery and implementation process into edible, sustainable food. The core innovation is our DNA discovery platform. It allows us to discover solutions to things like drought or diseases and get a sort of blueprint to make plants hardier and better. One of the programs we're running is developing a drought-tolerant tomato, where we can make food a little bit more secure by making tomatoes grow with less water. It is a game changer because it enables us to go from a problem to a solution in less than 2 years. As a startup, we don't have dedicated cloud engineers and cloud operations. Instead, we leverage technical help from AWS directly to onboard a large AI model onto their system. Thanks to S3 transfer tools, most of the data that comes in our model is already on AWS, which is a huge help for us. What we are offering is more sustainable food that did not create huge CO2 impact, that can be more nutritious and without pesticides, a longer shelf life, so it can be better and healthier for the end user.
Eu estou finalizando uma trilha de estudos para me certificar no nível Practitioner, né, da AWS, mas meu foco é chegar até o nível Architect Professional. Eu quero me especializar também na Generative AI. É o mundo agora e a gente tem que saber falar a língua do mundo. Eles dão praticamente de bombejada um futuro na sua mão. Eles falam assim, ó, tá aqui.
Welcome to the AWS Summit here in London. My name is Aaron Hunter. I'm a principal developer advocate with the AWS Training and Certification team, and I'm joined with one of the people who helped create Card Clash. Today, we're going to talk to Jason, who is directly from the Card Clash team.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jason Cuddy, and yes, I am from the game-based learning team. We have all kinds of fun games, but today we are talking about Card Clash.
Specifically, single player.
No.
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 What's the opposite of single player?
No player.
That's it.
Okay.
Multiplayer.
Multiplayer.
Multiplayer. We're going to do some multiplayer.
There's multiplayer now. I love that.
It is. It's fantastic.
So first, what is game-based learning? What is Card Clash, and why is multiplayer a big thing now?
Okay, so to answer the first question there, I might have to have you repeat this because 3 in a row.
Okay. Okay. Let's
so
simplify it.
Game-based learning.
What is game-based learning?
Game-based learning is exactly how it sounds. It is using gamification to help learn not just about AWS, but really about anything. So we have so many different games now that you can play, and AWS services are built into those games where it helps you learn about AWS services.
That's amazing. So it really helps everyone.
The people.
But specifically, not just one person now, because we have multiplayer. So there's game-based learning, help people learn in a fun, gamified way. Mm-hmm. But Card Clash, it's like playing cards, but virtually.
It is, yes. Our developers, we saw how people were just really identifying with these deck builder games. And we said, how can we apply this to learning about AWS? And so we said, we got to have a digital version of a card battler game. And this is what we got. It was Card Clash.
Amazing. And now it's not just single player. Now multiple people, at least specifically 2 people at the same time, right?
That's correct.
Can play from anywhere around the world. So we're going to play it together here sitting next to each other, but you can play it with a friend from, let's say we're both from the States, we're here in London. So you could play with a friend from the States or from London at the same time.
You could.
Okay.
You could.
What about the moon?
I don't think they have internet on the moon yet.
Okay. As of today, that feature doesn't exist. But stay tuned, because maybe in the future it will.
We'll work on that.
All right.
Work on that.
Let's go ahead and show Card Clash what it is, and the single player option, the multiplayer option, and then jump directly into a game.
All right. So yes, we are here in Card Clash, and we're in the menu right now, and easy to choose. We could choose a single player game. We could choose a multiplayer game. I'm going to choose multiplayer.
Because that's why we're here.
That's why we are here.
You see multiplayer
Absolutely.
over left.
We had so many people when we released this. We had so many people asking for multiplayer. And we said we knew it was coming, but we couldn't say.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to keep it secret.
Yeah.
But we knew it was coming.
I heard feedback, even like reInvent last year. It's like, what are the changes? What's the advantages? What are the different things? And you're like, oh, we can't share.
We can't. Yeah.
No.
Yep. I wasn't allowed to say anything. I wanted to so badly. I couldn't.
So we have this land here, and
yes.
it's like a game-based learning universe almost.
It is. And so you see here that we have different islands, if you will, different boards,
Okay.
Cloud Practitioner. So for those who are kind of getting started more at like a 100 level, and then we go up to Serverless Developer, Solutions Architect, Generative AI. And I think Generative AI is kind of like important right now, isn't it? Like it's kind of like a big deal.
Well, learning generative AI and how to leverage those workloads and
people are
take
talking about it a
advantages.
lot.
Yeah, and also like prompt engineering. But in this case, like with Card Clash, it's helping you build architectures with those cards.
That is exactly what
Okay.
it's doing. And so we're going to play a Gen AI architecture, you and I.
I love that. I love that.
And what it's going to do is it is going to give
Can we pick
us...
any one of these?
We can pick any one of these. I'll pick the first one.
Okay.
Is that okay?
That works.
All right. So I'm going to say we're going to play this online, and it's going to create the match for me. And then once you see the code, go ahead and enter that
Okay.
code.
So I should be ready.
You should be ready. Yes.
Okay. 877-643. Trying to get it before anyone else joins. Joining, and I think I'm in.
Did you do it?
I think so.
Did you do it?
If you're playing against someone else who's not me, then that's going to be fun.
That would be, hey, you know what? I'd still be playing against somebody, right?
Both of our cards and things are actually doing it at the same time. But you know what? I have a major advantage here. I can see your cards. You can't see mine.
That is true. So I was just about to do that. But if you don't mind, I will explain the board a little bit here and the concept of the game.
Yes. Okay.
So I'm going to...
No.
So what you see here is the game board, and it is this one's a lower level generative AI architecture. And the goal of this is we have cards in our hand, And these cards correspond with AWS services.
Okay.
We need to use the services, the service cards, to complete the architecture diagram. And whoever has the most points when the architecture is completed is the winner.
So I see here AWS CLI. I see you have 3 cards for the management console. So if there were 3 slots for the management console, which ideally would just be 1.
Well, that's the trick. So you have, if you see in the lower left here, I have energy. And every card costs energy to play. And that's how we get our points.
Where's the energy?
Down.
Where it says 36?
Number 3.
Number 3, okay.
Number 3. So I use the management console to give myself more energy.
Oh, that's an energy meter.
That is an energy meter,
I
yes.
thought it was a hammer.
And so it costs, you thought it was a hammer?
I did, actually, like
literally. Or like where you hit the thing and then it shows your strength.
Yeah, or like Thor's hammer or something.
That'd be pretty cool. Oh, no, I ran. I lost my turn because this was what Aaron did. He distracted me, so I lost my turn.
All right, my turn. Okay, you can't see my screen, and no one can see my screen. So everyone is as blind as, what are you doing, Jason?
So if he plays a plus card, he'll get a little bit more energy.
I'm going to play, let's see if I can, oh, okay, I tapped on it. So slot hint, create, maintain, security, REST API. Oh, shoot, I'm running out of time. Real quick, authentication. I'm going to go authentication cognito.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Good choice, good choice. So that costs you 2 points to play, and you just gain 2 points for that. So now I can go, and since everybody can see my cards.
I haven't ended my turn yet.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
So I have 2 management consoles. I'm going to end my turn. I got rid of one of them.
Okay.
Now it's saying opponent turn.
Now it's my turn.
Now it's your turn.
Now it's my turn.
Okay.
So what Aaron was doing is, as you can see, if you are trying to learn a little bit more about these services and how they fit into these diagrams, you can click on these. There's a question mark that kind of gives you an explanation of what these services do. Like, oh, what is Amazon Textract? I mean, it's kind of a self-explanatory one, but
is it?
Some of the
what is it?
It extracts text.
Oh.
Yeah.
Actually, if our friends watching live stay tuned, there's an AI practitioner from Start to Certified series, not series, but it's a segment here live from the London Summit. And I'm going to be with Fred Hoskins, and we actually are going to demo Textract.
It's super cool.
Yeah. So
it's really, really cool.
Thanks for the lead-in.
Absolutely. And I didn't even know that was going to happen. It just worked out that way.
Live in the gray.
And I am living in the gray. So as you could see, like what Aaron was seeing was in his cards. So I have AWS Lambda. So I can click on each of these and get a hint of what might need to be in this slot. Run code without thinking about servers. Well, that seems pretty self-explanatory. You know what? I'm going to give myself a little bit of energy too. And you know what? Since I have that energy, you know what I'm going to do? I'm stealing your cognito slot.
Wait, no, that's points for you. And then
that is points for me. So what I just did was, since I stole his slot, he loses those 2 points. I gain those 2 points. 4-point swing.
Okay, so I'm blue on my side. You're yellow on my side. You're blue on your side. I'm yellow on your side.
Totally not confusing at all.
No, I mean, like, it's visually the same for both of us, but just opposite flips. Cool. So you stole cognito. You have Lambda. And REST API, I don't have anything for REST API. I'll probably look for like API gateway there. So the cool thing about this is like it helps you learn. You can click on the cards, you can explore the different options, you can understand what the services are, and then the more you understand the services, the better you can be at like creating this architecture diagram.
Yes.
So I know that I should probably look out for an API gateway card.
Yep.
Okay. Access models. What service is used to access models?
Do we have a service that accesses?
I think so.
Models?
I
don't have it in my hand.
I have it in my hand, and I just scored 2 points. It's Amazon Bedrock.
There you go.
So,
and now I will give you a hint, just to help you out here a little bit. I'm a
need
fair player.
Okay, thank you.
If you have an IAM card,
you
can drag that onto your Bedrock card and protect it.
Not enough energy.
Oh, you didn't have enough energy. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, play your energy first, because you didn't play that yet.
Play my energy. How do I play my energy?
There you go. Okay, now drag that IAM card.
Okay, so what I did, people can't see, is I'm going to end my turn, and hopefully Jason can show what I just did.
Yes,
hopefully.
absolutely.
All right, now it's your turn.
Okay, so what Aaron has done is he has protected that spot. I cannot steal that spot anymore. And that actually leads to, if anybody sees the guy over on the left there, is Professor Octopus.
Yeah.
he kind of creates a little bit of chaos in the game.
I see. Yeah, so
he's starting to get electrified here, and
He-
eventually what's going to happen is he's going to get upset and he's going to mess up the board.
Big shock.
So yeah, he's going to hit the board and he's going to knock stuff off the board and he's going to zap one of our cards in our hand as well. He's not a nice guy. He's not.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how he became a professor, but he's just definitely not a nice guy. So he can't break your bedrock. I can't steal your bedrock. I got to find something else to play.
IQ is there, but EQ needs some work.
Exactly.
Okay.
I love it. That's fantastic. Let's see. I don't think I'm going to need CloudFront, so we're going to discard that.
Now, you have IAM, and you can protect the authentication through IAM.
I could, yes.
Okay.
And so as you see, when you click on these, it tells you which kinds of cards will protect them.
That security or safety card.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you're also learning about how you secure those services too.
Yeah, yeah.
And the great thing about this game, if I may say, is since these boards...
What was that card? Was that API
Gateway?
The one that I talked about?
Yes, it was.
The one that I was looking for?
Yes, it was.
Dang, you had
There
it?
you go, and I just protected it too. And I'm going to end my
Which
turn.
also means that I can't steal it?
You can't steal it.
And Professor Octopus can't shock it?
He can't shock it. He can't.
Dude, I'm already losing. Man, okay.
You're going to do fine. Don't worry. You can steal my Cognito probably.
All right, so maybe. We'll see. So text summarization, image generation, and virtual assistant is the last one that we're looking for.
It is.
All right.
But can I give you I'm going to give you another hint.
Yes.
Because again, I like to play fair.
Please.
If you play that
and
you end your turn, you're going to lose because you don't have
enough
I
points.
have more points than you.
Yeah. I see that.
So
you, have
you
6, I
want
have
to
2.
try to steal my Cognito or my Lambda.
Well, yeah, because those aren't protected.
They are not
You
protected.
protected the REST API. Okay. All right. What
so
do I
if you have a Cognito or a Lambda,
okay.
Play your energy first.
Play my energy first. Okay.
You have any energy cards?
I
There you
do.
go.
Wait, hey, how do you know? You're not supposed to look at this.
I'm sorry. I was trying to help you.
Yeah, stop,
He doesn't want help.
Stop.
He doesn't want
I'm
help.
going to show everyone but you. Here, look. This is what's happening on my side. Jason, stop. Stop it, Jason. Okay. What do we have here? CloudFront, 2 CloudFronts. Why am I telling you?
I don't know. You just yelled at me for looking at it.
I know.
And now, yeah, you're telling me.
I have a Bedrock card. I'm going to get rid of that one. Do I lose points for...
No, you don't lose points for getting rid of them.
Do I lose points for playing the wrong thing in the wrong slot?
You do.
Okay,
Well, you don't lose points. You lose energy.
Game finished.
Oh.
Did I win?
No.
Defeat. It says victory on your side.
Jason won.
Can we zoom into this?
Jason won.
Defeat. I lost. Jason won.
I wouldn't say I won. I'd say you snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory.
You know what I would say? I would say we have an opportunity to play again and learn even more.
I think so.
Can we play a second one?
Let's do it.
Because now that I know, now that all of our friends everywhere across the world know how to play, let's do another one.
Let's do it.
Okay.
And that is the great thing about this game, as I was mentioning earlier, is that these boards usually generally take, between 5 and 10 minutes to play. So, hey, I got 10 minutes till my next meeting. I'm going to go play a card clash board.
Okay.
And learn a little bit more about, you know what? Here, let's do this. Do you want to pick a generative AI? Do you want to pick one of the boards?
Let's see. So we have Student Learning Assistant, generate an AWS Q&A app. That sounds fun. Let's do that one.
Let's do that one?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that one sounds great.
Do that.
Because I'm all about learning, and I feel like that one's going to help us understand the architecture of creating an app. Hold on. 023-633. Join. Did anyone else join before you? Before me?
Not yet. I don't see it.
Okay, I think I'm in. My game's starting. I see
There
things
it
up.
is. We got it. Okay.
Boom. All right. So I like this one because it's showing us the architecture of how to create this app, how we could create it, where we could use a Q&A app that we've built to learn, but we're learning how to build. It's like Learnception.
We're learning how to learn?
We're learning how to learn.
We're 3 layers deep now.
Yeah, the layer 3 welcome to the layer 3 of the learning model.
Very different from the OSI
Yeah,
model.
very different
But
from the OSI model.
Okay.
All right. So am I first, or is it your turn?
It is my turn.
Okay.
It is my turn. And you've distracted me again, so I don't have much time left, so
No,
I need to
no.
hurry up and go. So
And you still won last time. You were still victorious.
That's true. Okay, so I'm going to play API Gateway.
All right.
Oh, and I've got a couple of WAF cards. Oh, and I could protect.
A WAF?
Yeah.
Or laugh?
Laugh?
WAF? What's WAF?
WAF? Here, well,
So-
let's click on the question mark and let's see.
What does this say?
It's a web application firewall that helps
Okay.
protect web applications from attacks.
I like that.
So that's the great thing about this. Every single one of these cards has that question mark.
Yeah.
So if you're not familiar with the service, And then the best part too is obviously you may not know which services are used to build an architecture.
Yeah.
This is going to show you exactly what to use. We're
Okay.
using API Gateway. We're using CloudFront. We're probably going to use Bedrock, I would imagine.
Okay.
But you know what? I'm gonna end my turn here. Oh, I didn't have a choice. I ran out of
you ran out of time. I mean, good thing you're going to end it anyway. So
there you go.
Yeah.
I'm going to end it, and you're going to end me. Yes.
No.
He's going to win this time. He's going to win this time.
Yeah, and then if we have time, then maybe we can have like a draw breaker. But if not, yeah.
There
All
we
right.
go. Okay.
So, or tiebreaker, I mean. We'll see. Anyway, so what we're looking at here, we have CDN for a web app.
And I'm clicking on these as you bring those up.
Thank you. We have host web app right there. And we have app code. And the last one is generate Q&A. So what I'm thinking for CDN for a web app, again, if you study and practice these, and if you know the services, then you can start seeing these like puzzle pieces or the playing cards already going in hand. So I'm thinking maybe Amazon CloudFront there because it's a content delivery network. Hosting the web app, that could be something like maybe, it depends. Is it static or is it dynamic? If it's static, it could be something as simple as like an Amazon S3 bucket. If it's dynamic, then maybe you have an AC2 instance, app code. That depends on what it is, but we'll see. Because I have CloudFront, I'm gonna go ahead and play CloudFront on that code.
Okay.
Or on that slot. Let's wait for it to update. There it is.
Okay.
All right, and if I click on it, so if you click on it, Jason, then what does it say for security cards? So you said WAF, and I was already thinking that because the web application firewall can actually help to protect your CloudFront distribution, the points of presence, which are basically the distribution points around the world. And I ran out of time.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'll just play one card.
I was going to put my WAF on that and then protect it, but please don't steal it.
I don't have a card to steal it, so you're okay right now. You're okay. So let's see. I don't need API Gateway anymore. Let's keep these security ones. Let's see. So the one that you said about.
Wait, hold on. So you have a WAF card. Could you play your WAF on top of my card?
No.
My CloudFront?
No, because I don't own the spot you do.
Will it yell at you?
It will. You want me to try it?
Yeah,
Let's
I want to see it.
Ready?
No, I'm never ready. Invalid slot. Slot not owned by you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really, really good.
There you go. There you go. So, but you had brought up this one about host the web app. So we have a hint when we click on the slot. Object storage.
Okay. So we're looking at static content then.
We are.
And
Object
in that case,
storage.
Okay.
And so I happen to have an S3 card right here that I'm going to go ahead and play.
Okay.
And
I happen to know, my gut tells me that if you click on that S3 bucket card, it's going to tell you IAM. Yep.
It does. How about that? How about I protect it?
Dang it.
Will be nice.
I haven't.
I'm gonna go ahead and end my turn. For once, I'm going to end my own turn and not let it time out.
You're gonna end me.
No, other way around.
All right, I have protected my CloudFront. Okay, I put that web application firewall on there. App code. Let's see here. Generate.
Play
Q&A.
some energy if you have it too.
Oh,
get that extra energy.
Good point. Yeah. Get the energy over here in the blue. Can I play more?
I'm not looking at your cards, so I'm just saying if you have it.
I already used an energy card.
Oh, okay. You can only use it once per turn. That is correct.
So app code, I'm going to say app code is probably going to be a Lambda function because that's where my code would exist. And it would have API Gateway connect to Lambda to be able to help run that code. If I click on it, it'll tell me I need IAM to secure it. I don't.
You don't? Okay.
I don't. So moving on.
So yeah, and then one thing I probably should bring up, I don't think we did yet, as you can see, as we discard cards in our hand, we get more cards dealt to us from our deck.
Yes.
So it's all completely random.
Okay.
And there will be service cards that aren't even used in the architecture.
Okay.
It's up to us to define, which ones we're going to be using. Like, so for example here, I don't think we're going to be using Route 53 in any of this.
So you want to toss it?
I'm going to toss it. Let's toss it.
We only have one more slot, which is generate Q&A.
Let's do a little experiment here.
Okay.
I'm going to drag Lambda on here, and we're going to see what happens. So invalid
service
move.
Incompatible with slot.
So I got it wrong, and I lost 1 energy for doing that.
Okay.
So it's very strategic there, and okay, I think this is going to be. I think I know what this is going to be, but I'm going to end my turn because I want to see. Oh, here he goes. He's going to go. I think. No, not yet.
No, not yet. Okay, well, I see generate Q&A. I am thinking because this is generative AI. Oh, it is not. Oh, try playing energy cards to get more energy. I don't have enough energy.
You need energy.
I need energy. Okay, let's do that. Let's see if I can drop this one.
If you end your turn, Professor Octopus is going to knock out the board.
Let's see.
Oh, no.
End turn, game finished.
Game finished.
Yeah. All right, so
who won?
Game is finished. We're going to find out right now. defeat, victory. You know, we don't have enough time for a tiebreaker, but we do have enough time for all of you to go play this game. There's going to be a link in the chat, and check out Card Clash multiplayer. And yeah, that's it.
Let's do it.
Stay tuned for more from AWS On Air live at the London Summit. We are here for you, and we'll be right back. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome to our live coverage of the AWS London Summit. What an exciting summit it is. I'm thrilled to be there personally. But now we're going to be talking to some friends who actually do a lot of construction, a lot of design work, and have very complex rules around that design and construction work. And they decided to employ a little bit of generative AI to help with that. So I want to bring my new friends in. We'll meet them both, Yunfei, Alad. Let's start with introductions. Yunfei, you wanna kick it off?
Yeah, thank you, Am. And hello, everyone. My name is Yunfei Bai. I'm the principal solution architect from AWS industry team. So I partner with the Alad from the Amazon design construction team since 2023 to build these generative AI solutions. Glad to meet you here and share our experience. Thank you.
Glad you're here. Alad, you wanna give your intro, please?
Yeah, thanks, Am. Hi, I am Elad. I'm a Gen AI program manager at Global Engineering Services of Amazon, which we'll probably get to cover what that is in a second. I've been working with Yunfei and the team to bring generative AI solution to our areas. And my background is in construction and joined Amazon around 3 years ago, and now leading the AI program. So excited to be here, and really great to be here with Yunfei and Am. Thanks.
Yeah, Lad, I'm gonna ask you the first question, I believe here. You know, I've been in tech a while. We like to borrow terms from the construction industry, like architect. You know, we all love building things in tech. I've never got to build a physical thing in my life, so a little jealous of what you get to do a lot. But tell us, what does Amazon Design and Construction work on?
Well, to build on that, it's really satisfying. So I do suggest like even building a Lego stuff, which is quite similar to how we build our stuff. So you get the designs and you need to actually implement them on site, but you really need to understand really good is what those designs say. So taking a step back, what is Global Engineering Services? We are responsible for the design, the tendering, the contracting, the deployment, and eventually handover and retrofitting of the fulfillment centers in our network. That means anything from the massive robotic operated sites to the post office size facilities, which would be in your local neighborhood. They support getting items, parcels, commodities from vendors, manufacturers to our Amazon network, spread them across the world, and then make sure they get to the customer doorstep in time. Everything that we build, we expand the network, we retrofit it with new capabilities, new technology. Year over year, we expand all of it. And everything is to increase the selection that people have on the marketplace, make sure we're improving speed to serve, so get your parcels faster, and then reduce the cost, obviously. So you get everything cheaper, faster, and get more of this to do.
Now, we're here to talk about the generative AI solution that you all launched. And this seems to be a project that's been in the works for quite a while. Little known fact about me, in my much younger days, I know I'm still so youthful, it's hard to believe I had younger days. But in my younger days, I actually worked at a homeowners association. And, you know, on a much smaller scale, tons of rules, regulations, design considerations that you had to enforce at the homeowners association level. I can only imagine like how that expounds out exponentially when we're talking about constructing Amazon warehouses and things like that. So, you know, correct me if I'm wrong here. You must have had, you know, lots and lots of considerations. You must have had a lot of subject matter experts that, you know, get tickets all the time about, you know, can I build it this way? Can I build it that way? Why did generative AI come into the conversation to look at the problem of enforcing these rules, regulations, and all these design considerations?
Yeah, that's probably a spot on way to put it. So even if we look on internally with Amazon at what kind of level of information we're looking at. So our designs not only come from the construction teams, they come from the robotics team and IT and legal and work health and safety and so on and so forth. And that's only the internal part. So we've got local regulations, we've got global regulations, we've got codes, so on and so forth. So just to attach some numbers to it, an average project would start with 1,500 documents at a tender stage, which is very early on. This would gradually grow as you get more and more specifications and contracts and whatever would go into that, till you get to something on the lines of 30,000 documents. This could be a 1-2-pager, and they could be 150 pages long. So we can agree that this is not a manageable amount for one person or even one team, and holds a lot of subject matter expertise to it, as you said there, which, again, the person on site trying to execute, trying to do their job, would probably need to reach out to someone to support on that. This could take hours to days to even weeks, and eventually you don't have the information you need at the time you need it to perform your job. And Gen AI is really good at that, right? So it's really good at processing a lot of unstructured data, which is basically text, right? And it can help you make sense with that. It can help you access it very quickly. But the thing is, when we talk about engineering environment, is that you need it with a high level of accuracy. We're not that tolerable to the hallucinations, which is a known issue with Gen AI, right? So this was our biggest focus, to try and get this amazing engine to work in our environment and provide accuracy, provide specific values, tables, charts, everything that supports engineering space, and any other things like financials, purchase orders, so on, so forth, all those stuff that are associated with the project and project management. And this is where we needed to go a bit deeper and employ some advanced practices. So this is...
Yeah, what a huge problem. Yunfei, I want to hear from you more on, you hear about this problem. You say, okay, I think generative AI can help here. What's the architecture you pitch to them, right? Obviously, foundation models don't have access to any of this data. They weren't trained on this data. What did you pitch to this team on how to solve their problem?
Yeah, you're totally right. And then the foundation model doesn't have this domain-specific knowledge here. So that's why that we are the early adopter of the RAG, which is a retrieval augmented generation, which helps us to retrieve the data, a large amount of data from the knowledge base, and then to convert that into the natural language response by using large language model and to our end users. So we are the early adopter of the RAG since we started the journey in 2023, when this RAG is still a new concept. And we use LangChain to build the RAG pipeline, and we also selected a different number of models on top of the AWS SageMaker and Jumpstart to find the most cost-performant model. Then with that,
can you give me real quick, Yunfei, for anybody in the audience who's unfamiliar with LangChain, what does LangChain do for you in this?
Yeah, so LangChain is basically an open source framework that we use to build the RAG pipeline, including a knowledge base, including the retriever model, including the embedding model and generator model. So we use that to facilitate the overall pipeline there. And with that, then we also leverage a lot of different type of AWS services by that time. So basically, we use the DynamoDB to store the chat history and all the user logs. And we use the OpenSearch to store the knowledge base and provide the fast and retrieval in the good latency.
Was that your vector database then, OpenSearch?
And that's correct. Yes, that's all correct. Then with the time goes on, the technology evolves. So now we have Bedrock with a lot of new models available. So we started to use the new models on top of Bedrock. For example, the Amazon Titan text embedding version 2 as embedding model, and also we use the Cloud Haiku and Sonnet model for the generator model. So with that, we can further improve the overall processes and also the efficiency.
I know we want to see this. So I want to get into that as quickly as possible because everybody loves seeing it. I have one more question for you, Yunfei. So with RAG, right, Alad mentioned earlier that accuracy was vitally important to the solution. Were you able to achieve the accuracy levels that you wanted just with RAG?
Yeah, that was actually one of the challenges we faced. So the RAG at the time was a bit naive. So the accuracy was not as good as what the customer is expecting. So with that, we created innovation to use the model fine-tuning to further improve the overall accuracy in the RAG pipeline. So first of all, we use the supervised fine-tuning to educate the model to better understand the domain knowledge. And then further to that, we also created a new feature into our application to allow the users to give us a feedback. Then we use that feedback data to do the reinforcement learning to further improve the model accuracy. So with that, we are able to improve the positive score from 72% to 85%.
Wow.
So we published all of these innovations in our blog post, and we can share with a wider audience that you can see how we address this, and so it'll be beneficial to the other customers having a similar situation.
Yeah, let's we can drop that in chat so people can go explore on their own more about the architecture and the evolving architecture. It sounds like here too. I might ask you a question about that later, but Alad's got his screen up now, and we've actually got the chat experience in front of us. So let's dive in. Let's see it working.
All right, cool. So I'll start off with a very simple question just to show how it can accurately pull up some specific values from our specifications. And do bear in mind that this is accessing quite a few documents. So there's around 10,000 pages that are being processed at the moment. So I'll just ask it, what is the installation value requirements for the roof? So let's say we're in the stages of deployment of the roof, and we're getting the roof elements, and we want to make sure that they meet the requirements of our specifications. So I'm just going to put that there, and you'll see it's going to run through the documents. It's going to pull back the information, and then let's just go through this response very quickly. So first of all, the installation value is what we call a U value, which is a technical term, but myself as a construction manager, maybe on site, I don't have to know specifically what's that called. I don't need to know the units and so on and so forth, because I'm not that subject matter expert. I don't even need to know who that expert is or where that should be found. It's just putting that for me. And I can tell you this is correct. So this is the U value for the roof. And this is, it's providing actually more than I asked it to, but another important aspect of it is telling me where this is coming from. So this might look a bit, it's not very friendly naming convention here, but it does tell me where this is coming from, which document in our specification, the pages where it's mentioned. So if I want to double check or maybe read more about it, I can always refer to that as well. So that will be example number one. And
that's the source, I think, is incredibly helpful to include there too. Makes it very easy to go find exactly where it's pulling this information from. That's great.
And I can ask a follow-up. So if I want to know what would be that value for the facade.
Oh, that's right. Yunfei, you mentioned the conversations are stored in DynamoDB. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you can provide the context. You're not starting in the conversation from zero each time you ask a question. That's awesome.
Exactly. So you can really deep dive. Again, I'm picking on some simple examples, but maybe you can start from like a specific question and understand you need more information that's related to it. So you can always put some more follow-up questions to the chat and remain within that conversation window and would have that context. And again, providing you with the source of where it's coming from and the specific value that you asked it about.
Okay. Very cool.
Thanks. So that's item number one. The second thing, as I said earlier, we're supporting a global network, which means we support multiple countries and languages. So one of the requirements we had was around multilingual support. And I'm not a French speaker, but I asked a friend to kind of translate a question for me. And I'm going to ask a question to it in French. So as I'm just pasting that in, so I cannot type it myself. I'm basically asking it, how many parking spots?
How many parking spaces? Yeah, I speak a little French, a little bit.
So, all right. So then you'll see that it's not only understanding the question, but also retrieving it back, the response in French. So it tells me that we have 851 parking spots all over, and then it gives me some details around well, you need to help me here, AM, because I think it's around motors and electric vehicles.
4 places for cars, or 43 places for cars, 85 for electric, like EVs, and I don't know the last one, unfortunately.
I'm gonna assume that's bicycles, but
yeah, I think you're right.
All right, cool. And so
Was this an additional feature, or was the LLM actually already capable of did you have to build in the language support, or did the LLM already support multiple languages?
Yeah, this is supported by the LLM, so we use cloud model, so that's the multi-language support already.
Awesome, very cool.
And one more thing that I wanted to show before we go into the feedback feature is what happens if I have information that's spread across maybe multiple pages in a document or across several documents altogether. So I'm going to ask it now to summarize some information around fire-resistant ratings for different elements in the building. And then it will go and pick it up from the different locations and put it all together into a list of all the elements and their fire resistance. So again, just looking a bit at the response. So you see, first of all, I got this consolidated list. It's providing me with the coding for it, which again, I have no idea what that means exactly. But since I asked it to provide it with the ratings in minutes, then it says it provided here the equivalent to 60 minutes fire resistance. And it gives this for ceiling, maybe some wall elements, upper parts, so all the elements that it was able to locate. And again, it gives the multiple locations where it found this information.
So you mentioned a lot. You have a bunch of subject matter experts, right, reviewing these things. And Yunfei also mentioned that you all were taking customer feedback as they were using this tool and then fine-tuning the model with that, with reinforcement learning. What does it look like? Is that what we're about to see with the assistant feedback side of this?
Correct. So once we were, we had several types of efforts, as Yunfei mentioned, to kind of improve the accuracy. And at some point, we wanted to have the SMEs reviewing the responses. So we built this additional module here for feedback, which basically the SMEs were asked to test it, ask a question, which they know the answer for or can validate it as they see it. And then they would have the same conversation as they had in the main window, but here they will have this additional area where they can provide their feedback. The user would usually be automatically populated, and here they can provide this rating, which is basically a 1 to 5 scale for strongly disagree all the way to strongly agree. And they can provide here additional suggestions. So they can tell us whether the source was wrong, or the source was right, but the response was wrong, or any other type of issue that was coming up from there. And this is actually very useful, as I'll hand it over to Yunfei in a second, because we were able to use this to fine-tune the model. So Yunfei, do you want to add a bit on this one?
Yeah, absolutely, right. So then for the reinforcement learning, we expected both the good answers and bad answers. Then here, then the user's feedback help us to understand which answers are not good enough. Then with the scores here, then we can use as a scores to facilitate the reward model in the reinforcement learning, so that the model can understand which responses are bad that can be abandoned, and which responses are good can be kept into the model knowledge. So with that, we dramatically see the improvement in the accuracy with respect to this mechanism.
I love it. Now, I can't believe it. We are almost out of time. It feels like we just started talking. This has been fascinating. I thank you both very much. I wanted to ask you, Yunfei, you mentioned this project started back in 2023. It's now 2025 right now for anyone watching in the future. 2 years in AI is decades, right? Like that's a decade's worth of innovation that's happened in between those 2 years, really. So what are you evaluating now with all of the things that have changed, all the things that are coming out? Is there anything on your radar to come in and work with in this solution?
Absolutely. I think that since you said this Gen AI is moving very fast, and we see a lot of innovations across the time, and especially 2025 is Agent AI year, right? So there are a lot of, this is a very hot topic and a lot of applications around that. So we're also looking into convert these applications into multiple agents, including a chat agent to facilitate this communication and interaction experience. And we also look at using this reinforcement learning mechanism to convert that into the reinforcement fine-tuning agent that can be beneficial to other customers having the same challenges to improve the accuracy. And in the meantime, we're also looking at expanding our experience into multimodality. then using the LLM's video and audio and image understanding capabilities to expand our experience for the customers to do more use cases, for example, like the site inspection, taking the pictures from the site and identify the problems, and to help them to improve the productivity and efficiency. So all of these are good activities that we are looking forward to in the new year.
It sounds exciting, Yunfei. Thank you for that. I look forward to maybe you all coming back, and maybe we'll be talking about the MCP server and client for the Amazon Design and Construction chat experience. Who knows? But until then, we've got a blog post that you all can go read about for this solution. In particular, if you want to dive deeper into the architecture and all of the tech goodness here. Yunfei, a lot. Thank you for joining us today, and we'll see you. Stick around. There's more.
Hey folks, welcome to another edition of AWS On Air. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I am a partner enterprise architect here at AWS and joined by my usual partner in crime and the sole reason I'm on AWS On Air at this point, AM. Say hey, AM.
Hi, AM. You knew I was going to do it. You set me up.
I did.
How dare you? I'm a dev advocate on the AWS Game Day team here, and I'm always excited to be with you, Adrian, talking interesting things with AWS On Air. We're actually live at the London Summit right now, I believe, right?
I think so. 2 places at once.
It's incredible. It's incredible the technology we have available to us now. So we're going to be talking with some friends about one of my favorite topics. 2 of my favorite topics, actually, really? I will say. Yeah. Okay. Coffee and serverless. These are like, there's not a better pairing, I don't think, in the world.
I'm going to have to say so. And I may have the jitters at some point because I may have had a extra large mocha with an extra quad added to it for 8 shots. So I feel pretty good right about now. And at this point, I feel kind of weightless, just like the idea is behind serverless. So this is going to be kind of an interesting discussion. What are you doing these days in the serverless arena?
Oh, Game Day is actually the platform it runs on is pretty much entirely serverless. So
really?
We do a lot. Yeah, we do a lot. We got lots of serverless architecture throughout. And my coffee habits are unhinged. So we can talk about both those things with our guests, which we should bring in. Hey there. Welcome to the show. All right, let's start with intros. Letizia, you wanna kick things off for us?
Of course. Thank you for having us. I'm Letizia, Startup Solutions Architect, London-based. Very happy to be here at the summit today. And every day I work with mainly fintech startups, helping them scale on the cloud. So very excited to be here talking about serverless and Gen AI today.
Very cool. And Marco, please give us your...
Hey, everyone. I'm Marco. I'm also in the same team as Letizia within the UKI startup team. And I primarily focus on Irish greenfield startups. So these are our early stage startups, which leverage serverless a lot. So super excited to be here as well to talk about serverless and coffee.
All right. I love it. Working with some fast moving, nimble companies, I imagine. I used to work in the startup space myself. It's exciting to be in that industry, in that market. So, but why are we here talking about serverless and espresso? What brought those 2 things together? Who wants to answer that? Marco, maybe?
Sure. I mean, I'll start with the coffee, and it's basically because Letizia and I are both Italian. So what more could you ask for than 2 people to talk about coffee with? And specifically serverless espresso, which, as the name suggests, is serverless. So it is our fully event-driven architecture that has both a front end and back end for you to be able to order your coffee and then pick up your coffee. And all of this is managed through our serverless services here at AWS that specifically focus on abstracting away all the management of infrastructure for you, which specifically for our startups is super important because they're so time constrained. And that really allows you to eliminate that overhead and managing and scaling your infrastructure. So yeah, excited to talk about serverless espresso.
That's really cool. The Letizia, my understanding, you can actually get coffee from this place. This
you do.
Yeah?
there is a Serverless Espresso booth where you can go and try out the application yourself, see if it actually works. Spoiler, it does. So if you find the Serverless Espresso booth, you'll be able to order the coffee, and you'll see part of the demo that we're going to show today live. So you'll see your coffee appear on the screen and progress through all of the stages of the event-driven architecture behind the scenes. So that's pretty cool.
Did you hear that, Adrian?
I did. I'm probably at the booth right now at this point.
But did you hear the word that I just picked up on?
Which one? I heard lots of words.
Demo. I heard demo. So we're actually going to see this working, Letizia.
Okay.
We are, yeah.
This is one of the experiences, yes? We're not going to see the whole thing.
No, today we're going to see the end-to-end customer review portion of the Serverless Espresso. So we have Marco here who's going to order a coffee and he's going to give us a review. So I think if we're ready, we can kick it off and see how it works.
Let's go. And a bit of a disclaimer. I am Italian, but I am not that big of a coffee drinker. So this will be the first time I'm actually trying coffee with you all. So
wow.
Wait, ever? Like you've never had coffee before?
I'm more of a tea guy. That's how I get my caffeine kick and I start my morning.
See, the trick is to have a giant glass of tea, iced. I know, I'm sorry, that's a cardinal sin in England, and then chase it with a large coffee so that you're extra alert and extra caffeinated. That's the secret to success.
Amazing. Maybe I could try that. All right, so I'll be ordering my first coffee, and because it's my first coffee, I'd want to go for something a bit, let's say, a bit lighter. So I'm gonna go for a cappuccino because it has a bit of milk. I don't want to go too strong straight away. Okay. So I'm just sent in my order to the Serverless Espresso bar, and I have actually already got it ready to be picked up. So I'm just gonna have a sip of my cappuccino. And that was a very fast service and also a very, very good cappuccino, I have to be honest, for first one. Not bad. I think I had a perfect temperature and taste. So now that I've had my coffee, I want to actually review it because that's one of, let's say, the core competencies of what we want to show here is actually providing that customer review and automated response that allows your startup or specific businesses to scale by leveraging our GenAI technology. So let me just...
I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm going to. Sorry, Marco. I want to ask right here first, too. Obviously, the review process for a new and burgeoning business, even for a long-standing business, very important, right? Feedback from your customers, incredibly important. Yeah. So I imagine we're going to see parts of this architecture automated and parts of it not. Do we want to talk about that really quick before we get into the reviews about which parts are automated and which parts of the system are not?
Definitely. So what we find as our customers approach GenAI, we do trust these models that are very powerful. And exactly as you said, when you have a lot of customer reviews online, you do want to keep up the engagement. So we do encourage everyone to use these very powerful technologies. But sometimes when we're not sure how they're going to react, we do want to put guardrails in place. So we have part of that architecture that will funnel directly these customer reviews straight to our GenAI model so that the model can respond. Maybe when we are sure that the response is not toxic or when it's a positive review. But if we're not 100% sure, we want to keep a human in the loop. So we want to have someone in our team that is there to review the operations of the model, or even to review the review itself, and even might decide to respond themselves instead of having a GenAI model to do so. And this architecture here allows you to do that. And this is how the flow works. So this is actually from a past execution of this workflow. So we start by leaving the review. So what Marco was just about to do there was about to create an event. So in that case, the review itself was the event that triggered the workflow. And we can see how in this case, this was our happy path. So the review that we left here was positive. So we see the green path in this UI. This is the AWS console we are looking at step functions, which is our serverless orchestration service, where we are able to easily build these workflows just by dragging and dropping all the different states in the
Can I
UI.
ask real quick, Leticia? So in this case, right, you've got multiple paths, right, like an if-else type situation, right? If the review is not toxic, send it down one path. If it is, send it down another. Very common use case and pattern, I think, for implementing step functions to orchestrate that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Cool. Go ahead, Adrian.
Yeah, I think something needs to be called out, that the art of doing this and opening up possibility to injecting human in the loop and building in this specific manner is only really possible by engaging and leveraging our managed services and using these things in a innovative and novel way. And the only way you can really do that is pulling yourself out of the minutiae of managing these resources to even get you to this position. I grew up in the data center. That's no secret. But here, leaving all of that behind and leaving the undifferentiated heavy lifting is really the only way possible you can get to this state. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. And I think the real power of step functions in this case is that it's all serverless, but it uses other services in the background. So if we look at how we're detecting toxicity in this case, we're using Amazon Comprehend, which is one of our more traditional AI and machine learning services. But for response generation, we are instead using Bedrock, which is our API-based Gen AI service. And just by abstracting away from managing the infrastructure, you can use all those building blocks to build the flow that works best for you.
That's great. I love that. One of the things I just took away too was Adrian was born and raised in a data center, which is unique. I thought. So Marco, I know I interrupted you earlier. I want to get back to you to give you your chance to leave your review of your first.
My cappuccino review. My first.
I wanted to know what was going to happen in the background before we saw that review go. So I apologize. But
no apologies needed. All right. So I thought it was a pretty good coffee. So I'm just going to send over my review, which should be appearing on the screen.
There we go. So good. Perfect temperature. All right.
Yeah. And so in this case, automatically our step function, maybe we can go and actually see the workflow execution, but it deemed this review to be and have a low toxicity. So it directly went to generate a response through our Bedrock Gen AI serverless service. So then that can be fed back directly to the user and then, acknowledge the fact that they have provided a comment and, continue with that customer obsession that we're also passionate about.
Marco, your review apparently has a toxicity of 0.2 on a scale from 0 to 1, so pretty low.
Pretty low. I was pretty kind, I have to say.
Congrats on not being toxic, Marco. That's incredible. I've never achieved that myself. Only toxic. So that's great. So yeah, what we just saw, right? Let me see if I can recap for anybody watching that wasn't able to follow, right? We sent to Amazon Comprehend the review that was left by Marco. Comprehend determined not toxic. That kicked off one of the orchestration layers inside step functions, which determined to send it to our model in Bedrock, which generated a response in order to be able to post back to that customer and say, thank you, right? Like something I'd love to maybe this is too far down into the weeds, but seeing the prompt that's being used is something maybe we could look at in a little bit too, on how are you generating the response back to that customer? Oh, there we go. Look at Leticia. She's already got a pulled
prompt.
All right.
Here is the system prompt. So we're saying you're a humble product review responder. Your only job is to write a response to a product review left by the customer. And the prompt goes on, and we can see the task result, which is also what is displayed in the UI, which is thank you for your wonderful review. This is what the Claude model in Bedrock is saying. We're delighted to hear you enjoyed the perfect temperature and delicious taste of our cappuccino.
I love it.
I think Kendrick Lamar would be very happy with this. Be humble, right? I hope he told it it's a humble
At a
product.
minimum, he will say they are not like us. I can promise.
That's true. That's true. All right. So we've seen the happy path. We've seen the positive path. Do we have an example of maybe the not so positive?
Yeah, let's say AM's being persnickety and saying that it was slightly too acidic because you roasted the beans too long or the espresso wasn't properly tamped down.
I wish my taste in coffee could determine something like that, but it all tastes the same to me.
How dare you? That is a cardinal sin.
I know. Hey, drop in chat if you're watching right now. Drop in chat. What's your favorite coffee beverage? Cappuccino, espresso, Americano.
Espresso to try and see what kind of review we can get with that. All right,
yes, please.
So let me just order an espresso. I have my little espresso mug here as well. And let me just taste it. And yeah, as you both said, that was quite burnt, to be honest. So I'm not very satisfied with the actual service of Serverless Espresso right now. So I'm just gonna leave off a review that the coffee really was a bit terrible. It was burnt, killed, and it's not very good. A bit disgusting. So I've just sent over that review now.
Are you reading my online reviews? Because that's pretty spot on. I'm just saying, I am a coffee stop, and everybody knows it.
All right, so we've got the negative review getting entered now. Yes.
Yeah, it has been sent. Maybe we just need a quick refresh of the UI.
Yeah.
Pop on screen.
Or a demo dance.
There we go. There we go.
We see it twice, but we see pretty well how it wasn't answered directly. That's because, the workflow is not sure what to do here. It does want to send it to a human to review the review before answering directly. What do we think? Toxic or non-toxic?
I would guess toxic, I suppose, right? Marco's kind of being toxic here.
Actually, before I respond, can I just show you the execution in the backend? I think
let's look.
It's quite interesting to look at it at this point. Let's see if I refresh.
Okay, there we go.
We see here that Marco did trigger a new execution, but it's stuck in the wait for human review state. So until I approve or not, it's not going to move out of this state. And I can decide whether I want to send it to the Gen AI model for response, or if I just want to disregard it overall. I think I'm going to go back and say that it's toxic.
Okay.
And so in that moment, we have a request sent to step function to continue the execution, which in this case will ignore that review.
Let's see. And here it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay, wonderful.
Human in the loop, always a good thing.
Yeah, it's really cool to demonstrate that capability of step functions too, to pause the workflow, right, in order for maybe some manual intervention that's needed. So very cool. Look, we are running short of time, unfortunately. I wish we could continue with this coffee tasting. I actually went to a coffee place once, very famous coffee place, and they do tastings. And I was by myself, and I ordered the tasting, and they were like, "Are you sure? That's a lot of coffee." And I was like, "Yeah, bring it on." And they were perplexed that I drank that much coffee. So I could do coffee tasting with you all day. Unfortunately, we've got to move on. But before we do, I want to make sure that we come back and tell everybody how they can, if they're at the summit right now, right? There's obviously the booth we talked about. They can go order a coffee from Serverless Espresso itself. There's also a workshop, right, Letizia?
Yes, there is a Serverless Espresso workshop running in the afternoon. But if you're not at the summit and you do want to run it at home in your own AWS account, the workshop is also publicly available. So you can also do that.
Very nice. And we will drop a link to that for you all in chat. Incredible. Adrian, what are you thinking? What's on your mind now?
I'm thinking it's coffee o'clock at this point. All this talk about coffee and positive and negative reviews is making me a little thirsty. But it also helps, raise the art of the possible. What can be done in leveraging these services? We talk a lot about undifferentiated heavy lifting, but it's truly that back end magic that makes stuff like this possible. I encourage you to go out and give it a try. And if at all you have questions, by all means, chat. Let us know. We'll do our best to help you out and look forward to understanding what you're building.
Most important question, I think, actually, before we end. Marco, how was your first coffee experience?
I'm just saying I might have been converted to drinking coffee.
Really?
Maybe, but not espresso. That's too strong. Just with a bit of milk, just to gently start off my coffee journey.
Okay, nice.
Maybe you can get your Cuban coffee stat.
Welcome to.
I can claim myself to be a bit more Italian now as well.
All right. Well, Marco, Leticia, both, thank you so much for coming in, showing us. This was incredible. But for all of you watching at home, stick around because we will be back with more at the London Summit. Bye.
Amazing. Bye. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to AWS On Air live at the London Summit. I'm Jasmine Kiles and I'm joined here with my co-host.
Hello, I'm co-host. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a partner enterprise architect here at AWS. Jasmine, what have you been hearing about living life out on the edge?
Don't go too far over it.
Fair enough. But today we are going to go both far and deep into it because we are joined by a couple special guests, individuals I've worked with for quite some time on the Outpost service. Gentlemen, would you mind saying for a second who you are, what you do, and why puppies are superior to kittens?
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, Adrian. Hi, my name is Jason Harland. I'm a senior manager for the AWS Outpost organization. I lead the platform development team, and I'm here to talk to you about the launch of our latest and greatest generation of AWS Outpost servers that we announced yesterday.
And I'm Robbie Belson. I'm just your friendly neighborhood developer advocate, and I support our AWS hybrid and edge services based in New York City, but happy to be here in London.
Nice.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming. Now, Jason, you made mention that we just launched yesterday. Can you tell us a little bit about that and help level set folks in the audience what Outpost is and why you're so excited about it? And also, in that note, chat, let us know what you're doing out at the edge. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we launched yesterday, effectively, our second generation of AWS Outposts. We launched originally our first generation back in 2019, and we've seen a lot of success with the Outpost product across healthcare, telecommunications, effectively with any customer who has unique data residency, network bandwidth requirements, or latency-sensitive workloads that they can't normally satisfy with the public cloud. AWS Outpost has been a great solution for them, and we've seen success with customers like FanDuel as well as NASDAQ.
Awesome. Yeah. Go ahead.
Just awesome, Adrian?
Well,
I think it was magnificent.
Well, remember, I spent a good deal of time over the last couple of years helping get the partner business going with Outpost, so I know it very intimately.
Yeah.
And I know what we're going to talk about because not only did Robbie spoil it a little bit, but because I'm on the team where we talked about it quite a bit last week in Seattle.
Yeah.
So, Robbie, you mind letting us know what we're going to be getting into? And I believe that you created a demo from scratch specifically for this.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to play a little bit of a video here, a little tour de Outpost, if you will, and
Okay.
Jason's going to walk us through here what we're seeing and what's different. Customers were telling us they want to support mission-critical workloads, performance. Here's how we delivered it. Take a look, folks.
Yeah, so thanks. I'll start it off and kind of give you a little bit of a background on what we launched a little while ago. So new with Outpost is we launched a independent ability to scale your network, Outposts, storage, as well as EC2 compute with launch of a new network edge rack. In addition to that, we've given key benefits with support of the latest and greatest EC2 Gen 7 instances. We've also supported launch of our new high bandwidth accelerated EC2 instance types, supporting up to 800 gigabytes of instance networking, all accelerated and provided by customer managed networking. Also coming along with that is our new high-efficiency busbar architecture that enables customers to scale in 5, 10, 15, all the way up to 30 kVA increments, leading industry scalability as well as hyperscaler densities. And last but not least, we launched the ability with the new AWS Nitro Security Key 2.0, which provides groundbreaking security, all tied into our EC2 Nitro security system, as well as providing clear and consistent root of trust, as well as compliance and encryption mechanisms.
Yeah. With some of those security features, what are customers able to do with that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we've worked really closely with some customers, including our government associations who are interested in things like FIPS 140 and 140-3 compliance certification, as well as they give us ability for customers to dynamically shred their data with this feature set called cryptographic erasure. We literally unplug the Nitro security key, hand it to them, and they're able to go screw a little screw and completely destroy all the data and make it cryptographically unreachable.
Just like that, just turn the screw and it's done.
Yep, turn the screw and it's done.
Wow. Okay. So it sounds like we talked about the security piece. Robbie, while we get ready to do this demo, I just wanted to hear, in your opinion, what are you considering, or what are customers considering as a must-have for building a use case to use the service? You know, I know this answer quite intimately, but I want to hear your perspective.
The must-have features, I think, goes back to what you're trying to optimize for. I mean, since the very start when we launched AWS Outpost, latency has always been a big factor of how can I get as close as possible to wherever that data is being produced or consumed. And that doesn't change, and neither does the need for local data processing or data residency. I think what's different now is when you think about, again, those mission-critical workloads. We're going to talk about financial services here in a second. Maybe let's anchor in telecommunications, because we've been working with some really cool customers, the likes of Telefonica Germany, to explore how to bring those same AWS Outpost racks within their data center to really think about cost-efficient traffic scaling. So what does that mean and why does that matter? Well, think about 5G networks. You're consuming more data every single day.
Yep.
Well, operators have to match that within their own network to make sure that their network functions can scale to meet that bandwidth.
Yeah.
And in our world in telco, it's all about that 5G core data plane. And so you've got these specific network functions like user plane function, or even the radio access network central unit, or CU, that you can deploy in these AWS Outposts to be able to deliver, again, hundreds of gigabits per second of bare metal networking. That's what customers love most. So when you're looking at those critical attributes, it's everything that customers loved before, but also to being able to meet those mission critical needs in the years to come.
And when you talk about something like working with the telco company, I immediately start doing scalability in my head, right? Like, one person isn't just looking for that 5G connection. You have millions of subscribers who might be looking for it.
And I want to turn over to Jason, because there's this new feature all about the independent scaling compute networking that customers have been asking for. That's just so fascinating.
Yeah. We've been working really closely as the team mentioned, specifically around scaling out independent compute networking capacity, our ability to go provide ultra high performance bare metal networking with the latest and greatest Mellanox NICs. We're really super excited about this, is the ability to independently land our compute capacity is really resonated, particularly for customers like Telefonica, as well as some of our other customers like NASDAQ, who we've been piling with over the past couple of years.
Awesome. Yeah, and you touched a little bit on the type and constituency of customers that have come over to Outposts. And I would love to see the type of stuff that they can do on this new generation of it, because I remember, the original spec, and this is just completely different from what that spec originally was. So, Robbie, we'd love to see it.
As they say, different but same. And by that I mean, for those of you who've launched an Amazon EC2 instance in the region, you're going to see a whole lot of similarities, and that's by design. Same operational consistency, same AWS APIs you know and love. So, absolutely. So where I want to start is maybe level set as a persona. So I'm a telco guy, but I'm going to put on my financial services hat here for a second to cover another one. You think about mission critical workloads. You think about payment systems. You think about all these different use cases that require low latency, high bandwidth, heavily regulated workloads. So imagine I'm a proprietary trading firm, happen to be based in the Midwest. I'm trying to topologically optimize my customer premise as close as possible to the nearest exchange, maybe the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. And so what are my requirements? performance. We're talking low latency. We're not even just talking milliseconds. We're talking microseconds. So latency matters. Regulatory compliance matters, where I need to be able to provide fair access to all participants. Very, very important. And then lastly, I love my AWS cloud experience, but I need to bring that to my customer premise. And what does that look like? You may have seen this before when we first launched AWS Outpost. A lot of this looks very similar. So again, we're fast forwarding to the scenario where you already have your AWS Outpost activated in your customer premise. If you want to launch compute, that workload, whatever we might be launching, in this case, we're going to launch a fraud detection sample web application. What does that look like? Well, the first thing that you can do is, well, this is my outpost, and you can inspect that outpost to learn a little bit more about it. Every outpost needs to be anchored to an availability zone in the region. This is a fundamentally connected offering. That's very important.
Also important, Robbie, is it possible to anchor a single outpost to multiple availability zones? I hear that a ton from customers.
I'll let you cover that.
Yeah, so Outpost inherently is actually connected specifically to each AZ. So we've worked with a number of customers so that if they want to go have multiple outposts deployed on their site handling varied loads, you can have one outpost connected to one AZ on your facility as well as another outpost connected to a different AZ, giving you the ability to scale as well as handle that similar availability and multi-AZ resiliency model.
Awesome, thank you for that.
And the other thing I want to cover is when we talk about that, I also interpret your question as that customers ask about the one-to-many relationship with Outposts. You might be saying, oh, Robbie, so this AWS Outpost here corresponds to one physical rack, right? Well, not really. When you really look on, behind the scenes, at the simplest value, we talk about independent scaling of networking compute. You're going to have a networking rack that can independently scale from the compute rack. But your logical outpost here that I see here ending in F77 could actually be multiple physical racks. So again, as you think about scalability, this isn't necessarily one physical rack, and that's important when we're operating potentially millions of transactions on a daily basis. Now, I know we only have a few minutes, so I'm going to jump to the fun part here.
Yeah,
you create a subnet just like you would in the region, except you see here that outpost ID, that's the only difference. But the same API to launch the subnet in the region is the same API in the outpost. And then the fun part is if you want to launch an instance, we just go here, Actions, Launch Instance. And it takes you right to the console, and it does something really cool. Specific to these next generation instances that we have, specifically, not just the bare metal network instances, but the M7i, C7i, and R7i that deliver more than 40% increase in performance compared to what was previously available.
Okay.
You see that filtered in the console. So you can only select from what's already there, which is super helpful. But this looks, I mean, keep me honest here, Adrian, this looks exactly like I would
It does.
in the region.
It does. It's anticlimactic. It's the exact same thing I tell customers and partners. Temper your expectations. All you got to do is specify the subnet, and off you go.
Yeah. And if I were to go ahead and click Launch Instance over here, I go to that instance itself. I've already launched that financial services workload. I'm going to go ahead and visit that IP address. And our friends at Third AI helped us develop a really cool, simple anomaly detection application, obfuscating PII, detecting if the transaction was processed successfully. So what does this mean for you, for the folks at home? And again, we'd love to hear from you in the chat. Maybe you're not processing credit card transactions at 5 transactions per second here. But what matters is as follows. This transaction validation mirrors what you might be doing for your application around trade order processing against account permissions and risk parameters and trading limits. You're not operating at 5 requests per second. You're operating at millions. We believe that this application is illustrative to say, as you think about those mission-critical workloads, when you think about the managed services, the likes of Amazon EKS, this is running as a container. You can run this as a pod in EKS. The scalability, the increased performance, and the seamless experience on AWS you know and love is what we're most proud of as we think about this launch of the next generation of AWS Outposts. And we invite you to tell us your feedback, what you love, what you want to see from us, and we can't wait to hear more from customers.
Yeah, so tell us, before you leave, how can customers take advantage of this breakthrough performance and scalability that just launched? How do they get on Outpost?
Yeah, I mean, the best and greatest tide is reach out to your account team. Talk to them, see if AWS Outpost is right for you. It's really key and an awesome solution for anyone with local data residency requirements, local processing requirements, or latency-sensitive workloads. So talk to your account team.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, gentlemen. In closing, as Robbie mentioned, he got to work with Third AI to go through and make this. If there's a component of your workflow that may need partnership, by all means, lean in every bit that you can. We're here to help on the specialist team, on the service team, and as well, just your plain old regular architect like me. Jasmine will probably send me to go do the things, but hey, that's the way it goes sometimes. And folks, stay tuned. We got a lot more content coming up for you here in the next little bit. Look forward to having a chat yet again. And I think in like 30 minutes, we'll be doing game day, something like that.
We are. We're ready to rock on game day. So stay tuned. You don't want to miss it, and you get to play along with us.
Thanks.
Thank you.
technology has always been a passion of mine.
My goal is to try to be as ethical and responsible as I can be as an engineer.
I would like to use artificial intelligence to bring change and to improve the living standards of Kenyans. My name is Olympio Etieno.
Gideon Bayende.
Vilia Vinaita.
And I am Prerana Sapkota. When I started the AWS AI and ML scholarship program, I could actually learn through doing. And I was able to take my education into my own hands.
Using AI, my team and I have created a software to diagnose the remaining capacity in used EV batteries and repurpose that power for further use.
My colleagues and I have made a mobile application called iFub. With AI, farmers are able to detect crop diseases and help them get a large harvest.
We have created the Women for Cyber Benevolence chapter to show it is possible to become a female leader in the technical field.
Education is something that can make you independent. Why not give back to this community what I have learned?
I now know that I am capable of doing well in this particular field. It's amazing when you think about it.
Hi, can I have a hug?
Okay, nice to meet you. Today, I'm using AWS Gen AI to make 2 cleats for My Cause, My Cleats.
My Cause, My Cleats allows players to wear something different and support causes that we really care about. The Patricia Allen Fund directly helps the families that are going through tough times.
The Stand Up for Pitt's Foundation means a lot to me. It holds a special place in my heart.
I've always represented Prison Fellowship with sound. Last year, I started learning ASL.
Using Gen AI was incredible. You know, I really didn't know what to expect.
Really just gave us an open book of whatever direction we wanted to go.
Ooh. Give me just whatever pop in your head right now.
Under the sea?
Typing in certain things and it just kind of popping up on the screen. It helped bring imagination to life.
AI did a very good job, and it brought out stars, flowers, a lot of bright colors, a lot of messages on the shoe.
I wear wild colors, I have wild tattoos. That's just kind of who I am. You know, I like to express myself in that way. The logo there.
In the past, I would probably just leave it up to the artist, but with AWS Gen AI, it just gives me an opportunity to put my hands on the project and sit down with the organizations.
It made our process extremely fun, but quick and easy. Do you guys like it?
Whoa, yeah.
You know, the design turned out even better than expected.
I can put them on right now. Plus, on game day, to have their work of art on the NFL field, something they can look at and be like, I created that.
Double high five.
Yeah, these are fire.
They look amazing.
Welcome back back to our live coverage of the AWS London Summit. I'm A.M. Grabelny. I'm one of your hosts today, dev advocate on the game day team, joined by the incomparable Alistair.
Is it me?
Yeah, that's you.
Nice to see everyone. My name is Alistair Bate. I'm a cloud optimization solution architect, and we're today looking at observability and a whole bunch more. So I'd like to welcome Mukul. Please introduce yourself and what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, hi. Great to meet all of you. I'm Mukul Karnik. I head OpenSearch engineering and product, and really excited to be here with Alistair and AJ to walk through some of the exciting things with OpenSearch.
Yeah, and so we were having a little bit of technical difficulties beforehand, so we have an abbreviated segment here, so we got to jump right into it. I think we pull up that demo, if we will. We're going to get into it. We're going to talk through what we're doing today as we look at your screen. There we go. We got it up. So we're looking at the OpenSearch dashboard, yeah, yes. And you know, a lot of SREs, a lot of ops people probably live in this day to day. Would you say?
Exactly.
Okay.
So you know, OpenSearch is a really popular log analytics and observability tool, and whenever you want to observe and monitor your application, you're typically using OpenSearch and ingesting your logs and metrics into OpenSearch, and then doing analytics. Typically, what happens is whenever you get paged, you're coming into your OpenSearch and looking at dashboards, trying to figure out what's going on, and trying to figure out from the dashboard where the errors are, and then trying to get to root cause. And what happens is you're usually spending a lot of time trying to figure out the right queries to find, right queries to fire, or right kind of metrics to look at, or pinpointing on dashboard, and that takes some time. And as you know, like when an application's down, you want to be able to get to root cause quickly, because that's kind of impacting your business, and you want to make sure things are back up quickly.
Yeah. So our ops friends are in this dashboard. They're trying to find correlation between what is going on, right?
Right.
And we're here to talk about specifically Amazon Q Developer that is now available in OpenSearch. Yeah, and that's going to help us determine root cause faster. You think?
Yeah,
okay.
For sure. So
let's see how it works.
Exactly. This is the OpenSearch kind of experience, the OpenSearch UI, and we have this concept of workspaces, and so you're logged into, you're kind of coming into your production workspace, and you have kind of different things to look at. So you'll have, your standard dashboards that you can look at, and that's the typical way people used to look at getting to kind of root cause. But now you also have Q integrated into OpenSearch. And so what you can do is, let's say you got this kind of page, maybe it's even in the middle of the night, and you're coming in and you're like, hey, what happened? Like, what's the alert all about? And you have multiple alerts. Now Q can kind of combine that into a single experience, and then you come in and you quickly click on summary.
Oh, okay. I mean, this is look, I am at my most vibrant and aware at 3 a.m. once I've been woken up from a dead sleep by a page. Me personally, that's when I'm at my best.
Right.
But not everyone is.
No, and particularly if there's so many that are coming at you at once, you need, I guess, a summary of all of them. And I'm imagining some suggestions, too, about what you could actually consider about this and actually what you should do as well.
Yeah.
Runbooks can only get you so far, right?
Exactly. And even with that, with runbooks, like you have to figure out which runbook to go for, right? And so what this quickly tells you is, hey, here's what kind of happened with this alert, and since when it has, been triggered. And it also tells you, kind of does a log pattern analysis and tells you, okay, what kind of error it is. And so you're kind of, as you quickly jump into OpenSearch, you now have a summary of what's kind of going on in with the alert, but also in your logs. And so what you can do is you can quickly jump into those logs from this experience, and it gives you a filtered view of the logs that triggered the alert. And so you now quickly know, okay, here are the kind of log entries that have caused these alerts.
What kind of roles would be using this information? Do you need to be an expert, or is it really just for your day-to-day kind of SREs or operations teams?
it's targeted towards day-to-day SRE teams. And even when you're joining or coming on board onto a new on the SRE team, right? You have to learn all these query languages, whether it's SQL or there's pipe programming languages out there, and so you have to learn that, and that takes time. And then people keep saving their favorite queries and all of that because of that, right? And with this, you don't have to do any of that. You just come in and you jump in and you kind of get the summary of the logs, and then you can start interacting with the logs using natural language, and which is something I was going to show as well. But so let's say you're an SRE, right? You've come in here and you're looking at the errors in your logs, and you're like, hey, maybe I should look at if there's a change in traffic pattern. Now to do that, you would have to go find the right dashboard, or if the dashboard doesn't exist, you have to create
if it already exists, yeah.
Exactly.
Who knows, right?
Exactly. So,
and again, you're at 3 a.m. in the morning at this point.
Again, me. I'm ready to go. I'm up. I'm excited, but not everyone. Yeah, I get that.
Right.
So we're gonna build the dashboard now.
We're gonna try to get a visualization working. So you use Q, and Q lets you now do natural language to directly a visualization. So let's say you want to see all the show me all the traffic in the last 2 hours, because that's when I think things started to work. And you just type it and show me all the traffic in the last 2 hours, and you certainly have Q generates a visualization for you, and it kind of you see there's a certain spike in traffic that's happened, and you're like, okay, I maybe I want to view this visualization as a bar chart. So show as bar chart, and so you can kind of refine this visualization to get it into the format that you want, and so you're quickly able to get from alert, that's where we started,
right,
to kind of sort of logs that indicated maybe there's an issue which you thought, okay, maybe correlated to an increase in traffic pattern, and you're able to quickly find what happened, and then maybe you can scale up the service that's affected, or maybe add throttling for a client that is causing this excessive traffic. So there's different steps that you can quickly take based on just a few clicks and a few questions.
Cool. So this is obviously AI guided, right? Like you're still sitting, guiding the AI in a sense, and the AI is guiding you in a sense, right? So what do you see the customers that are adopting this new feature? What do you see their operational improvements like? What stories have you heard from our customers? Anything that's been, I can see how significant it is to, you spend a lot of time on an ops dashboard trying to track down correlation, trying to figure out, is this an actual alert? Is this, not an alert? Can I ignore this part? Which part do I focus in on? What have you heard from customers that they've started adopting this?
Yeah, so we are hearing lots of, great stories from where, it took a while for customers to be, or DevOps engineers to be able to figure out what the root cause is, to be able to get to that, within a matter of minutes, sub 5 minutes, be able to understand, okay, what's going on, and then being able to take kind of these, remediation actions. And it kind of helps in two ways, right? One, I was talking about the business impact, because when, you're let's say website's down or application having issues, you want to be able to get back online quickly, and that it helps with that. But it also helps in developer productivity. So if you think about what Amazon Q is trying to do overall, it is really to improve developer productivity. And if you think about the developer lifecycle, right, it's not just about writing code. It's also about maintaining and managing applications, and you don't want to be spending a lot of time doing that. You really want to spend a lot of time, building your application, enhancing, adding business value, and this kind of helps you get there.
A lot of the people trying to use this are builders, and in the end, they don't necessarily want to spend all that time trying to operate it, right? And they can get back and actually immediately start to build out their applications with the insights that Q and the visualizations and OpenSearch are providing.
Exactly.
And that's where it's going to come. Sounds great.
Let me ask. So for somebody who is maybe they've been using OpenSearch Dashboard for a while and they haven't tried out the Amazon Q features yet, Q developer features yet, where do you suggest what are some of the types of I format my queries, or how do I format my natural language in the best way to get better queries from Amazon Q Developer? What types of activities do you suggest they start with?
So, I mean, first thing is I would recommend starting with the simple kind of natural language to, like the PPL or which is our kind of pipe programming language, and then natural language to visualization, because those two are really powerful capabilities. As a, DevOps engineer or an engineer, you're typically, kind of investigating logs all the time, or, building these visualizations, and it's in the natural flow. A lot of times what happens is if you have to do things outside your kind of natural flow of things, you tend to not use it. But these are things you're going to be doing anyways, and so trying those would be a really good place to get started. And I think, if you are using OpenSearch, turning Q on, and it's pretty straightforward, and then you can just get started. And it's not a lot of work to kind of get this enabled.
So tell us, you kind of alluded to there, is this available to OpenSearch customers? How can new and existing customers take advantage of these new features?
Yeah, so great question. So we launched OpenSearch dashboards or OpenSearch UI as a new kind of experience within OpenSearch. So you just kind of create that application. You can use IAM, or you can connect to your favorite IDPU through the Identity Center, and you can kind of get started quickly with that. And then you just connect it to an existing OpenSearch cluster, and you can go from there.
Perfect. So organizations of all sizes, they can really actually take advantage of this today, literally, to start seeing these visualizations, particularly if all the data is flowing through in a million environments that they have.
Exactly.
Perfect. Oh, I'm very excited to see this in action, because I definitely know from my background in operations and professional services, we have millions of applications that are being migrated all the time. And the hardest thing we struggle with is how do we get those visualizations that an individual SRE who's looking after all these applications can visualize them as a whole.
Right. And we also, by the way, have added connectors to S3 and CloudWatch. So if your data is in those places as well, you are able to kind of query it using OpenSearch. So it's not just maybe your data needs to be in OpenSearch. Even if it's in S3 or CloudWatch, you should be able to query it.
That's exciting. Now look, Alistair, there's nothing I enjoy more than a Friday night next to maybe a fire. I open up my logs from the week. I just am
naturally
reading through them, saying, look at that, CPU utilization, 85%. I love it. I'm really excited to now invite my friend Amazon Q Developer to that party. How about you?
I definitely am. I know that there will be a lot of applications and a lot of our large customers who are going to be able to use this, and very excited to get our customers on board with this and create visualizing dashboards that people don't have to dig through. And I know you may be great at 3 a.m.
I am.
I know I'm definitely not. So when you wake up, unfortunately, from an issue, which, as we know, everything goes wrong all the time, we need to make sure we can respond, even if that's... And of course, gain further operational insights and just reduce that burden on a lot of our customers. So absolutely.
Go out and try it.
Absolutely.
Right?
Definitely.
Yeah. Go out and try it. All right. Well, stick around, because we will be back with more live coverage of the AWS London Summit.
From right here.
Take one. Covering Formula One is tricky. It's very complex. There's multiple things happening simultaneously over a large real estate. It is really difficult sometimes to get all that information over to the fan without bombarding them as well. So it's got to be very intuitive, and they've got to come along into that journey with the data and with the graphics.
So AWS shadowed the F1 broadcast team at an event in 2022, the Belgian Grand Prix. We observed that they were using many different visual sources to help them direct the show of Formula One that we at home enjoy. We determined that we could consolidate those visual views into a sort of dashboard environment that would make it easier for them to do their job, but then also listen to the data signals and find ways to provide proactive insights to the broadcast production team to help them create the best show that's possible. So TrackPulse takes advantage of the data that we get from Formula One as a sport. These cars generate more than 1 million data points a second, and so the volume and complexity of that data is rife. And so taking advantage of technology, artificial intelligence, to gain insights from that data is really what TrackPulse is meant to achieve. And instead of fully relying on the human capability within Formula One's broadcast team. We're augmenting that with artificial intelligence such that they can do the optimum job they do in broadcasting and using the signals from the data to help them do that.
There's real tangible benefits into having Track Pulse. It really helps us predict what's going to happen and then what we then need to build into the coverage for that. It is predicting what might happen in 5 laps or what part of the story we need to get across earlier on. And therefore then we can bring that to the fan and connect to the fan so much better. Track Pulse is a mechanism that we can take all the data that we have, but also the analytics of that data as well, that we already do with AWS, and really creating stories. So, you know, it's a real mix. Covering Formula One, you have to be part storyteller, part Formula One strategist in a way. It's very hard to find someone who could do both. So actually enabling them to have all the information at their fingertips, to look at it, then brief the directors of where the coverage should be and how it should shape up.
With the vast amount of data that's produced by Formula One as a sport, using AWS technology to help distill that data into stories that the global fan base can understand is really an intrinsic part of the partnership between these organizations.
the AWS London Summit. We're here covering it live. This used to be AWS OnAir. You see that down there? It used to be. It's not anymore. We're taking over the show.
Full takeover.
This is Step Up Your Game Day now. Hello, we're the Game Day. We're the Game Day people. I'm A.M. Grabelli, one of your hosts, and a developer advocate for Game Day. Jasmine.
Hello, I'm Jasmine.
How has game day touched your life?
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm Jasmine Kyles. I'm a manager of product management, and also I do a lot of the game day marketing along with my colleague Sindhu. Gotta always give her a shout out because she makes the unicorns possible.
Hi, Sindhu.
But game day has touched my life in so many ways. Just getting to connect with customers across the world over unicorns.
Yeah. Speaking of unicorns, we've got one sitting right next to me. One of a kind, mythical creature right here, Gunnar Grosch.
Truly one of a kind.
That's, yeah.
Yes, well, thank you, AM. So my name is Gunnar Grosch, developer advocate with AWS, and I'm lucky enough to get to do a lot of different game day shows together with AM, my friend.
Friend? What? Whoa!
I'm
shocked. I'm shocked.
Is it because you're sitting next to each other?
We've never had this energy before.
I love the bond, but we are forgetting someone at the end of the table.
We could never forget Adrian.
Hi. Well, hey, folks. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I am a partner enterprise architect here at AWS. Game day has touched my life in the sense that it hasn't. and
well, that's rude.
No, and not in a negative way by any means. Typically, my involvement with game day is helping partners orchestrate them, plan them, reach out to their customers to use it as a mass tool to get folks excited about using services and bring it to them in a kind of gamified way for them to go through and do the thing.
Nice.
Well, okay. We've talked about game day quite a bit. Let's pull up my screen so we can see what an AWS game day looks like. If you have never participated in an AWS game day, you're in for a treat. You're in for a treat because you're going to get to play with us today. We are going through a very special game day quest built specifically for the London Summit and for the three of you.
Okay.
I feel honored.
I had all three of you in mind as I was building this. So first off, I'm sure you want to get off the stage right now because you just heard that I built this quest. Yeah.
Definitely first thought.
That's the first thought. Second thought is I would love for the producers to wheel out the life-size replica that we built of Stonehenge. So we'll wait for a minute. Let's see. Can we wheel it? They're telling me they didn't build it. I'm upset, but I'll work through it. Instead, one of our director just told us we do have a tiny Stonehenge, perhaps.
There's no camera on it right now?
Yeah, no camera. We don't know where it went.
Trust us.
We lost it. It was too small.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been absolutely a treat to have it. I'd go so far to say that it would rock if we had it.
Wow.
But we don't, so.
Yikes. Anyway, so since we don't have that, I built CloudHinge for us instead. So I'm upgrading it. It's no more stones. We're moving to the CloudHinge.
Okay.
So every game day starts with a story. Yeah. And every game day participant will get access to that story through the game day UI, which is what we're looking at right now. You'll also get an AWS account that you don't have to pay for, which is wonderful because I don't like paying for stuff. Do you?
I know you don't like paying for stuff.
Like dinner.
We've had dinner.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I always leave you with the bill, don't I?
You do.
Okay, well, anyway, you don't have to pay for this AWS account. You get temporary access to it, and there are challenges set up inside of it that you have to solve. We've got one sitting in front of us. Shall I read this out loud?
Yes.
Please.
What's the first rule of game days?
Have fun.
Click on every button you can.
We don't talk about game day.
Just close the hints.
Read the fabulous manual.
Read the fabulous manual. That's right. Oh, thank you for reminding us.
So that's what RTFM stands for.
That is.
Okay,
that is.
thank
Fabulous.
you. Thank you.
Now, if you're sitting out there in chat and as we're playing through, please, if you see us doing something wrong, if you see us going down the wrong path, help us. That's what we hope you'll do. But anyway, look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair. You are seeing CloudHinge, which there's a picture of CloudHinge.
That is quite remarkable.
Yeah. The newest prediction engine for all techno druids to get insights about major computing events throughout the past, present, and future. Okay, there's only one problem with CloudHinge. Its source code was lost to the ages. However, we still have a successful deployment within EKS. CloudHinge must run on Kubernetes, Gunnar, according to the prophecy. How does that make you feel?
It feels like it is a thing. I'm baffled that you're going the Kubernetes route.
Well, it's the prophecy. I didn't have a choice here.
Well, that they are.
Yeah. We need to be able to ask CloudHinge questions. With our previous love of stones, we were intrigued by your bedrock. Okay, that kind of makes sense, I guess. Is there any way you can connect CloudHinge to this bedrock? We have provided some open API specs and a Lambda function that can connect to CloudHinge. Perhaps with all the fame you'll receive from rescuing CloudHinge, you might need to look into getting an agent.
Oh.
And that's a capital A there.
It's a lot of buzzwords in this.
We talked about agents this morning.
We did?
Ah.
Okay, all right.
Federal agents?
We try not to mention that one, at least not on air.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I want to go home.
I too would like to go home at some point.
Well, if you get stuck, you can also see if there's a way to connect and explore CloudHinge directly. Right?
Okay.
So we really want the ability to talk to CloudHinge ourselves through Bedrock, though. We have to help out the techno druids. And we will be working in the US West 2 region. We need to ask CloudHinge to answer what is the first tarot reading you can access, and then retrieve the database ID for that reading. All right, so I mentioned we have an AWS account. We also have a nice little deployment of a code server, right? So we've got a working space here. In here, they mentioned we've got some open API specs. We have a Lambda function that they mentioned might be deployed already. We'll have to investigate that. But that's generally all the instructions you get at a game day, right? And it's up to you to figure out where to go next. Jasmine, do you have any idea of where to go next? What to do?
I think we're going to be asking Amazon Q some things.
Okay.
Since you mentioned an agent.
Let's see. Oh, we do have Q.
Oh, that's very good.
We do.
You're friends with Q.
Yeah. Close friends to Q.
Do you know Q?
I do.
Okay.
So this is Q CLI, which is one of my favorite tools within AWS at the moment. It allows us to ask these kind of questions to this large language model and hopefully get an answer.
What do we want to ask?
What do
Dead
we
air.
Well, should we read the instructions again?
Yeah, let's go look at the instructions again. So we need to somehow, we need to get maybe open API specs and a Lambda function, and something we have to somehow connect CloudHinge, which we know is in EKS, but we don't really know what it is.
Right.
So maybe we could start there. Maybe we could say like, what's in EKS, right?
Yeah.
Like what's deployed to EKS? You want to try that first?
I think that's a great start.
Or how about what EKS clusters do I have? Something like that, maybe?
I think that's fine.
Let's see what Q has to say about this. Okay, I'll help you. That's the first time I've ever been offered help before. Okay, US East 1. Nope, nothing there. US East 2. Oh, hey.
There we go.
We have a cluster named
CloudHinge.
CloudHinge. All right, so I see you've got chat pulled up too, Gunnar. So if anybody's out there or you want us to ask Q something about CloudHinge, let us know in chat. All right, so would you like me to get more details? What do you think?
I think we want the endpoint information, right?
Yeah, should we just connect? Can you connect? Should we ask, can you connect to CloudHinge?
Yep.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Connect to CloudHinge in EKS. Let's see what happens. I'll connect you. Oh, okay, it's gonna update our kube config file. What is a kube config file? As an expert on Kubernetes, Gunnar.
Well, that sounds more like a question for Q, actually. What is a kube config file? But it is the file that you use to be able to, I guess, connect to your cluster, to know which cluster to use in this case.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So if you're using the kube control command,
kubectl.
Kubectl. Adrian, how do you say it? Cube CTL. How do you pronounce that?
Cube cuddle.
Yeah.
Oh God.
No.
Cube control.
No.
Cube cuddle. Cube what?
CTL, I'm sure. Cuddle.
CTL?
Wow. Okay. We're doing that.
Let's see. Hey, look. It looks like the cube control is not installed. So now it's going to try and install it for us even.
Okay.
Let's see if this works. We never know. We never know what's going to happen in a game day. I think that's part of, as we're waiting for Q to install this for us, what's your favorite aspect about game day, Jasmine?
Winning.
Winning. And how do you win?
I get points.
You get points. And what do points signify?
That I'm the winner. No, they go through the task. We have a leaderboard throughout all of the game days. And as you go through the task here, when we read the fabulous manual, it told us what to do. And based on all of those tasks and things that you start to accomplish, you'll start to see points get up on the board.
Do you think we'll get any points today?
I sure hope so.
Well, we can't connect up to the EKS cluster quite yet, but Q is still trying valiantly to see if it can figure out what's going on. All right. I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. Maybe we're not supposed to access it directly.
Well,
He's successfully connected. There you go.
Okay.
Well, no, it's...
Permissioning, IAM roles. What's going on here?
Yeah. I think this might not be the right path.
All right.
Okay.
So?
Do you want to? Shall we take a look at Bedrock maybe? Because it mentioned Bedrock.
It did.
It said we need to connect that to Bedrock somehow. Yeah. So let's see. What do we have in Bedrock? Well, this is an interesting. Agents.
We did talk about capital A agents. You're right.
Yeah, they said you might need to look into getting an agent because it will be so famous, which that'll be new for me. Gunnar Grosch, obviously, been famous a long time.
You know what? I just thought of something. If we do this right, the Druids are going to be so famous, they will not ever have to pay again.
All right.
All right, I'm shutting the laptop and leaving. Thank you, everyone, so much. This has been Step Up Your Game Day. No, we have 15 more minutes. Okay, so looks like we have some agents here, but I think we should maybe just create one.
Okay.
Let's do it.
What do we call it?
Cloud Hinge Assistant.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm not going to spell that word out. I'm so sorry.
Okay, that'll work. It could have up to 100 characters, but okay, fine, AM.
Fine, be that guy.
You know, that was me. So, Gunnar, you are a Bedrock. I was joking earlier when I said a Kubernetes expert, but you are somewhat of a Bedrock expert, or a growing one at least.
Thank you.
So, what is an agent? Do you know anything about agents?
I know some things about agents. So Bedrock, to begin with, is our managed service for large language models, where you can use different types of large language models. Then agents allows us to extend how we're using these large language models, and we can add functionality to actually allow them to do very specific tasks. And in this case, I think we have a task for our agents.
Yeah, I think we need to. I've learned a little bit about them as well, and I think we have to set up something called an action group. So this allows the agent to go out and take an action, right? And we want to let it take an action, which is connect up to
our
Cloud Hinge, right?
Yep.
This API that's out there. So let's create one. We have to name everything.
I think that's a good name, otherwise.
You love Action Group Quick Start?
That allows me to easily remember what this agent does.
Okay. It looks like we have an option between function details and API schemas. I'm not sure what those two options mean. Do you remember anything from the instructions? That
I do remember there was a Lambda function involved.
There's a Lambda function. as Gunnar puts it, that fabulous manual, though we need to read it. Let's see. I think this line. Wait a minute.
Oh.
What do you see there?
We have open API specs and a Lambda function.
Oh, so I think we might need that one.
Yep.
I think so too.
I don't know. We actually want to select an existing one because they said there already is a Lambda function. Let's see. Got a lot of Lambda functions in here. I wonder. Oh, it mentioned Terra readings, didn't it?
They did.
That kind of looks relevant. What do you
Okay,
think?
let's try it.
How about you put it in and we can see what's in the cards?
What is going on down there at the end of that table?
Speechless.
I'm working on it. Thank you.
All right. So if you remember, we saw these when we opened it. Shall we just copy paste? What do we like to do beyond reading the manual? What do we like to do on game day show?
Just go for it.
Yeah, just go for it.
Yeah.
Right. So let's try it. Let's see what happens. Okay. It made it. Should I save maybe?
That would probably be a good idea.
All right. So what are we at? We're at 12 minutes. We can click this test button. But I think we need to prepare first.
Study
Is that
for,
right?
Study for the test. Got it.
Prepare. Okay, so we're preparing. How do you prepare for a test, Jasmine?
I asked Q to make me a study guide.
That's smart. That's smart.
Depending on the length of time that I have, I tell it, give me this long if I have 2 weeks, or hey, I need to cram overnight. What's the most important things, and work backwards.
All right.
I don't know if that'll help me right now, but
Look at this. We got an error. Agent instruction cannot be null.
So you have to give it some instruction.
Yeah, we got to tell the agent. Where do we do that? Oh, instructions for the agent. So what shall we tell the agent that it is doing?
Our deepest, darkest secrets.
I like that.
We'll start with yours, Jasmine, and then we'll be out of time when we get to me, unfortunately. What do you think? What is this agent going to be doing?
Solving the game day so I can get points.
Solve the game day to get points? I don't know that that's going to work.
No. We might need to go back to the manual again. And
I think they left that out.
Did they?
I'm just testing to see who you all would be in the group project. Like, how are you going to operate?
I mean, we're trying to connect up to an API, right?
Yeah,
we are.
And that API has some sort of, we could look at the spec and see what the API does, can't we?
Let's do it.
So we can get information about a specific tarot card. It looks like it's got a major or minor version. And we can list all the cards, okay? And then we've got a tarot reading spec. So we started with the wrong one, it seems like, if we wanted, because we're supposed to, look at this, we're supposed to get that reading ID, right? And we just are entering in the card ID. How did you let this happen, Gunnar?
Well, I think the instructions aren't super clear, to be honest.
No, they're not.
Whoever created this.
Who created it?
Yeah.
Adrian?
No,
Yeah.
certainly wasn't me.
It was me. Anyway, so maybe we tell it that it is, it's a, you are a prediction engine called CloudHinge. Yeah? You like where I'm going with this?
Yep.
We do.
Okay. You can connect to the CloudHinge API if asked about tarot readings and cards. Something like that?
Yeah.
I like it.
I keep it simple
Yeah.
for now.
Pretty please at the end.
Oh. Pretty please.
Yes.
With an exclamation?
Be nice to the agent.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. So now we'll save again. Let's see if this works. Okay. Prepare. Okay. All right. Okay.
Here we go.
Oh, green.
That
Green is
yeah,
good.
Green.
That looks good. Test. Shall we ask it about a what's your favorite tarot card? I'll tell you mine.
What is it? The Fool.
The Fool. Do you know why it's my favorite?
Oh, I'm sure it's something Obnoxious. Why?
It's called the fool. I identify with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Let's see if this worked. Oh, look. Okay, it's telling us about it.
There we go.
I mean, but this isn't necessarily information that an LLM wouldn't have access to. This is public information, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we can click the show trace, and we can see like what's it doing, right? Look at this. It's got a lot of, I know it's kind of harder to read. So look, it inserted our prompt in there. Okay. There's a lot of, get action. Oh, look.
Oh, the
get
quick start.
card. You see that?
Yeah, I do.
So it's using a tool. Seems like we connected it.
Yep.
So, oh yeah, to provide information about the full card, I need to use get action group card function. All right. I think we're on the right path.
We are.
We might be.
Should we do, we got the readings now, right?
Yep.
Make another action group?
I think so.
It's almost like I know the solution to this.
You're definitely guiding us in the right direction.
Well, you keep it up. I'm going to have to draw the judgment card on you, okay?
Oh, all right.
I'm sitting on it. I'm sitting on it.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for naming it, Jasmine, because the other action groups I would never, if we had kept the name, I would never found it again.
You're welcome. It's the least I could do.
So we need to edit now, and now we're going to add a new action group for tarot readings.
Yep.
I think we'll just call it tarot read. Oh. What? You wanted to leave that incredibly descriptive, didn't you? I knew it. All right, so again, we're going to use this Lambda function that they were so nice to already create for us.
Yep.
Yeah. And then we're going to go and drop. Again, they made this for us too. Those techno druids, powerful.
They are.
Powerful people. Save. Prepare.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Fingers crossed.
We got, what, 6 minutes? We might finish too quick. I might have helped too much.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That would be the first. That would be the first time.
We can just sit in awe for the rest of the time looking at class. Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing.
How did you generate this image?
That was a prompt.
I made it. You know, I stayed up all night last night.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which tool helped you?
Oh, you know, maybe Bedrock.
Okay.
Nova.
Yeah.
You could tell I made it because of.
You can't spell. Yeah.
Yeah,
the English major.
I just put
on
a
the
bunch
panel.
of E's. You know, I was like.
Cloudy.
I don't know. All right, so we'll tap. Oh wait, we got to prepare. Yeah.
We do.
I think.
Oh, 6.
We did.
It did. Okay, cool. So now we want to. We had an instruction, didn't we?
We did.
We did.
What is the first tarot reading you can access? Yeah? Did we just copy paste? My favorite way
Yeah.
of interacting with anything?
Please do.
Okay.
I mean, at this point, AM, don't be a sap. Just embrace your internal druid.
What? Okay, if you... Oh. Uh-oh. This didn't work.
Wow.
Now what happened?
Oh, no.
We don't want to hide the trace.
What happened?
You were so confident.
I thought we were going to get it.
Yep.
We might need those 5 minutes now. Okay, yeah, it looks like our agent didn't work. That's kind of interesting, isn't it?
Well, depending on who you ask, they'll always tell you that their agent doesn't work. So.
Well, that's true. That's true. So we do have a tarot reading. It looks enabled.
Willing to bet we missed something in there.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I see Git reading. I see list readings. It all looks okay to me. You know what? I don't know. This is the right... We could go look at the Lambda function, perhaps. Maybe.
Let's go do that.
Okay. So we've got a Lambda function deployed out here. Let's see. It was called Tarot Bridge.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Loading, loading, loading. And this is Gunnar Grosch's preferred and recommended way of writing Lambda functions is
Straight
doing
in the
it
console.
directly in line in the AWS console.
That is correct.
Yeah? I thought so.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a Taro API endpoint. I wonder if we can actually hit that.
Let's try it.
It is
I
worth
guess
a shot.
that's the load balancer in front of the Kubernetes cluster.
I guess so. I wonder. So, can you connect? I'm back in Q CLI to this endpoint. All right, we'll let it go and do its thing. Meanwhile, so looking at our Lambda function. Oh, I bet it's going to ask me. Yeah, it's asking me if it can run curl. Yes, you're allowed. I wish Gunnar would ask permission of me.
Before running curl?
Before doing anything.
Oh.
Anyway, so yeah, we have an action group. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if the action group needs to be named that specifically.
I would venture a guess with that
Yeah.
equal sign saying yes.
Want to try that?
Yeah.
Let's try it.
Save and exit. Okay, we got 2.5 minutes.
That's why I said oh before when you named it. I was referring to that part.
You knew that
Yeah.
already. Wow.
Yeah.
That's quite prophetic.
Have you seen the future?
Saw it in the cards.
All right, now I need to copy our question again. We're ready to test again. Okay, here we go. All right, and I know we have 2 minutes. If this doesn't work, guess what? I might have prepared for that scenario. Oh, we got it. The first Taro reading area access is for Alan Turing's paper on computable numbers, which introduced the concept of the Turing machine. It's a pretty significant point in time, I'd say.
I would.
What is the database ID for this reading? This is what we need, right? Minute 30. Can we do it?
Okay.
Oh, we got it.
There we go.
All right, let's go back. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Woo, submit. Okay.
What is the ID?
Team Unicorn.
There we
Corn
go.
Step stools.
We got it.
Do we have points?
Oh, 5,000 points.
5,000 points.
Wow.
All right.
Does that mean we're the winners?
Yeah, we won first place. That was it. That's all we had time to solve today. But we got some things. Oh, what's that? What's
Have
that
you seen
got
this
there?
before?
I have. I have. That's one of my hats.
Is it your hat?
That's
You're
my
the hat guy, right?
I'm the hat guy, yeah.
You know what I think about your hats?
Tell me.
This.
So rude. Wow. Well, if you want to see more shenanigans like that, you can tune in the last Thursday of every month to
Last.
see us play Game Day, just like you did today. So we hope you'll join us. Gunnar will be there, perhaps.
My friend.
Yeah. Jasmine will be there.
I will be
Are we
there.
We're shaking hands also?
Yes.
Okay. Adrian, I don't know why, but we're shaking hands. All right. We got to get out of here. Thank you for tuning in to Step Up Your Game Day. You may resume AWS OnAir.
In Formula One, a single mistake can make the difference between race triumph and race triumph. But until now, we've been unable to see exactly how much a driver lost out and what might have happened if they hadn't. Introducing Time Lost, a new F1 insight powered by AWS. This brand new TV graphic zeroes in on a single error made by a driver in qualifying or the race. Takes live timing and positioning, current weather and track conditions, telemetry and tyre data, and runs advanced anomaly detection and live root cause analysis algorithms to pinpoint the precise reason for the mistake and calculate how much time they lost before getting back up to speed. With this new F1 insight, we'll be able to see if a late lap lockup lost a chance at pole position, if it was a last corner slide that led to a first corner overtake, or if a split-second moment cost a chance at racing glory. F1 Insights, powered by AWS.
When I started the AWS certifications, I was still a full-time teacher doing this at evenings and weekends. I took my Cloud Practitioner certification, and then I did the Associate Solutions Architect. It was quite a journey. I was 2 years in, and I managed to pass. One of my contacts said, I think you would make a perfect fit for a role with us. So the only way is up.
Welcome back to another AWS On Air at the London Summit, and actually a sunny London Summit day. My name's Aaron Hunter. I'm a principal developer advocate on the AWS Training Certification team, and I'm joined with my friend Fred, who's going to talk all about AWS certifications. Fred?
Aaron, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. It's my favorite time of the year.
I'm excited to have you here, my friend, and honestly, I'm looking forward to talking all about certifications with you because you know a thing or two about certifications, don't you?
One or two things.
Okay.
You might call me a bit of a certification fanatic.
And what qualifies you to say that you're a certification fanatic? Is there anything that you can show, or a sticker, or something shiny?
I don't know, shiny. I don't think I have much. I've got this little thing here. I don't know.
What is a shiny jacket?
Yeah,
it's very, very golden.
So if you're a certification fanatic like I am, you take all the AWS certifications, you get this shiny AWS certified golden jacket.
You're qualified, right, to be part of that elite club.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Maybe one day you can wear it as well.
It's not automatic, right? It's part of the third-party thing, but still.
Exactly, yeah.
It's amazing. I love the shininess to it. Is it warm?
What is that?
Is it warm?
It is so warm. I would offer you the opportunity to try it on, but I don't quite think you would fit into it.
You can't tell from the camera, but I'm a little bit bigger than Fred.
Yeah, just a little bit.
All right, so Fred, today we are not talking about all of the certifications, but we're talking about one in particular. Which one?
We are talking about one of the newest certifications, and that is the AWS Certified AI Practitioner.
Artificial intelligence, you may have heard of generative AI and all that, and that actually rolls into the certification.
Yes.
We'll be doing some fun AI imagery later and seeing whether or not AWS services we're gonna hold off on that. If it can detect Fred's handwriting. So if you happen to know which service that is, let us know in the chat.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Good luck with that.
You'll have a head start. All right, Fred, what's first on our agenda here?
So I think we're going to talk first about the Get Certified challenge that we have coming up.
Yep.
Right? Because we have got this fantastic challenge that is currently active, where if you wanted to take an AWS certification, you could save 50% on your AWS certification.
I have to get rid of my cookie preferences banner. I'm going to accept all the cookies because I love cookies.
Yeah.
Probably not the right cookies here. Not edible.
Yeah, maybe
all right,
not.
Cool. Now that banner's gone, remind me what we're talking about. The Get Certified challenge, so that way you can save up to 50%.
Up to 50%.
Is it up to, or is it 50%?
It is 50%.
It is 50%.
On your AWS certification exam.
Right.
I don't recall or maybe it's because I'm not enough of a dinosaur. I don't recall a certification challenge having so many certifications included as part of it.
Right. Normally it's like it's a level. So there's foundational, there's associate, there's professional, there's specialty, those different certifications. And here it's across 7 of them. So there's the AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner.
Yep.
The AWS Certified AI Practitioner, today's topic.
Exactly.
And then there's the 5 associates, SA Associate, Developer Associate, SysOps Administrator Associate, Data Engineer Associate, Machine Learning Engineer Associate.
So many.
So many.
So many.
Okay.
And I think that's actually quite a good time to talk about what AWS certifications are.
Yes.
Right? Because some people will have seen these before. Some people might have even taken some of these certifications.
Maybe.
AWS certifications are a great way to validate your cloud knowledge, right? And they're across 4 different tiers. We're looking at 2 of those tiers here. The foundational, which is those you see in the top left.
Yes.
And we've got associate level as well. We also have specialty.
Yes.
And we have professional certifications.
Not in that order.
Not in that order. Well.
Foundational, associate, professional, specialty.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just love specialties so much.
You were
You're
testing me. This right here was a certification exam.
Yeah. You passed.
Thank you. Yay.
You're on your way to that golden jacket, Aaron.
Yay. All right. So up next, because speaking of so many, we don't have so many minutes. We have 14.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's do it. Well, should we talk a little bit more in detail about the AI practitioner certification itself?
Absolutely. Let me go ahead and see if I have that one loaded up for us. And we do. Cool. So this is the AWS Certified AI Practitioner. And we can see here there's the exam overview. It lasts 90 minutes. Not lasts 90 minutes. You have up to 90 minutes to take it. And Fred, how long did you take it when you took it?
I always use the maximum amount of time given to me.
Okay. Do you go back and like review questions?
I go back and review. So I want to get through it once. There's an option when you're taking the certification to mark and flag for review a question that you want to come back to.
Do you leave those questions unanswered? And
I answer them. I make sure that I answer them every time, just in case I run out of time.
Right.
But I know some people who just go through, they answer everything, and they click submit with time remaining. I do not know how they have the wherewithal to do that.
Yeah, the anxiety goes through the roof.
Yeah, exactly.
At least mine does.
It's at its most high during those certification exams.
So of the 65 questions, you may flag some. You'll mark them for review, but you always answer them, because if you don't answer it and you run out of time, it's already wrong. If you take a best guess and then you answer it, and if it's wrong, then it's still wrong. But at least you tried.
Exactly.
Yes.
There's absolutely no downside to selecting an answer.
Exactly. So this one does cost $100 US or $50 US if you join the Get Certified Challenge and use that voucher.
Yeah, take it.
All right.
The certification challenge ends on the 21st of May, so you've got almost a month to keep doing it. I would go and do it now.
Yes. Okay. Get to the exam. There's a 4-step plan here. What is that thing?
4-step plan is basically a guide that takes you through the best way that you can prepare for your certification exam.
In preparation, it requires that muscle memory too.
Oh.
So here it's like you get to know the exam with the exam style questions. Step 1.
Yeah.
3 options and 2 of them are free. That makes me happy.
Yeah.
There's the official practice question set, which we're going to preview one of these questions for you today.
There we go, exactly.
All right.
But it's so good, especially for those of you who have never taken an AWS certification before. Having this 4-step plan, it just gives you that structure that you can follow as you're preparing for the exam itself. It's really helpful.
So that was step 1. Step 2 is refresh your AWS knowledge and skills. Can you talk about that for a sec?
Exactly. Well, so given that certifications are there to validate your cloud knowledge, you might already have experience in these areas, but you might want to refresh yourself in those areas that you've already gained experience before taking the exam, right? And step 2 is the place that you do that.
Exactly. And then step 3, review and practice, because practice, practice, practice.
Practice, practice, practice.
Just like Allen Iverson in the 90s. Maybe not a reference everyone gets.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
People say it all the time, but it's so true. And practicing for the exam by reviewing, taking practice exams, it's fantastic.
And finally, step 4, assess your readiness, your exam readiness, because there is the official AWS Certified AI Practitioner pretest. And this one is rigorous. This one, it goes through the same steps and process and validation for the questions. And when you actually go through it, you get the very similar feedback where you says, here are the domains you need to focus on and improve. And you can go back through step 2 or the rest of the skill builder courses based on those domains and areas and strengthen your skills.
Exactly.
Or you can message Fred directly on LinkedIn.
Yeah, maybe one of the two.
Okay.
That people always ask me, what is the last thing you do before exam day, before you take the exam? And it's that official pretest, right? So it's a great way to see where you're at.
You take this one on exam day?
Yeah.
No, not me. Because if I don't pass it, my confidence score goes down. Talking about AI and ML, my confidence score goes way down if I don't pass that pretest.
That's a good point. Yeah, you got to be willing or ready to get a bit of a shot. But my way of doing it is I want to make sure that I'm at or near pass level.
I might hit like exam fatigue or question fatigue if I take this and then take the real one.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not on the day of the exam itself. I like a little night to sleep before actually taking it, where I haven't answered a single question.
So now that people understand what the exam is and the resources, that 4-step plan, what should we do to help them?
It's a great question. I think we should go through and maybe look at one of these pretests, or look at a question in particular.
Okay, so I lost it. It is right here. Okay, so here is the question in particular that we're going to take a look at. It comes directly from the official practice question set that's free, and there's 20 questions in it. This is just one of them that aligns to something we may show you later. So here, I'll read the question and the response options, and Fred, with his golden jacket, is going to try to guess the right answer, and we'll guess along in the chat. Okay, so take your best guess. You can type A, B, C, or D in the chat along with us, and we'll see what the correct answer is. All right, this is a case study, by the way.
Yes.
We should talk about that in just a second.
We should.
Yeah.
We should, yeah.
So a company wants to gain insights from diverse data sources and formats to improve business operations. The company sources include audio from call centers, text feedback from customers, product images, and scanned documents. So here we have 4 response options. Which AWS service? It's asking you for one. It's not saying a selection of a combination. Which one AWS service can detect text and handwriting from invoices that are stored in PNG format? So we're looking for something that can extract the text from an image, and it can tell us what that text says. So is it Amazon Poly? You can type A in the chat. Is it Amazon Textract? You can type B in the chat. Is it Amazon Kendra? You can type C in the chat. Or is it Amazon Comprehend? You can type D in the chat. I have an idea, but I want to see if it's the same idea that Fred has. Fred?
I've got an idea.
Okay.
I've got something in my head.
Let's whittle it down to the correct answer. So let's eliminate the 3 that are wrong and explain why you think they're wrong.
Okay, and that's a great technique right there, one that I use in the certification exams itself, right? If you can, through process of elimination, get rid of some of the answers that you know are not correct, you're going to get closer to that correct answer.
Okay.
I use that every time I take an exam. Well,
perfect, love it.
Amazon Poly, A. If we have done our work here and we know what Amazon Poly is a text-to-speech service, right? So that converts text into lifelike speech.
Okay.
Alexa devices, for example.
Anyone watching live who has one of those devices in your house, we apologize for triggering your device and waking it up.
Yeah, and sorry if I've activated everyone's Alexa device, but that is Amazon Poly is a service that's used within Amazon Echo devices and Alexa as a service because it takes text and it converts it to speech. What are we looking for here? We're not looking for something to convert text to speech. We're looking for something that can scan documents and detect text and handwriting.
I like to think of Amazon Poly as that service that's almost like a parrot. So you type something or you're saying it, and it will repeat it for you.
Yeah, Poly want a cracker.
Squawk. All right.
Right. Next one that we can go through that I personally would look at and think I'm eliminating this.
I like to sandwich it. So we went from the top. Let's go to the bottom and sandwich toward the middle.
All right, let's do a little sandwich.
Do you think comprehend is correct?
You're going to get me hungry here, Aaron.
I know.
Comprehend. Do I think comprehend is correct? So comprehend is a natural language processing service.
Okay.
NLP,
okay.
Exactly. You know your stuff.
A little bit.
It extracts insights and relationships from text data.
Okay.
Right? So we've got text data, and we want to understand some of the things that are being talked about in that text data, for example.
Okay.
Then we would use a service like Amazon Comprehend. But that is talking about sentiment analysis, natural language processing. Here, we're looking for detecting text and handwriting from invoices.
So Amazon Comprehend understands the corpus of text.
Exactly, and the context within it.
Okay.
But it's not necessarily going to actually detect handwriting.
Okay. So if I typed something out and said, Fred has all the certifications, more certifications than what are currently available because he is a genius in the AWS certification ecosystem, it would understand that your maths are mathing.
Exactly.
Okay.
And and Comprehend would look at that glowing review for Fred Hoskins that you've just given me.
Very glowing.
And it would detect that that's probably a positive sentiment.
That should be my LinkedIn recommendation for you.
There we go.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. So what are we going to go with next? That may be one that we can whittle down and get rid of, Kendra or Textract?
So some viewers might be familiar with Amazon Kendra as a service. Right?
Okay.
This is an intelligent search service, right? So for enterprise search type workloads, providing relevant responses to a search query, fantastic service. And a lot of customers are using this, particularly with the emergence of generative AI in their applications.
Yes.
But again, think about what is the question asking for here? Detecting text and handwriting from invoices.
Yes.
Kendra is not suitable for that.
Okay.
More of an enterprise search query service.
So we're down to Textract. Do you think that's the right answer?
I hope so.
I mean, Textract, extracting text, it's kind of in the name.
Yeah.
But the correct answer is Textract. Okay.
Bingo.
What is it? Let's explain it real quick, and then maybe we can jump into a demo.
So, Textract, fully managed service, right? And you're using it to detect and extract text and data from scanned documents, PDFs, images, for example. One use case that we highlight often as a really strong one for Amazon Textract is to process invoices and receipts. Right?
Okay.
It's just a great way to do it. It's fully managed and it is trained already on that type of data.
Cool. So we're in the console now. We can see Amazon Textract is one of my recently visited services, and this is the service that we're going to show. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Amazon Textract. We're going to open that up real quick, and we can see there's a couple of different options here.
Yeah.
So I was hoping that we would have enough time to have you write something down and like take a picture of it and send it over, but I don't think that's going to work out this time. So we'll just show the built-in demo to help everyone understand what this is doing, and there's actually a couple different options here. It can do what? Analyze documents.
Yep.
It can analyze expenses.
Yes, very useful.
Analyze IDs. Analyze lending.
Yeah.
Or you can do a bulk document upload. Let's go ahead and click Analyze Document. So what is this that we're looking at right here? Is it my pay stub?
If it is, then I don't know how it's got on there.
Oh, man. Okay.
If it is, then you're a wealthy individual.
The earning statement here. And, oh, you know what? It actually even, so handwritten text, we can see there's some handwritten text here. I wonder if it's going to be able to analyze that.
Very good point. That handwritten text looks even like a signature, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
Let's see
Okay.
Actually,
let's do this. Let's go ahead and see. We have 3 minutes. Do you think you can write something down and we can upload it and see if you can detect your handwriting?
I think I'm a pretty quick writer.
Can we zoom in to Fred over here and let's see, get a close-up of his writing?
I've got my notebook here. I've got my pen, AWS branded, and I'm going to write 3 words here, Aaron.
Okay. 3 words.
Get AWS certified.
Keep it up. And cool.
Just about.
I'm going to take a picture of that.
You're going to take a picture.
God, I'm going to send it to myself real quick. So producers in the back end, please don't share this because this is exposed. Wait, the wrong stuff. All right, so I'm going to send this to myself. Let me see here. And Fred, while I'm doing this, maybe you can talk through a bit more about what we saw on the Textract side.
Yes.
And like what those different fields were, because those fields were, I lost it over here.
Yeah, there were a bunch of fields in Textract.
Yeah, raw text, layout, forms.
Yeah, raw text, layout, all of that along the top there.
Yeah.
These are different fields that you can program Textract to look for. So things like forms, you're extracting all key value pairs in the document, or tables, it will look at tables that are present in the document. Even queries, you can extract document data based on custom queries, which I think is really cool.
Cool.
Yeah. I would also say...
All right, so I am sending myself that photo.
Yeah.
And then what we're going to do is once I get that photo on my end, then I'm going to download it and I'm going to send it over to myself here. So give me a second while I upload this. Okay, so in the demo, I'm going to choose a document. I can't show you everything because I don't want to expose stuff, but if we bring my screen back up, now we can see we're in the Textract space. I can see right there. Cool. So we're in the Textract space right here. And what we see is Fred's handwriting. It says, "Get AWS certified" with an exclamation point. No smiley face?
What was that?
No smiley face?
No smiley face.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
trust my art skills enough, Aaron.
It's okay. It's okay. So we're going to select one of these data outputs that you talked about, the layout, forms, tables, queries, signature detection. I believe all we need is layout.
Yeah, let's just select layout.
Apply configuration. And what's happening now is Textract is analyzing this picture. It's the image. It's looking for text within the image, and it's extracting that text and sending it back out to us, which says, "Get AWS certified."
Exclamation mark.
Exclamation. It even does it right here. Exactly. So with that, what we can do is we can actually tab over to another tab that talks all about Amazon Textract. This is your main landing page in the console. And then we can see that if you want to learn more about getting AWS certified,
exclamation mark,
you can join a 2-hour special event with myself, Dalian Akpour, and Emily Bayuk. Fred is going to be there in spirit for support.
I'll certainly be watching, that's for sure.
On Friday, May 9th at 4 p.m. local time for London. Okay, so if you load this page, then what that page will show you is your local time for that event. But I look forward to seeing all of you at the From Start to Certified for AI Practitioner on Friday, May 9th at 4 p.m. London time. All right, Fred, thanks for being here. Producers, never watching live, thanks for being here. Hearts out to all of you, or pinch fingers. And stay tuned for more from AWS On Air, live at the London Summit, right here.
Hi, I'm Stephen Heverin.
Hi, and I'm Anup Shivadas.
Hello, I'm Jay Bush.
And we're the host of AWS Repost Live, the companion live stream to repost.aws, where we dive deep into the questions and use cases of our Repost community. We couldn't join you live and in person at this year's London Summit, but we hope you're having a great time. As the host of Repost Live, we were asked by the launch team to dive into our Repost community and bring you questions and answers from our Repost users and experts around the topics you're learning about at the summit. I'll be kicking us off today with a look at EKS Auto Mode's new features. We've heard about the EKS Auto Mode feature update announced here at the London Summit. And at Repost, we love seeing our community pick up and talk about these new features and functionality, asking and answering questions, sharing knowledge with others around how they can meet their use cases with our AWS services. First up, we've got this fantastic article from one of our AWS experts, Sheetal, that breaks down the features between EKS Auto Mode and Karpenter. I know everyone is looking to make their Kubernetes management smoother, right? EKS Auto Mode helps to deliver on this. The key thing I love about EKS Auto Mode is its seamless integration with the services. It's literally designed to work right out of the box with your existing AWS infrastructure. No complex configurations, no lengthy setup processes. It just works. Think about it. You're getting automatic node scaling based on your workload requirements, and it's still all managed by AWS. That means less time troubleshooting, less time managing infrastructure, and more time focusing on your applications. Be sure to check out the article here from Sheetal that dives into more information around the features and aspects around EKS Auto Mode and what Karpenter can do for you. Now, while Karpenter is a fantastic open source tool, and don't get me wrong, it has its place, EKS Auto Mode is really shining for teams who want that managed, hassle-free experience. It's perfect for those of you who want to focus on building and deploying applications rather than managing the underlying infrastructure. EKS Auto Mode now supports additional configuration options for networking and runtime configurations, building on helping teams to make managing their Kubernetes clusters hassle-free. Next up, we've got another question from one of our Repost community, instead qualification, where they're asking, will Auto Mode handle things like right-sizing and optimizing compute as well? And we've got a really great answer in depth from one of our AWS community users, Saskia Xi, getting into a lot about how EKS autoscaling handles right sizing and the commute optimization by working with the EC2 autoscaling groups to automatically adjust the number of nodes based on workload demands. It monitors key metrics like CPU utilization and memory usage to make scaling decisions, and can leverage mixed instance policies to use different EC2 instance types, including a combination of on-demand and spot instances for cost optimization. While the initial nodes must be defined by the user during node group setup, the system will automatically scale the number of nodes up or down with those parameters to match the resource requirements of your running pods. Amazon EKS Auto Mode provides fully automated Kubernetes cluster management for compute, storage, and networking on AWS with a single click. It simplifies Kubernetes management by automatically provisioning infrastructure, selecting optimal compute instances, dynamically scaling resources, continuously optimizing costs, patching the operating systems, and integrating with AWS security services. Thanks to our Repost community for their great questions, our Repost experts for sharing their knowledge. Next up, we have Anup covering Amazon Q community questions.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Like EKS Auto Mode, we are seeing a lot of interest for Amazon Q Developer and its integration with OpenSearch, which is getting a lot of attention here at London Summit. We are seeing that with Repost as well. We have a question here from Cloud Guru 567, who's curious about how can I use Amazon Q Developer to create visualization for operational analytics in OpenSearch using natural language. Natural language is very powerful, right? So you might have used OpenSearch for your log analytics. You might have logs coming from different applications, and you want to use the power of Amazon Q to ask questions in natural language and get insights. So our Repost agent already answered these questions for Cloud Guru. And in this detailed response, you can see that the very first response is around making sure Amazon Q integration access is there for OpenSearch. And then the next step is to select Amazon Q from the dropdown and generate visualization as well. If you want to see a visual representation of this, we have a detailed blog post which dives deep into this particular scenario as well, getting natural language questions answered by Amazon Q behind the scene for you seamlessly. So if you go here, you can see that you can ask a natural language question. For example, show me a breakdown of HTTP response codes for the last 24 hours. So Q, with its integration with OpenSearch, can go and do a detailed analysis for you, and it can give you the summary seamlessly for you. Very powerful. Same like the natural language query, if you are interested, like the question was asking, right? If you are interested in creating a visualization, for example, create a bar chart showing the number of requests by HTTP status code, for example, Q will generate that seamlessly for you within the context of OpenSearch. This feature is absolutely powerful, and it's getting a lot of attention from our users. Next step, I want to switch gears and talk about GitLab Duo with Amazon Q. As you see the trend here, Amazon Q is going to be integrated across the board with different AWS services like OpenSearch, which you just saw, with Redshift, for example. So that span is increasing all the time. So with GitLab Duo, which is very powerful CI/CD tool, right, for your software development lifecycle, GitLab is used by different customers. How do you integrate generative AI in the mix of the entire CI/CD pipeline? That's where the power of GitLab and Q integration comes into play. And we have this question, which was asked during one of the Repost live segments. The user is interested to know, is there a summary page of all the changes or a way to scan the whole commit at once, right? That's a great question. And with the integration with Amazon Q, with GitLab, you can do that. So with the GitLab integration or with the Amazon Q integration with GitLab, you can have these switches like /Q review, which you can use, and then you can get insights of all the code bases for that particular merge request, right? So that's how powerful Amazon Q integration with GitLab is. It's not just the review part. You can actually do transformation, and we have a blog post which goes very deep into this as well. So if you look at review here, for example, you can see that. So as you see here, if a person says /q/review, you can get the review from your code bases seamlessly. If you want to upgrade your code, for example, you can do /transform within the context of GitLab, and your code will be transformed as well. If you want to upgrade from Java 7 to, let's say, for example, 17 for that matter, or 8 from 8 to 17 for that matter. So this GitLab Q integration is very powerful, and it's getting a lot of interest within London Summit and across the board within our community too. And with that, I want to transfer this to Jay, who is going to talk about some interesting aspects around Q.
Thanks, Anoop. So I'm here to talk about one of my favorite topics in Amazon Q, and in particular, a new announcement around a new CLI agent, which I'm sure is going to be your absolute favorite. So let's take a look. So we recently unveiled that Amazon Q now offers a CLI agent, which provides significant enhancement over the Amazon Q developer experience of old. Now, the new agent brings with it an intelligent, interactive capabilities of Amazon Q directly in the command line interface, enabling developers to benefit from a wide range of benefits. Now, this includes things like enhanced productivity, where now you can benefit from the AI assistant directly in the CLI and streamline a number of the workflows that you may have without the context switching that was required previously. Additionally, you'll benefit from the improved accessibility. So whether you prefer a terminal-based environment or other editors, you can now leverage Amazon Q's capabilities without relying on a full-fledged IDE. And lastly, the dynamic interaction that you'll get from this new experience will allow you to benefit from an interactive experience using natural language to ask questions and receive real-time assistance with directly where you are. So since this announcement, I thought it would be appropriate, of course, to jump over to Repost and see what our users are talking about and how this new experience may help them. So the first question comes from Jason LP, who's really just curious about Q Developer and how it integrates. Now, Q more broadly integrates with a number of different experiences, but what I'm excited about is you can move beyond just your IDE and interact with Q directly from where you are, again, be it a terminal or otherwise. Now, this enhancement provides a much more versatile tool set for developers and accommodates whatever workflows or preferences they may have, which I'm super excited about. The next one is actually pretty specific to a specific use case of using Q directly within Vim, an editor on a Mac OS client. Now, while this is not initially available, I definitely have heard this request from a number of our users out there, and I'm sure we are taking a look internally. But imagine a world in which this experience can move into whatever environment you're in. I'm very excited. I'll definitely keep an eye on this one as this new experience evolves. From one of our AWS experts, or an article rather, from one of our AWS experts that walks through how to transform Kubernetes manifest. And lastly, I pulled an article from one of our Repost experts talking specifically about a common workflow that many of my Kubernetes admins out there experience with a bit of a twist, using Q Developer to do a lot of the operational tasks that many admins in the EKS world do pretty routinely, and that's rewriting these manifests, but using natural language. Now, with Q Developer, you're able to do this much more easily, and I'm excited that now this new CLI agent will allow these type of transformations to happen directly where these admins may be. And this capability, as I mentioned, will really streamline the process, I guess in this case, of managing and modifying those Kubernetes configurations and allow for a much more efficient infrastructure as code experience. So that's all for today. I'm super excited about this recent announcement around Q Developer and the new CLI agent. Be sure to drop any of your questions or use cases right here on Repost. And with that, I want to bring back my friends, Stephen and Anoop. We want to thank you so much for attending the London Summit, of course. As you're walking around, learning, and being immersed in all things AWS, be sure to post any questions you have about any recent announcements or just your use cases out there on repost.aws. And who knows, it might become the gist of our next show on Repost Live. So feel free to join those shows every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Pacific as well. Anoop, Stephen, thank you so much. You guys enjoy the London Summit. And as always, happy building.
How can you quickly see logging from multiple Lambda functions when debugging in the console? Hey, I'm Eric Johnson, Principal Developer Advocate at AWS, and this is a Serverless DX answer. Developers tell us that switching context to see function logs slows them down. When modifying and testing Lambda functions in the console, they want the ability to stay on the same screen and see the resulting logs in real time. I'm excited to say that now it is possible to tail Lambda logs within the Lambda console with CloudWatch Logs Live Tail. Let's take a look. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into the Lambda console. And you can see here I have my list of functions, and I have a function called Live Tail that we did just for testing this out. All right, so you can see in my code, very simple code, just a Python code that actually prints a message, raises an exception, and then also returns. So obviously the raise would block that out. So we're going to go ahead and comment that out for a moment, and we'll just deploy that change so we have it ready to just be kind of a happy path for the moment. Now, what I can do is I can actually go over to testing here, or the test tab, and I click CloudWatch Logs Live Tail. Now you can see on the bottom, we have CloudWatch Logs Live Tail. A window has come up that has controls on the left side and the actual logs on the right. So let's go ahead and start this. So now I'm waiting for logs to appear. Of course, in order to have logs, I need to go ahead and test the function. So let's pull this down just a pinch. We'll go to our test, and we'll actually just go over to our code, because now in the code, I can hit the play button here, and we'll invoke that. And now we've got an answer. So down here, we should see a log, and there it is. I'll pull this up so you can see it. It just says hello world. Now, the other thing about this is I can add filtering. So I'm going to go ahead and filter. I'll stop the logging. I'll add a filter on the word error. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and bring this exception back in so we see that, and I'll deploy my new version. And finally, once that's deployed, I'm going to start my logging, and we'll go ahead and invoke that again. And the interesting thing here is when the log comes in, you can see here that the only thing showing is the error. So this is a great way to drill down to those error messages right away. And then I can actually do a link over to CloudWatch to see the full message and all the logging here. Now, in the beginning, I said, how do you collect logs from many Lambda functions? The nice thing about this is I can actually choose up to 5 different log groups in here to have it run a log tail for those different logs. So you get a lot of those right in place, right here in the same console. And that's a quick look at CloudWatch Logs Live Tail in the Lambda console. Now, I know that developers are not usually building directly in the console. However, this is one of the many changes coming to improve console to desktop uniformity and portability. Keep an eye on this space for more DX improvements. Be sure to subscribe to this channel for more videos like this. Again, I'm Eric Johnson, and this is a Serverless DX answer.
Welcome back, everyone, to London Summit. We're here at AWS OnAir. My name is Alistair Bate, and I'm a solution architect with cloud optimization, joined by Jasmine.
Hi, I'm Jasmine. I'm a manager of product management here at AWS, and we are joined here by my good friend Matt, because it's been a while since you've been to the stage, right?
Yeah. It's been minutes, hours.
You were here earlier this morning.
I was.
We were looking at Amazon Q.
That's right.
In the CLI. And looking at some of the latest released features that people are really excited about. We looked at MCP.
Yes, we looked at MCP. We went through. Well, the CLI had an update yesterday, which brought MCP support, so Model Context Protocol. But I also talked about some of the agentic capabilities there. And again, I want to touch on a bit of that today as well, but with the integration with GitLab Duo.
Yeah, so you're going to bring us to another piece
and
kind of build on that. And I heard you already say it. It's GitLab and Duo. So what's going on here?
Yeah, so as many of you might know, GitLab is it's a DevSecOps platform. Yeah, so it's a service where you can actually not only host your code, but you can actually plan, you can build, you can create CI/CD platforms, but you can also do your planning and securing on there as well. So some of the cool things that have happened there as well is the integration with Q developer here as well. So as soon as you come into the platform now, we've got GitLab Duo here, and immediately I can see at the top right-hand corner, we've got GitLab Duo with Amazon Q. And I can already start asking questions here. Yeah, so using Q here, so how should I deploy a container to AWS? So I've got that sort of Q&A capability here straight away in GitLab here.
And this is really to try and integrate a lot of the tools, because we know that there's so many that our developers use on a day-to-day basis, right?
Right. Yeah. And so the idea here is we've got like a single pane of glass here where I can start using Q and I can actually find issues or sort of solutions to my problems straight away in the IDE here. Some of the cool things I can do here as well, if we go through, I can actually, if we go into the plan, look at issues, I can start to work with some of the issues that I've got. Yeah, so one of the big things we've got here is I've got an issue. So this particular project, if anybody out there has worked with our developers, or you've had an Amazon Q developer immersion day, you'll know about this application. It's our keywords application.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Wordle, where you guess a word and you have to get it right. But there's a couple of bugs and you have to try and figure out what they are.
Matt, what's interesting to me is that I didn't see you have to do anything special to get in here. Were there any integrations required or anything? How did you get here?
So this GitLab Duo with Amazon Q is just part of the package. Yeah. So once you sign up for this, you get access to it, and you will get access to this. And this is like a Q will become available for you, and you can do things like, for example, we've got a bug here. Okay. Yeah, we've got a bug.
We do love bugs.
Yeah, we've got a bug in the bug. So this is like this particular application. It always has the same word. So I can use Q here. So how would you start investigating this issue?
And I imagine, like, maybe we can ask the audience, how many dev tools do each of you use on a day-to-day basis? Is it like 5, 10, maybe 500? Like, fill out the poll. I'm curious to see what we get back to by the end of this segment. Once we look through the demo and see maybe how Duo with GitLab could actually integrate this and save a lot of that time.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely, I've cut down recently with the advent of Amazon Q. I use fewer tools than I used to, but still, yeah, this is amazing. And I'd love to have had this, when I was building CI/CD pipelines, when I was working on service teams. So this is great. I can sort of start, when I see a bug report, if there's anything vague or something I don't quite understand, I can use this to sort of work with Q to try and understand how I might develop this further, or how I can start investigating it. So before I start diving in with the code, I can actually do a bit of groundwork and start doing a bit of research around it. I can also, if you're familiar with Q, you'll know that we've got a couple of agents that we can use. Yeah, so we've got a developer agent. You can also transform Java applications. So, for example, if I have a feature The same word is always selected in the word guessing game in this bug. Or let's take another feature. Let's take the guess history. So this is another option here where we have the application and it doesn't store the history. So I can actually use Q here to implement this feature. So as a player, I'd like to see the history of the guesses and the corresponding guess information for each. So I can invoke Q as a comment. And then here, you'll see I've got a couple of options. I've got the developer agent and I've got the transform agent. So I could use the transform agent to upgrade this Java application into Java 17, or I could use the dev agent to implement the feature that is in this issue. Yeah.
Wow.
So let's give it a go. We'll just add the comment here. So Matt Laver has sent a dev request to Amazon Q just now. Q's picked it up and it's going to start working on this issue.
And so would this literally start working through making branches, developing the code, and giving you some further options on how to actually develop it out?
Yeah, so what this will do, this will go and actually create a merge request with the proposed solution that I can review. And this is going to take a couple of minutes. So what I would suggest is I could also have done the transform. Now, a transform of this Java application takes about 13 minutes. And I've taken the liberty of actually doing this already. So I've actually got this transformation done. And you can see what it does here. So I ran the transform agent. And what this does, it created a build locally. It uploaded the code. And it created a transform plan. And then it created a merge request. And you can see here what it's done. And this is very similar to how URI would upgrade this. Yeah, so it upgrades the JDK version, and then it starts trying to build it and fixing things as it goes along. And it has an inbuilt sort of knowledge base of things it knows how to fix. Like it knows this is the path if you want to go from this component to the next one. And it also has AI here to help you with some of the things that maybe not as straightforward that it can use.
Did I happen to notice that there's a pipeline here, but it may have failed in it? Is that something Q can help with as well?
Yeah, so if we actually look at the code here and the merge request. So this is the merge request that's actually generated by Q.
Wow.
So this gives you the detail of it. So it makes the following changes: lines of code, transformation, files changed. It gives you a full summary of the components it's upgraded. Yeah, so it's SDK upgrades, Swagger to OpenAI, the Spring Boot, for example. But you're right, when I showed you before, the pipeline actually failed here, yeah?
Okay.
So this is great. It's upgraded the Java app, but we've got an issue here with the CI/CD pipeline. So let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. So let's go to the pipeline. So here's our pipeline. This is a very simple pipeline. So we're building, testing, and packaging. There's no deployments here, but you can see it's red, it's failed. So let's go to the job and have a look. So we go to the build job, and we can see a whole list of issues here. Now, usually in the old world, I would be going through this, trying to pinpoint where the issue is. Yeah, I mean, have you guys got any idea where it is? I mean, it's
And you mean just scroll over it?
Could I just ask Q?
Pardon?
Could I just ask Q for a suggestion?
Right. So you'll notice we've got this troubleshooting button down here. We can also use the chat and do /troubleshoots, but if I press this troubleshoot button, I can get Q to actually go and see if it can find an issue. And what this will do is this will go and have a look at the log files here, and it will use its capabilities to try and find the root cause of the failure.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is super useful. So for me to actually investigate this is part of the SDLC that. This for me, I want to be a developer. I want to be spending my time being creative. These are the things that slow me down and cause me a lot of pain, like CI/CD pipelines breaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh.
What about? I have a question. So what if I'm coming on as a new software development engineer? I'm coming into a large enterprise. I know nothing about the code base.
Right.
How could this help me?
Yeah, I mean, so you can use Q to actually try to understand that code base more. You can ask questions about it. You can ask it to summarize it. When you're working with it, it can actually give you those insights that you might not have. Yeah, and sometimes, when you join a new team, you're afraid, you don't want to ask questions. You don't want to be embarrassed. Like, you get imposter syndrome. Yeah, and this can actually help you. It's an assistant. Yeah, so it's like a knowledgeable friend sat next to you. You could ask any question to.
And I saw in that merge request the amount of detail it puts in. I don't know. I have to admit, I've been sometimes pretty bad at putting some details in. I'd be like, change request, update to application number 2.
Yeah.
What was I doing? Who knows? But here, it gives you absolute details to all of this. So if you do need to go through that history and actually understand it, it's a great way to actually build out that knowledge information without putting in too much effort.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but like the documentation is always I've struggled with, you know, and it's you do it last minute as well. You've developed everything and you leave the things like that to the end.
Yeah, it's hard to do it as you go.
Yeah.
You know, you're trying to focus on the task at hand. You're not trying to figure out how to like record everything that you're doing. But I imagine with Q, you can just say, hey, summarize this, or expand upon this documentation.
Absolutely, and this well, if we look at this, it's told me what the issue is with the build, and it's with my CI/CD pipeline. So I'm trying to build a Java 17 app with the Java 8 image. But if we go back to the documentation, even the documentation for the project itself, I use Q to build. So if we go back to this one. This is an example. I use the doc agent, and it actually get the repository structure, so I know how this fits together. It gave me the dependencies, like what are we using, Java, Node, etc., how to clone it, how to build it, how to start it. This is all great stuff for me coming in. If I've inherited a project that doesn't have this documentation, I can create it. So if we go and have a look to see how this merge request is coming along, and it has done it. So it's created a merge request for that feature for the guest history. And you were talking about the documentation, yeah?
Yes. Let's see, what did it put up in that information?
Yeah, so let's have a look. This is quite brief. So adding guest history, tracking in the game controller, updating the UI, and extending the session attributes. Yeah, we can have a look down at some of the code. It's also, interestingly, it's found a cross-site scripting vulnerability as well while it was there. So it's done a bit of, So we've got a cross-site scripting vulnerability here, and it explains the vulnerability as well. And then it's got into the changes, yeah. So, and we've got the changes here. So I can actually see the files that it's changed. So we've got the game controller. You can see it's put a guest history in. This is quite cool. And then the actual UI elements as well. So I don't know about you, but I'm more of a back-end developer, and the UI was always, if I was asked to work on that, it was always something I was always struggled with, like CSS and trying to figure that out. And this does all that for me as well. So it gets me where I need to go, and I can review this, build it, and have a look at it, and work with it from there.
And I imagine you can go in and add further changes, so you don't have to immediately accept or deny it, but you could work through that change history to actually implement it a bit more.
Yeah. So we can actually go in and modify this. So this is like interactive, yeah. So we can actually ask for further changes if we wanted to here, yeah. So maybe we didn't like this, we could actually keep moving. And the idea here is that you do lots of little changes with Q, yeah, rather than trying to what we call boil the ocean, like with a big mega change. You sort of iteratively work on your workloads here to try and sort of layer the changes as you go along.
Because I imagine overall what this is trying to do is reduce the amount of tools and research people have to go into, switching to other systems, going to the issue management. They can basically use this as their IDE to some extent to actually try and work with this system.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like previously, if you were going to work with this, you got a failure in your CI/CD pipeline. You would actually go back to your IDE on your local machine. You'll be trying to test it there. And if things run on your local machine, they don't necessarily work on the CI/CD pipeline as well. So we can actually do all this in one place, manage that, the security, the fixes, all within the actual platform where we're building this. So it's a really good feature.
Yeah. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about, like debugging, going in, writing documentation. Tell me about security, because I know when you add an integration, that could be something that folks might worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. So part of GitLab as well is the security integration. And of course, you can use Q here to help you with some of the security issues that you might see with your code, and that can pick you up. So for example, in the last pull request we had, this merge request here, it actually picked up some issues that we can look at. So let's have a look here. And it found this, and it's actually pointing us to the issue. But not only does it pick it up, but it actually tells you how to fix it and fix it for you. Yeah, so it does all that heavy lifting for you. Whereas previously, if I'd had my code reviewed and they found a issue with it, they'll be like, Matt, you've got an issue here. deal with it, and I'd have to go on, research it, try and figure out the issue, or speak to them, and that takes a lot of time, like going to and fro, trying to resolve these issues.
Yeah, and where does it rank that severity? Like I see this one right here says severity high.
Yeah, so you've got different levels of security here, which can vary depending on the issue.
Okay.
Yeah, so for example, if you leaked a secret, or like there's obviously an OWASP top 10 type issue that you've got here, where bad actors could take advantage of your application, your code. That's pretty severe. And then you've got sort of lower level one. They vary down to lower level ones, which are more like nitpicks. Yeah. In the same way, I didn't like the code you'd written. The way you've done that is not really my liking. So
you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait until your daily stand-up to get nitpicked.
Right.
You can have a machine do it for you.
Yeah.
And I guess you can bring that extra expertise and be like, well, I've gone through the security view. I've got a best practice kind of built into this and everything like that. And it's just like in here, you don't have to worry about adding extra agents to the pipeline. It's just smooth. It's just nice and easy.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got another example of a pipeline here as well that I think, let's have a look. This merge request. Is this the one?
That's the other problem. There's always so many pipelines, merge requests. Probably try to understand them. At least Q can kind of bring them together a lot easier.
Yeah. Somebody has actually submitted a pull request called add bug, and it's actually failed. So
who's working against you back here?
Yeah, I think there's a clue in this one. So so in this particular one, again, this is again, it's a big stream of errors here, and with the troubleshooting function here, I can actually get the root cause of the failure. And in this particular one, it's just like a typo. Somebody's checked something in, there's a typo. It actually tells me the line of code with the issue in it. So this is great for me as well. Like, this happens all the time. Maybe I've, been a bit sloppy and not built it locally and just checked it in, and, I can actually get the fix here. Or maybe somebody else can take this on and fix it, if they're trying to get things through the pipeline.
Absolutely. I'm keen to go back to our poll at the moment. We're talking about how this could reduce a lot of the extra tools. So let's take a look at the results and see how many people work with so many different tools. Interesting. I'm a bit surprised by this.
Yeah.
Well,
I would have immediately gone to I lost count.
Exactly. Maybe 100. I don't know. How many would you say you work with, Matt, on a day-to-day basis?
I would say definitely more than 10. Yeah, I've got a lot of tools, but I actually like the idea of having less than 10, because I like that minimalistic sort of approach to development. It seems like good housekeeping to me, and you can be an expert at these tools, and they can serve you really well. So if I can trim that down, that's a really big advantage. What I would say is I use fewer development tools now. I've got Amazon Q Developer at my disposal, because that's replaced so many of my other context switching. So when I talk about tools, I'm talking about like online resources. Yeah, so I don't need to go and look at the usual places to get answers to the questions I've got, or look at forums, or try to understand how these things don't work. Q's totally replaced all that. Yeah, that solves that problem for me.
Absolutely. And I'm just curious, as we get towards the end of this session, who is this for? What users would best benefit from this new integration?
So I would say like people who are working on pipelines. This is for DevOps engineers, developers who actually manage their CI/CD pipelines. So it's kind of going back to the if you own it, you run it sort of philosophy, and this can help you do that. Yeah. So you don't need to be an expert at all of these tools. Q can help you with that, but it's designed to help you as a product team get your services and products out into production faster. So to help you release faster, be more efficient. So the goal here is just like an accelerated tool, an assistant that will help you be more efficient at your job.
Yeah. And I saw that you had a blog post earlier this month when this went general availability.
Yeah.
So it looks like the user documentation is already there, so folks can get up and running, or they can contact the sales team, right?
Yeah, get in touch. Get in touch with GitLab or talk to your AWS team. We'd be happy to help you.
Yeah. Well, that is all the time that we had here. I really enjoyed this. I love that we got to build on going through Amazon Q and seeing how it works with an integration, but we will be back with more, so stay tuned.
1995, the way you existed digitally was to have a website. In 2015, it was to have a mobile app you can install on your phone. In 2025, the way you're going to exist digitally is to have an AI agent. We moved from an era of rule-based software to an era of software built on goals and guardrails. We're in the age of conversational AI, and the way you're going to exist digitally is to have a conversation with your customer any time of day, 24/7. And that's what we've built with Sierra on Amazon Web Services. Old software was based on rules. If you think about a typical workflow automation, it looked like a decision tree. You had to enumerate every possibility that your customers could do. With AI, it's different. And with Agent OS, you can model your company's goals and guardrails to build any customer experience that you can imagine. What does it mean if 90% of your customer experience is conversational? It's remarkable how easy it is to start a company thanks to services like Amazon Web Services. We can focus on where we want to add value and really ride in the coattails of the incredible investment that Amazon has made into their cloud infrastructure. I think the companies that have run successful experiments today will be the ones that 5 years from now have business transformation driven by AI. I think the way to deal with technologies like that is to dive in and learn as quickly as possible.
Hey folks, welcome back to AWS On Air live at London Summit. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I am a partner enterprise architect here at AWS, joined by my homie, AM.
Wow. Hey, I'm AM Grabelny. I'm a developer advocate here at AWS on the game day team. You all saw me playing some game day earlier. Excited to be back with some new friends here. We're going to be talking all about some LLMs, all about generative AI. Everybody loves talking about that. Well, let's start with introductions. Will you please introduce yourself to the audience?
Yes, my name is Chaitra Mathur. I'm a specialist SA, and I work with customers on generative AI. Whether it is generative AI operations, observability, setting up a platform, and a gateway that we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, we're getting into that. Nick, I believe.
Yes, absolutely. Hello, world, and hello, Mum. My name is Nick McCarthy. I am a senior specialist SA, now based out of New York. My specialty area is generative AI Gen AI model customization. But it's been great to return to my hometown, London.
There you go.
Spend time with my friends and family.
Love it.
To be here. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. So let's get your screen pulled up. We're going to talk through as we're showing because people love to see what we talk about. So let's get that screen pulled up because we're going to be talking about this generative AI gateway. You know, I think first question I've got right out of the bat here is, you know, why are we building a gateway? Like, what is the problem here that people are looking to solve with this gateway?
Yeah, so we have this idea of a generative AI platform that enterprises are building.
Yeah.
And one of the things that developers ask for is, I want to be able to experiment with different models, and not just Bedrock, but let's say you want to experiment with SageMaker and other models. And how do you give this unified API to all of these models with low lift? Yeah. And developers are able to experiment. And then it also adds this central governance for accessing these models.
Oh, interesting. The governance piece, I think we'll talk about that, I hope. Because that's massively, especially you mentioned enterprise. Governance can be important to a lot of enterprises, I imagine. All right, so walk me through the whole idea is what? I have a gateway sitting in front of several models that I can choose from?
Yes. So people may have heard different terms, LLM gateway, LLM proxy, generative AI gateway, AI gateway. It all refers to this, which actually gives access to several models, right? And this is the solution our AWS solutions team has developed.
Okay.
And it is based on Light LLM. It's an open source proxy. And we have just containerized it and deployed it on AWS. And what this does is you can configure different models, whether it's on AWS, other providers, other platforms, and this gives this seamless integration and access to those models.
Okay. So we've got this gateway then that sits in front, right? And that kind of gives you a unified way of like sending prompts to the LLMs so that you don't have to learn the individual APIs that each LLM uses.
Exactly.
Okay.
We'll show it later in a demo, but as you can see on the left-hand side, there might be a different set of teams, in this case tenants or clients, that are all wanting to invoke different models for different use cases at different times. But they will all go through this centralized gateway that has the same governance, and we can see a web application firewall there to help with getting out any bad requests, as it were. But all of it spun up in a single AWS account, a centralized account that has the correct networking, and in this case deployed on Amazon EC2 cluster.
Yeah, you can deploy it on ECS, EKS. There are several options this solution gives.
Great.
It follows OpenAI specification, which is OpenAPI specification based, and you can invoke even Bedrock models with that. Now, Light LLM gives all of that functionality at its core. What we have done is we have built a wrapper around it, and you can invoke Bedrock models using Converse APIs as well.
Nice. All right.
Yeah, this is pretty awesome. You mentioned different teams may potentially be using different models, different ways to interact with them. Some may run fast and loose, some may have very strict governance policies, but by putting this in place, we're trying to cut that off at the pass to say, this is the exact standard we're going to use, this is the way that we're going to be, this is the standard. Is that about accurate?
Yeah, yeah, that's accurate. I'll show you a demonstration. There are two parts to this. One is what we call control plane in AWS terms, right? You want to be able to administer this, add tenants and add models. And then the other part is the APIs themselves, right? Invoking the APIs.
So I see we're looking at a GitHub repo. If I'm sitting in chat right now and I'm curious about trying this out myself, I believe we're about to go see the UI where I can interact with this. But if I want to go deploy this right now, can I come to this repo? What am I going to run to deploy it?
Yeah.
Just some Terraform commands?
Exactly. I was going to say it might have this at the bottom of the README, but at the moment the infrastructure as code deployment method is Terraform. Yeah.
Okay.
With the team is actively developing on this. We're taking in any customer requests, building this out continuously, and CDK, for example, is on the roadmap later this year.
Nice.
But exactly, it would be a Terraform applied, Terraform deploy to deploy this into your account.
Cool.
And of course, you'd then be able to go to the AWS console to check out all the various components, as well as go into Light LLM and have a UI dashboard that has centralized governance and observability there.
Beautiful. So once I've got it deployed, what does it look like when I interact with it? That's what you're about to show us, right?
Yes. So I told you that okay. So there are two parts to it, as I said. One is the administrative side of things, and this is what it looks like. And if people are familiar with Light LLM, you will know this, you would have seen this. This is just a Light LLM dashboard that our solution exposes. Now, the real meat is when you are going to this, as an administrator of this solution, you go here and you are onboarding tenants, right? This is a central gateway that is there, and the teams are coming to you and saying, I want to be onboarded. So here is where you can set up a team. Let's say I just set up an HR team yesterday, and you're saying, okay, your team, come get onboarded. They've vended an API key, and everything from then on is tracked through that API key, right? So first you create a team here, then you go here. Oh, okay. Classic.
Got logged out, yeah.
Just while Chaitra is logging back in, an important feature of this that I wanted to highlight is that, given that an aspect of it is that there's a Bedrock wrapper around some of the invocations we make to Bedrock. Bedrock guardrails are applied to every call that's made here. And I mean, there's a number of important features that exist within Bedrock guardrails. For those that don't know, we use automated reasoning checks to help prevent factual errors that might occur from hallucinations. We also have content safeguards, both for image and text modalities. And even for RAG use cases, retrieval augmented generation, we filter out around 75% of hallucinated responses.
Wow.
So that's all sort of baked into the solution. But back to you, Chaitra, with the demo. If you're
you're logged back in. Let's take a look.
So we created teams, and then you come here, create a key, and this key is an API key that starts to track everything. Everything by what I mean is you start to be able to track costs and do cost attribution across these teams. You can give access to specific models based on this. So everything happens by that key. And you're able to do a lot of different things. You can check usage. You can come here and set up, what kind of model access should the solution give to all of the teams, and then be able to come here and look at logs. So this is an administrative function. A super user comes here and adds the teams and vents the keys and all of that. And once that's done, you take those keys and you invoke APIs, which is our second part of the demo, and we'll show it.
Okay, so now, this is where that governance piece comes into play. Yeah, this is where you can see what the people are doing that you've given access to use this.
Yeah, and you don't have to think of it as a central gateway for the entire organization, right? There are many different ways to deploy this. You can deploy it for a team, you can deploy it for a business unit. So there are different ways to use this. But the advantage of getting it on AWS is all of the scale and reliability and all of the Bedrock features that we can, put around this Light LLM, right? It's a really good wrapper that has been built, and being able to use the infrastructure's capabilities. I think that's the real value of this. Now, going to the actual demo.
Okay.
So here is a Streamlit app that Nick put together.
As they used to say on Blue, or do say on Blue Peter, here's one I made earlier. I wanted to say that on air for a while.
Yeah.
But anyway, we had a few Python scripts that we put together that were just initially invoking both an open API spec, but also a Bedrock runtime spec, which again was just this wrapper around Bedrock to invoke a Bedrock model. But we brought it into a Streamlit app that you can see here, relatively rudimentary. Already pre-filled on the left-hand side, we've got an API key that we need to work with OpenAI. You can see that. So if you want to hit set API key, Chaitra. And actually, whilst we're waiting, if we could interact with the audience and get some potential prompts.
You know what? That's a really great segue for us, Nick. Thank you. We know a lot of you might be joining us now from the UK. I believe we are live up on the, how do we call it, the Hero?
Yes, the UK Hero slot.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, welcome to the stream. Where you been? We've been streaming all day live from the AWS Summit here in London. Can you believe it? This American accent sitting up here, streaming from the London Summit. But yes, we are here. We're taking your questions. We're talking with you in chat. I got chat pulled up. I'm waiting to hear from you. But I love Nick's suggestion down there. We are, well, I don't know what model we're actually conversing with yet. Do we know which model we're talking to? Okay.
We have different options.
All right.
And we have Meta's Llama, Anthropic Claude. So we could choose any of it.
Okay.
I think the idea is to
chat can
get a
pick one maybe, or chat can put in the prompt. I think it's a little riskier to have chat come up with a prompt sometimes. Chat needs to behave itself.
We do have one in chat.
Let's chuck them in there.
Yeah, Tier 4 says, what can I learn at the AWS London Summit?
Okay, that's a safe one.
It is safe.
Chat. Do you want to make sure the base URL is set as well, just before?
To be fair, I know who Tier 4 is.
Do you?
I do. But I won't dox them. I won't dox them. I do know them.
That's very sweet of you, by the way.
Yeah.
AI thinking. Hopefully the demo gods are with us today.
There are so many sessions it has to think.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, there's a lot to learn, right?
Yes.
It might come back with what is AWS London Summit.
That's nice.
There we go. That looks really nice.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. All right. And it's formatted.
Yes.
I'm seeing in chat too, we've got a poll for you all. How many different LLM providers is your org using? Let us know in the poll. All right, so I think reading through this, which would you pick as your favorite?
Huh. Of course, artificial intelligence
Number
and
3.
machine
Oh,
learning.
what a
Big up AI
surprise. Okay.
All day long.
You know, for once I thought it'll suggest generative AI, but
No, there's more. There's more too. Adrian, do you have a favorite? Can you read that?
Number 4, I can read, I promise. Number
14. I don't believe that, but okay. 14, networking.
Networking. The hallway track is always where it's at for me. It's always the engaging of other SMEs, talking with folks that may have similar type of questions to you. For me, that is one of the best values of summits.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going serverless computing. We just had our friend Gunnar Grosch here on, so he would be mad at me if I didn't pick it. Let's switch models. Let's see how easy it is to ask the same question to a different model.
Should we use the Bedrock runtime?
Yeah.
Okay.
Different model.
Yes. Let me just clear the conversation.
Okay.
Set. Should we try Meta?
Let's try it.
Let's try it.
Same question?
Yeah, same question. Let's see how we can pick. This is probably what people are doing, right? With this gateway, is they're evaluating the performance of each model for their use cases, which ours obviously is telling people what they can learn at the London Summit.
Okay,
very similar.
Okay.
Still.
Wait, they've combined it. This is better for me. Number 6, they've combined containerization and serverless computing. I was torn on which to pick, but now I don't have to. So I like this model better.
Okay.
Yeah, mine stayed the same, just a different number shuffle.
See, so useful for you guys also.
Yeah.
Gateway.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We are right at a minute left or so.
Okay.
Tell me what you want to finish up with.
Yes.
Yeah.
So OpenAI and Bedrock runtime, right?
Yes.
Everything goes by OpenAI specification, but the wrapper we have built, you can also switch to the Bedrock runtime and directly use Converse API and call Bedrock. So that is the advantage of this, which you won't get in light LLM. So that's the value of this solution as well.
Okay.
To close, I think we are very eager to learn what others are doing. So, contact us on LinkedIn. We definitely want to know if this is useful and what other alternates are, everybody using.
I assume people can open issues on that Git repo that you shared as well, requesting new things.
We're also helping customers deploy it into their accounts. The team are going to start running workshops. But yeah, we're always interested in customer signals. And myself and Chaitra and our team are actively involved in helping build out Gen AI platforms worldwide. So,
Chaitra, Nick, thank you both for joining us. Unfortunately, we got to run, but you are staying right here because we have more. So stay here. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Even before we learn how to speak or write, we gather a lot of different aspects of the world through the sensory input data by interacting with it. And we think that that is the better way to build models. We are an AI research and product company building video foundation models for enterprises and developers. And if you have a lot of video data and you need to be able to search for things really quickly, PropLabs API allows you to do that in minutes. Effectively 80% of the world's data is in video. The challenge here is sheer scale, which amounts to over 100 zettabytes worth of video content that we first use to train and also index and understand. The most compelling reason to be excited about working with AWS is the shared empathy for our customers who are dealing with petabytes or even exabytes worth of video data. Our customers really enjoy the seamless integration of PropLabs and S3 workflows. You store vast majority of your data on S3, and we can seamlessly pull your video data, index, embed, and start allowing you to search in a manner that's very frictionless. I'm excited about having these models on physical agents or senior care, patient monitoring work that involves a lot of dangers, being the visual cortex for all future AI agents that need to see the world the way we do.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the AWS Summit here in London. I'm A.M. Grabelny, a developer advocate here at AWS, joined by, what are we doing all the segments together today, Adrian?
Pretty much, I would say. Hey everyone, my name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a partner enterprise architect here at AWS, and we are joined by a very special guest.
Very special.
Incredibly special guest, Mr. David Brown. David?
We're talking you up, Dave.
You are definitely talking me up.
Would you mind introducing yourself?
Hey, I'm Dave Brown. I lead the compute organization here at AWS.
So now is the time, chat. If you have questions, I mean, please.
Oh, absolutely.
What type of access? I mean, that chat
anything they
has
want to
to
ask, we'll take a look and see what the questions are. I'm interested to see.
Incredible. So, go ahead, Adrian, take it away.
Yeah, first question that comes to mind, Dave, during your keynote, you mentioned machine learning and small language models at the edge. Given my background as a hybrid edge type of engineer, is this something that we're hearing a lot from customers that they're starting to actively explore more?
You know, I think it's very, very early days, but there's definitely going to be a requirement for inference at the edge. We know that. We've seen, over the last couple of years, we've seen use cases of things like on factory floors, in data centers where they make really, really quick decisions. And I think the technology is absolutely moving in that direction. That was sort of on the tail end of the announcement about the new Outpost racks. So what we announced is our second generation of AWS Outposts, which are racks that can actually run in your own data center outside of an AWS region and give you a whole lot of the AWS services in your data center in a fully managed fashion. And the great thing about these racks is they actually bring the latest Intel CPUs into the data center. So any instance now that you can see within our region, you can order that in an Outpost rack. So we're very excited. And it also sets us up really well to bring all of the new technology into the data center. So as we look at GPUs, which is obviously what we need for inference, and other accelerators, there will be Outpost racks in the future that can do that. I think models need to scale down. It's going to be really hard to run at some of the scale that we see in region on Amazon Bedrock at the edge. But I think as model latency decreases, the impact of network costs is going to have to be closer to them, just from a latency point of view.
Yeah, I think SLMs are going to be huge in that regard as well,
Absolutely.
right? Because
yes.
people are going to start realizing the use cases that they have actually can be solved by some of these
Exactly,
SLMs.
exactly.
Now, Dave, I'm a bit of a I dabble in a lot of the compute types.
That's great.
I'm a Lambda guy at heart, but I'm running containers too.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good.
So one of the things that I feel like has impacted compute so positively across all these different types is ARM, right? And we're seeing that roll out to a bunch, specifically with Graviton.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts? What excites you about Graviton as much as I'm excited about Graviton? Probably.
And honestly, we can trace the sort of journey from that all the way back to like 2010, 2011, 2012.
Wow.
When in the very early days of AWS, we were starting to think about how do we give customers more performance. And at some point, you can't do any more in the software stack, and you have to start looking at hardware. And we started to look at hardware. We found ARM. We found Annapurna Labs. And so in about 2013, 2014, we actually started writing code for ARM chips that ran on network cards. If you remember the smart NICs back then.
Really, that early?
That's early, yeah,
Wow.
exactly.
Wow.
And you can sort of follow that trajectory to where 2016, we started to think about a Graviton process data center. And so we really pioneered that together with ARM and eventually brought Graviton. We're starting with Graviton 1. Graviton 1 was actually one of those networking chips that we just put in a server and said, hey, here's Graviton. Because we knew Graviton 2 was going to come out the following year, and we had to build the ecosystem and tell all the open source software packages that, hey, ARM's coming to the data center, you better get ready.
Wow.
And today we have Graviton 4. And Graviton 4 is just an incredible processor. It's actually the fastest chip that we've ever built. It's just faster on raw performance than any other chip we have in the data center today. But most importantly, 2 points, it saves customers at least 40% price performance, and so that's the thing that's really driven that. And then also just 60% less energy usage. And in today's world, if we can use less energy, it's just good all around. And so I gave a stat at reInvent last year. I was very excited to say I've been keeping it a secret for about 2 years. And we repeated it today in the keynote. And we said, in the last 2 years, we've landed more Graviton processors in our data centers than all other chip types combined. And so, folks think that Graviton is just a small thing, or maybe it's just being used by AWS services, but the reality is it's absolutely enormous. And it's being used by the smallest startups to the largest enterprises, and we're very, very excited. We won't tell you what the name of the next Graviton chip is. After Graviton 4, it's probably going to be Graviton 5.
I was going to say.
Yeah,
what?
Graviton 5. Yeah.
Wow.
But we're excited
Breaking
about
news
that.
right
Absolutely,
here.
absolutely. We're going to keep innovating. We're going to absolutely keep innovating on that.
I love that. I mean, look, I'll tell you from personal experience, I was at a partner company early 2021, around the time of these things really getting adopted. And, we were running like software that people don't necessarily really want to spend a lot of money, but it's necessary for them to have deployed. And being able to offer ARM and Graviton runtimes for this.
Yes.
You're saving people money.
Yeah,
you're optimizing
absolutely.
without having to really, and preparing for that chipset was not significant for our
It's
software.
It's a lot simpler than folks think.
It is.
You know,
People don't get it until
I've
they
had
get
customers
into
say, Dave, it's going to take us 300 years to move to Graviton.
Right.
I tell them, how do you know that? They say, we have a spreadsheet. I'm like, don't believe any of the numbers. Take one engineer, 1 week, one application, and you can move it to Graviton, and most of them are successful.
I have seen that personally firsthand with a ton of different partners and customers going down and beginning to engage in this journey. Dave, it's kind of a good segue. How do you see partners like NVIDIA and Anthropic helping be invaluable on this journey for these customers? You know, standardizing, moving over to Graviton, starting to really get into and embracing generative AI. How do you see this being complementary to their journey?
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, both of those are absolutely critical partners for both us and our customer base. You know, most of generative AI today runs on NVIDIA GPUs, and we have this very deep partnership that we've had with NVIDIA. We were the first cloud provider to deploy an NVIDIA GPU 14 years ago, actually, if you can believe that. And so this partnership continues. You know, NVIDIA's own supercluster that they're busy building called Project Sabre actually runs on AWS, and that's powering a lot of their own model development and work that they're doing, but it's also actually powering DGX Cloud, where NVIDIA brings their layer of software that's actually running on AWS. So AWS customers can be helped with fine-tuning and building models and all that sort of thing. In terms of Anthropic, you know, we have this incredible relationship with Anthropic as they've got the Claude model today, which is the best model available, Claude 3.7. We've seen what it's done in the vibe coding space, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's just incredible, and I know Anthropic is innovating at one crazy pace as well. And so, you know, we're working very closely with them on Trainium, which is our own custom accelerator for, you know, generative AI, and it's been amazing to be working with them. And we're building a cluster for them as well called Project Rainier, named after the mountain in Seattle, which I think is probably named after the weather. Yeah, that's actually over it's hundreds of thousands of Trainium accelerators in a single cluster. So it's just amazing what these customers are doing, or these partners are doing in the space.
Yeah, it is. It really is. You know, and kind of tying things back to when we're talking about all these models and you know, the generative AI space and Graviton. You know, one of the coolest demos I saw last year was one of these parameterized SLMs running on Graviton.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I'm curious, you know, what are your thoughts around, you know, as we optimize, as we get into, you know, running these production LLM workloads, like what are you thinking about, you know, when you go home at night and you're envisioning what we're going to be working on?
I think part of it is just being ready for the change. You know, we have this absolutely incredible technology that's changing applications around us. And I think inference specifically, we still think about this different thing. Yeah. You know, it's something different from compute and storage and networking and all the things we think is fundamentals. But I think over the next couple of months, next 6 months, next year, inference is going to become just another component, just another fundamental, as the same as storage and compute. And for that to happen, we have to get the cost of inference down. Because, you know, there's many applications out there today where it's just still too expensive to do, and that's something we're going after. So obviously model development, you talk about some of these LLMs that are going to run on Graviton. We've played around with some of those. It's great to see Graviton doing it.
It's incredible.
It's amazing. It's a little slow at times, obviously, because it doesn't have the full GPU or the Trainium accelerator doing it.
Right.
But I think model technology is going to get to a place where that is possible.
Yes.
We saw that with DeepSeek, this big improvement, but really that shouldn't surprise us because there are going to be many, many, many more types of improvements like that in model science over the coming months and years. And then the second thing that's going to get the cost of inference down is technology. It's going to be hardware. Yeah. And so that's where, you know, our Trainium accelerator is really pushing to be able to lower the cost of inference. Lower inference means more inference, means better experience for the end customer, and it's going to change our lives.
It makes it more accessible to those who are building with it, too.
Absolutely.
I think that's what's really exciting to me as well.
Yeah.
Because we don't even know, right, what's out there to go build, but if we make it accessible to more people,
that's right.
We're going to see it.
That's exactly right.
I love it.
Right.
I love it.
And that's exactly the momentum that I have seen, Dave, working with partners of beginning that embracing into Trainium. Many of these system integrators that I work with are being inundated with demand to go and make inference cheaper, forcing them to go down ways that they may not have ever really wanted to envision or even have on their roadmap. One partner in particular I can think of realized in a poll or observation of their constituency, they had about 80% of their customers wanting to run on Trainium and inferential hardware to lower that cost.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until they started brokering that conversation that we started noticing a change in the culture at these different companies where it's technology is a big part of it, of course, but being willing to think about things in a different way has been part and parcel to the success we've seen in the space.
Oh, absolutely.
Can I ask you one more question? We're almost out of time, Dave.
Yeah.
I want, you talked about this earlier, and it really struck a chord with me real quick. For any engineer sitting out there in the audience right now, you mentioned we need to learn to get ahead of the curve that's coming.
Yeah.
What do you tell them? How do they learn?
Oh, I think the most important thing is play with the technology, right? And I think you want to get your hands dirty. It's been very interesting with a lot of my teams, back in Seattle and around the world, is giving them access to things like Bedrock, giving them access to SageMaker, and saying, hey, go find some time to play with this technology. We don't yet know what it can do and how it can actually impact our business. And they've come up with some amazing things that we've used both internally, and some of them have found their way into AWS products. And so I think the first thing is don't be intimidated. Get your hands on the technology. Don't let some very large enterprise project planning process slow you down. Find a way to be scrappy. Find a way to play. Because the way the world's changing right now, there's some new thing coming out every single week that everybody's talking about right now. I've never seen innovation at this pace. And so we all got to up our game in terms of pace and speed and be more scrappy and play with this technology. And I think that's the best path.
Dave, we got to thank you for giving us some of your time and helping those engineers learn today as well as part of our stream. Thank you for being
Great.
here.
Thanks for having me. It's been fun.
All right. We've got to go, but we will be back with more live from the AWS Summit here in London. So stick right there.
Taco Bell is known for innovation in the QSR space, but not many people know that we're striving to be second to none with our technology. Our parent company, Yum Brands, actually built a headless commerce engine, and we decided we wanted to migrate as quickly as possible using AWS and serverless. This was a big, bold, ambitious goal, and we decided to use Track 10 to help us with it.
So we've had a very long history with the Taco Bell team. Over the last 3 years, we've continued to develop and grow as we've supported them as they've built out their AWS footprint.
Our main goal was really to not disrupt any breaking backend API changes so that it is seamless to the customers. Our new e-commerce systems leverage a lot of the different services from AWS. For instance, Lambdas, S3, API Gateway, Event Bridge, and DynamoDB. Prior to being on AWS, our monolithic e-commerce system used to take around 30 minutes to ship maybe a tiny change of code to our lower environment or even production. But now with AWS serverless, we were able to deploy within 5 minutes.
The benefit in this particular case of having Track 10 on the project is we have such a ridiculous amount of expertise in serverless, so this is right up our alley. So having us on the project definitely brings that deep expertise in all things serverless on AWS.
Transitioning over to our new serverless architecture has been instrumental for our digital channels. Previously, we were always concerned whether or not our architecture would be able to handle the high load during promotional campaigns. However, once we migrated over to our new serverless architecture and Yum Commerce Engine, we were able to gain a greater confidence in our system's ability to handle high traffic on promotional campaign days.
With the serverless solution, you've seen cost reductions of 90% for our infrastructure. You've seen a reduction of complexity and our code also by 90%. We've been able to ship business value faster than ever before. At the end of the day, we're just here to delight our customers. So they don't know how we're building this in the back end. They don't know that we're using serverless. They're just happy that we're giving them what they need.
I really appreciate working with Taco Bell because they really are on the cutting edge of pushing kind of the bounds of what serverless can do. It really allows us to challenge ourselves at Trek 10 to continue to learn and grow and use AWS to its fullest.
Hey, Steph, how's it going?
I'm good, Aaron. How are you?
Oh, hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to the AWS OnAir coverage of the AWS Summit here in London. My name is Aaron Hunter. I'm a principal developer advocate with the AWS training certification team. And today we're going to talk to you about Amazon Nova. And I'm joined with my really good friend, Steph.
Hi, everyone. I'm Steph Gooch. I'm a senior SA advocate here at AWS. And I'm excited to dive into this topic with Aaron. It's been a while. I haven't been on this channel since, what was it? reInvent we haven't been on together, or longer than that, probably.
I don't think we've ever been on together. This is our first time.
Oh my God.
Yes.
I just think of things we've done together, but we haven't been on camera.
No, first time in person, first time here. And I'm so splendid to be here with you.
Exciting.
I got to say splendid because I'm in London.
Oh, yeah. You got to bring I'd say try the accent, but maybe that's not a good idea.
No, I probably won't. I don't want to offend anyone. But today we're going to talk all about Amazon Nova foundation models, and we're also going to tease at a brand new series that's going to come live to you from the training certification team, Trevor Jawoon and Forrest Penland. So stay tuned for that tease in just a few moments. Steph, let's kick it off.
Yeah, so let's talk about what Amazon Nova is. You guys might have heard of this, but it's the new family of LLMs that we have from Amazon, and you can run it on Bedrock. 3 reasons why you should check it out. Price performance is amazing. It's so cost effective. There are multiple different languages. You have about 200 languages that you can use it in. And it also works across images, text, and video. So you're going to want to check it out and stick around to see what else we can do with it.
Because we're going to do that. We're going to do some prompt engineering. We'll explain what that is here in just a few moments. But we're going to do some prompt engineering to create a fun story and then also generate some images that maybe we can use as like a book cover later on.
Yeah, I'm excited to get into some of the story concepts so we can play around with it, because it's something I feel like I see a lot on social media, people playing with these technologies to create images, and before we did this I had no idea how to do it, and it's so easy. It's
so much easier than like water painting, watercolor, and all that. So Amazon Nova is the state of the art, the SOTA, and also it's part of this AGI, which is an artificial general intelligence. And essentially with that, it's like the ability for us to use general intelligence or artificial intelligence to generate these really cool concepts like these stories and these images.
Oh, I see. This is kind of drilling down into what this terminology actually means.
Now, you mentioned during your intro that you're an SA advocate, but in the past, I believe you were a cost optimization expert.
Yes.
How much would this cost someone if they were to run Amazon Nova models?
Okay, so it's all relative. You can never say how much. I'm not going to give you a price estimate right now. But what we can do is we will say that the Nova models are price performance some of the best in comparison. Obviously, again, with a pinch of salt, it's something to compare it to. And using something like Amazon Pricing Calculator, you can do that. But the 2 elements of pricing there are on-demand or batch. So the pay-as-you-go model that we're all used to with the cloud, or the other option is doing some kind of provisioned throughput that you can kind of have a look into if you need to ensure you have the right capacity. But it's the same model with everything. It's with Bedrock so that you can actually engage with that pay-as-you-go and test it out and have a bit of fun.
There's this keyword known as tokens.
Yes.
So it's based on token in, token out, right? Yeah. So right here, there's a sentence that says, a token comprises a few characters and refers to the basic unit of text that a model learns to understand the user input and prompt. So like, for example, a token for strawberry could be 3 tokens.
Right, just depends.
Yeah, it depends on how that model's trained and how that model breaks down that word that differs how much that token costs for you.
Yeah, it's handy to kind of think of it, I think, to start off with as words. That's how I learned about it. So you want to be conscious of how much you're putting in. I heard, now I don't want to condemn people, I heard that if you say please and thank you, it's a waste. But I always was saying please and thank you to my AI, and now I'm not sure.
It's not a waste. You're still having like this, you're still being polite.
Yeah.
But in terms of cost, it is not cost efficient.
Right.
Because you're paying for the pleases and thank yous, and like, yeah, you still pay for that, but it's not going to pay you back in dividends. So like in life, you say, please, thank you, and you get rewards of people saying, oh, you're so polite, thank you. But in the context of like technology, you are literally spending money. It's fractions of a penny, but you're spending money.
Yeah, but it's scale. It's the thing you have to think about, right? And how much you want to save. And being more efficient, using it sparingly for things that you need to do is going to be better for the planet and also better for your budget.
I just realized I said fractions of a penny. Oh my gosh, it's fractions of a pence?
You can say penny.
Yeah, penny?
Yay.
Okay. All right.
The concern. Oh my God, we're in England. Which is a good point. I want to make sure everyone knows. At the moment, currently, we can't access these models in London. So they're not in the region of London in the console. So if you're looking for it and you're like, where is it, Steph? It's Tri-Island. That's one we're going to use, or might use Virginia State, but Tri-Island, it's there. But if you would like that, don't forget to speak to your account team or raise a feedback request to try and scale this out.
Specifically, the Amazon Nova models are not available, but there are lots of other models, like from Anthropic, who's actually a pretty big partner.
Yeah.
And I saw there's an Anthropic booth over at the Summit. Yeah. Do you stop by that one?
No, not yet. I've been running around, but I plan to go and see all of our lovely partners and check out what they have to offer.
Cool. So shall we show this?
Yeah, let's get into it. We're going to do some demos.
Okay.
And but we're going to look at where you can find it in the console. But I'm excited to get into it.
Let's do it. So here I'm in your AWS account. In this case, it's mine. You can see that in the upper right-hand corner. And this is my main page. So we can see that I have actually visited Bedrock and Textract and CloudTrail and Transcribe and S3 and all these different services. If you don't know what those are, you can go check out skillbuilder.aws and you can learn about these different services. In this case, we're going to focus on Amazon Bedrock, which is how we can access these different models. So I'm going to go ahead and tab over, and we can see that I have Bedrock loaded here. Steph, do you want to guide me on what we should do?
Okay, so we want to get to our model catalog first, right? So we can see what we have.
That's this orange button here, or I can click on it over here where it says new.
But before we move on, this is the console that has everything you need. From here, you can check out things like your guardrails, or you can access other types of models and marketplace deployments. There's a bunch of things in here, but we're just going to focus on the model selection today.
I've heard a lot about agentic AI as well. So builder tools, we can build agents here.
Oh.
Yeah, and hey, Anthropic, look at that. We were just talking about that.
They knew. They knew.
they do. But here we're going to focus on the model catalog, and we're going to narrow it down to the Amazon Nova model.
Yes.
And as Steph mentioned, the Amazon Nova models are not currently available in the London region, so I am operating out of the U.S. states, North Virginia or U.S. East 1 region here, so we can see that in the upper right-hand corner. So if you go to follow along, if you're generally launching or running your account in the London region, you are going to want to make that change based on availability for your preferences. And I believe Ireland is what you said.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. So we'll go ahead and click on Model Catalog right here, and that's going to take us over to a model catalog that has 202 different models, but we're not seeing that because I've narrowed it down to Nova Micro already.
Yeah, we're starting off with the smallest model, the cheapest, low latency model that you can have in the Nova
I'm not
models.
a fan of cheap. I like the word cost effective.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my gosh.
But you're right. Yeah, it's cost effective. So this is if you want to play around, just text to text, I wouldn't say light because light's the next size. Micro, very small. You guys know this kind of terminology. It's the same when we have instances, very similar sort of language.
Yeah, you can play around with the model that suits your needs right now, and then as you grow out of that model, you can go into a larger model. But cost optimization does go into the factor of like now you're spending more, so you have to be aware of that. So kind of play around with the lower instance class.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
lower model, yeah.
To get your skills in, we're using Skills Builder as well, but also so that you can try these things out and see how they affect your cost. If you want to scale out and you're thinking, what do I actually need? Maybe you only need this small model to do what you need to do in your applications.
Precisely. So we'll go ahead and we will go into this model right here, and then we're going to check out and see what happens. Okay, so I have this, and I have already this text down here that's pre-typed. I typed it already, but what is this text? What are we doing here?
So for this example, we're going to go a light and silly one. It's just going to be fun. And me and Aaron were talking before. We were like, what are we going to put in this prompt? And we were like, well, let's start off with us. And let's just talk about what we're doing. And obviously, we're in the cloud.
Aaron and Steph and their journey around the world, because I'm from Dallas and you're from
London.
I came to your backyard.
Yeah. And then very importantly, we said, well, Aaron, what was your favorite color?
Orange.
And so we're putting in orange clouds.
Yeah. Okay.
So
is there orange behind me? There is orange behind me.
It's
I love the color orange. I'm surrounded by my favorite color. I love this.
It's why, do you have an orange badge? It's like, you just stay at 5.
I should replace my black shirt with orange shirts. Yeah.
And the good thing, so for the micro model, we're just doing text to text. So we're asking it specifically for a story. And the situation, we've given it some prompt examples to write. And this is where we've also done it quite condensed, like we were talking about. We haven't used please and thank you. We haven't done too much. We're just doing a simple, if you want.
Please tell me. But that's not cost effective.
No, it's not.
Let's get rid of that. Okay.
Done. Let's give it a go, see what it comes back with.
Okay, so the prompt is, tell me a story about 2 people named Aaron and Steph and their journey around the world to make happy orange clouds. What happens if we hit run?
Hopefully, it should come back with
Hopefully, it doesn't time out and ask me to sign in again.
Oh, no.
All right, so now it's thinking, that's pretty quick.
Oh, my God, that was so quick.
That was so fast. All right, so would you like to read the first paragraph?
Goodness, okay.
Do you want Okay, that's kind of long.
Let's just do the first paragraph.
Okay.
Let me do it. Once upon a time, in a small town nestled between the rolling hills and sparkly rivers, lived two friends.
Not even tucked away, just nestled.
Just nestled.
Yeah.
Named Aaron and Steph. They were known for their boundless curiosity and adventurous spirits. I think this knows us quite well.
It does, yeah.
One sunny morning, they stumbled upon an ancient book in the town's dusty library. The book spoke of a magical phenomenon, the creation of happy orange clouds.
Santorini, where they discovered that the final ingredient was the laughter of children playing by the sea. They spent a day with the local children, joining in their games and laughter, capturing the pure joy that filled the air. Now, I'm gonna tell you a secret, everyone. We did run this before, and this is a different version. So when you use generative AI, it's going to generate something based on your prompt, and you may not get the same results every single time. So test it out, see how it's going to work for you, and what the expectations is for you.
Yeah,
Now,
this is why doing it live is always fun. We don't know what's going to happen.
it's so fun. No sweats over here. Okay, last two paragraphs, Steph.
Oh no, we don't need to read that. Everyone can screenshot this. You can come back and watch this later on Twitch to get a feel of the story. Or if you want us to write more of these kind of stories, drop it in the comments. Let us know. We'll write a book.
I might just post this whole thing in my LinkedIn.
I think it sounds good, yeah.
Yeah.
People were like, what an adventure. But like you said, it ended up in a different place. In this time, we ended up in Santorini, where I actually went for my friend's 30th birthday.
How does the story end?
How does it end?
Last two paragraphs. The happy orange.
With the happy orange cloud. From that day on, the legends of Aaron and Steph, journey to make happy orange clouds was passed down through generations, inspiring others to seek adventures and spread joy. Hopefully, like in today's session, you'll adventure in the world of Nova.
And Amazon Bedrock. So, and we're going to hopefully have you seek some joy. Now, what's the next thing here? Because it can tell a story if we prompt it to, but can it do anything else?
So one thing I think is going to be useful is you can give it information. So we can give it something like a URL, and you'll be able to summarize it. So if you were doing things like training for an exam, you might be able to put some information in it. Or if you want to summarize maybe the Nova page.
Okay.
If you want to summarize that and see how to have it in a condensed version, you could even write it. This is a curveball to throw in, but you could write it in a certain style or tone or for a different audience. If you use the co-style method, you could say...
That's called giving it a persona.
Yeah, so you could say write it in for someone who has never heard of Gen AI.
I feel like we might have to do that. Okay.
No,
so here we're seeing a whole lot of information, including some of our partners and how to get started and everything. But do I want to read all of that? Now, this isn't terrible for someone to consume, but let's say it's a 400-page PDF.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot. And what I actually do is I use it for my exam preparation personally, and I say, hey, break it down in like my own formats and everything. So if you want to learn more about that, stay tuned. We have some exam prep sessions coming up on the training certification LinkedIn page. Words. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to summarize this page. Let's go ahead and get over to that. And I believe I have that one right here. So explain this page to me, but you mentioned something cool where we can give it.
Explain this page to someone who doesn't know anything about Gen AI.
To me.
Because Aaron obviously knows everything about Gen AI.
To someone who doesn't know anything about generative. Did I spell that right?
No idea.
No
You're
idea.
asking the dyslexic girl.
Generative AI. Okay. All right. So this is the page. We're going to feed it a URL. It's going to go out. It's going to fetch it. And then we're going to hit enter and see what happens. Certainly. It's so polite.
Oh, no, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's break this page down, what it's about, especially for someone who isn't familiar with generative AI. What is generative AI? What is AWS? What is AWS Generative AI Nova?
Yeah, simple stuff. So really summarize it down, key benefits, especially if you just want to get a quick glance at something. And if we're thinking business-wide, imagine someone has sent you, like you said, a big document, a big PowerPoint. You need to summarize something for a meeting. We see this a lot with people. I actually heard about a lot of kind of managers having to run into different meetings and wanting to learn about something quickly so they can understand it and have not an in-depth knowledge, but just get the cliff notes. This will do it for you.
Yeah. I like how it even says like the key features and benefits and like just drills it down.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of images, and sometimes those images for like an accessibility purpose, like sometimes those images can be distracting, and then it loses the context. They're cool. I love them.
Yeah.
But for a learner style, maybe that's not your style.
Well, speaking about images, we also wanted to demo Nova Canva, which is a text-to-image option. So
right. So we have Nova Micro here. We have this really cool story. Should we add an image about the story?
Yeah, let's create some art to go with our little book cover.
So Nova Canvas, think of a canvas like a painting canvas. I think that's the way that you described it to me.
Yeah, I did. I was like, is this how it is? You're like, yeah, it's pretty well named well.
Yeah,
But you can put these prompts in. And if you're not artistic like me, this is a great way to maybe get some ideas out there or some styles that you can do. So let's maybe give it a prompt of our lovely story and see if it can create some art for us.
So very similar prompt where it's like the two people in search for happy orange clouds.
Yeah.
We could probably feed it the entire corpus of the entire story. But that's
a lot of tokens.
It's a lot of tokens. So in this case, I think this will do what we need it to quickly. Yeah. So create an image of two people who travel the world in search for happy orange clouds.
Let's see. I'm so intrigued to compare it to the one that we had originally and see what it comes back with.
So we have 3 images here. And what's cool about this is on the left-hand side, with generative AI and AI in general, there's something known as parameters or something, right? So if we expand that by clicking on this right here, then we can say, I want to generate an image. And before I hit enter, I would have had the option to change these.
Yeah.
So generate an image, you can see now I can change it. A negative prompt, something going on like make sure I remove from it, right? The response image, so the response images here are these 3, and these are the image formats, 16 by 9, so landscape, and then the dimensions and how many I want.
Yeah, and you can also add an image if you have one yourself that you want to add in and maybe use that as a base. So if you've drawn something out or you want to kind of improve it, then you could do this. But these images are lovely.
Or let's say if you have a brand color, like we put orange in here, but let's say if we have like a very specific color for our brand, then we can add those colors. So we can do either color palette or we can have a conditional image or conditioning image.
But it's one or the other.
One or the other.
Okay,
you can't use both. Yeah, I learned that from trial and error.
Yeah.
And then advanced configurations like the prompt strength and the seed. Essentially, these are, again, hyperparameters you can adjust to like have that prompt strength be more stronger or more less stronger.
Yeah.
Words.
Weak?
Yeah, weak. Thank you. All right, so here we have 3, and I like the one with the plane. What about you?
Yeah, I like that one too. It shows the scale of it. Although the one that's just kind of the backs of the 2 people is pretty cool.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, just the clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it could be like travel the world with a plane and like on the rocks, or just like, hey, we're just here in the clouds.
Yeah.
Happy orange clouds, by the way.
Obviously happy.
All right. So we did that. Now, how do people go learn more about it? What are some of the next steps for them in the next, like, let's say 90 seconds?
In the next 90 seconds?
Yeah.
Oh, well, definitely check out Skills Builder.
Skill Builder, yeah.
That's going to be one. We're going to want to make sure that people follow and check out this course. It has so many different elements to it. If you, like me, love a bit of cost optimization or breaking down the different elements in the different models in a nice like video style format, if you like this kind of style, that is the one to do. But I believe also there's a live stream coming up that you teased earlier.
There is, yeah. So there's a live stream coming up, and unfortunately we don't have a landing page for it, but here they're going to cover the Amazon Nova Foundation models. They're going to dive deep into what is artificial general intelligence, and also the SOTA, the state of the art. And then that's going to be done directly on the AWS Training Certification LinkedIn page. So follow that page and subscribe to it once you actually see that. And then we also have Trevor, Jawoon, and Forrest, who are going to be the hosts for that show, and they're going to dive into the science and technology of what supports, or the technical report and model card of Amazon Nova. I'm actually really interested to watch that because they really know what they're doing.
Yeah. This is the next level. If you want to go a little bit deeper than what we've covered today, you've had a nice sort of taster, you can check these guys out and follow them on LinkedIn to make sure you don't miss anything.
Exactly. So being solutions architects and technical account managers, working with customers of enterprise scale and through those Nova models and hearing their stories and how they work through the customers. But for sure, if you're just getting started with Amazon Nova or generative AI on AWS, go ahead and check out AWS Skill Builder. We'll have a link in the chat where you can explore Amazon Nova models using Amazon Bedrock. And don't forget to do the survey from our OnAir team. Stay tuned for more from OnAir live at the AWS Summit in London. Thanks, Steph.
Thank you.
Proteins have the potential to solve some of the most important challenges facing our societies. Many important drugs are proteins. Evolutionary Scale develops AI for the life sciences. We have developed the ESM family of models, which are used by scientists around the world to understand and design proteins. As soon as we founded the company, our first compute was on AWS, and we were early users of HyperPod. This allowed us to do the iterative development that was critical for creating ESM3. ESM3 is a model that reasons over the sequence, structure, and function of proteins. It's been trained on 1 trillion teraflops of compute on over 2 billion protein sequences. Through this training, it's developed a very deep understanding of the biology of proteins that allows scientists to then go in and prompt the model and be able to create new proteins. What this means is that we could engineer proteins the way that we engineer other systems like microchips and buildings. And so ESM3 is a step toward making biology programmable, to bringing together the frontier tools that Evolutionary Scale is developing with the security and orchestration that AWS brings. We could have a solution that could scale in the pharmaceutical industry. As we continue to scale these models up, they'll develop a deeper and deeper understanding of biology and help us to understand the natural world and life in a new way.
Ace, would you mind introducing yourself?
Of course. Hi, everyone. My name is Alistair Bates, and I am a solution architect with cloud optimization here at AWS. And today, we are really excited to be joined by some amazing people at Calibri Digital. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We have Sergio and Gelera. Please introduce yourselves. We'd love to get to know you.
Thanks for having us. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here with you all today. I'm Gelera, Head of AI and Data Science in Calibri. So excited to be here.
Yeah, and really nice to be here as well. I'm Sergio Isler, a data scientist in Colibri as well, working mostly in Gen AI projects, and really excited to have this chat with you guys.
You know, it's timely. As we all know, generative AI has been dominating the news cycles. Partners are rushing to try to create solutions. Customers are trying to find a way to internalize it, justify it, and find a way to actually go through and apply it. The average customer, when I speak to them, they love the idea of having tons of models to choose from, but nobody ever knows where to get started. They just they think, hey, this is the latest model, this may be the best one for me. How do you go about thinking to go and figure out what the best model option is for your individual use case? Is that something that you've put some thought behind?
Yeah, exactly. When it comes to building different Gen AI applications, at the core part of our development is the evaluation part.
Okay.
We always try to wrap up our Gen AI application with quantitative and qualitative evaluation. When it comes to quantitative evaluation, it means that we want to be precise on the numbers and provide our clients and also our AI engineering team with the right numbers as if needed. Like when evaluating Gen AI applications specifically, we're looking into measures like quality of the result, latency, and also the cost. These are very important. And also at the same time, you're building different, using different foundational model, using different generative models as well, fine-tuning them. On its own, it can turn into a combinatorial optimization problem, very large search space.
Yep.
So our data scientists and our AI engineers spending 5 to 7 days to do this evaluation, like going through it and see which models makes more sense, especially when it comes to the RAG applications, for example. You need to use right embedding models and at the same time RAG generative models, which combination sounds like the best one. So that's how we built with the team. It's a good time to build an AI switchboard, which basically take care of the whole process on its own automatically.
So you're saying vibe coding is not it? Is that what I'm understanding?
You're not just testing it out and trying for the best. You actually do have a way to test between them.
Exactly. And AWS made us able to do it much more efficiently. You have access to different foundational models through Amazon SageMaker and also lots of top-tier large language models like Anthropic's, Cohere, and lots of other models from AWS. So I think it's good to see and how it look like in practice.
Yes, would love to see it. Do we have a demo to go through?
Yeah, we do have a demo.
Oh, let's bring that up. Let's go ahead and bring that up.
Yeah, let me know. Yeah,
So
we have the demo here. Yeah, so the idea here is that we can test as much models, and not only models, but also like how do we use these models? Because as you know, like we not only have the models, but now we have all of these multi-agentic architectures and stuff. So the use case that I want to like run through this demo is, we can imagine like a travel agency startup or something that wants to like introduce Gen AI on their systems, and they are wondering, do we need this multi-agentic architecture, or can we just go straight with the raw model, no need to do extra stuff and so long? So let's choose Sonnet 3.5, and then the Sonnet 3.5 Colibri, let's say it's like our approach to multi-agent.
Probably making use of different modalities, different type of agents, different type of context.
Exactly. So it doesn't not only have access to like different calls to the same model, but also like tools. So in this case, in this use case, we are going to ask for a 3-day or 4-day itinerary for a trip based on the weather. So we'll need access to a weather agent and also the actual internet to see what activities are going on.
Cool. That actually kind of tracks back to a question that was asked in the chat about how this could compare to other chatty services. It is. I think it's a good way and a good segue to doing exactly what you're talking about, where you can be as precise or unspecific as you need to, depending on the use case. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. So how it compares to other like multi-chatty interfaces is because we're not only comparing like different models at the same time, but we also like compare approaches. So is it necessary to like have all of these fancy stuff, or can we just run a simple thing? And also giving like an actual numeric value on how good this performed is actually really good for us. And as Gelare said, it saves us lots of time, because I don't know other developers, but personally I would rather spend most of my time just developing
and not doing that.
Exactly, not doing what we are trying to optimize here, like automate here.
Yep.
So the next step will be to select the evaluation criteria. And here we have 5 different steps: correctness, coherence, helpfulness, readability, relevance. Depending on the use case, you'll only want to evaluate 1, you'll want to evaluate 2, or all of them. For this use case, we are going to evaluate 3 of them, just because of like demo purposes. For time-wise, obviously, the more criteria we evaluate, the slower it will be.
Yep.
So we'll choose correctness, relevance, and readability, for example.
Okay.
And then I have in my clipboard the question that I want to ask. So give me a plan for my 3-day vacation to Paris based on the weather and the events happening now. Because we want to make sure that it's not just like visiting the Eiffel Tower. It's like if something cool is going on, we have access to that.
Okay.
So let's do the question. And obviously, Sonnet 3.5, like not multi-agent, it will go straight to answering the question, because it doesn't have to go into the web or go into the weather agent stuff. And it starts with, I apologize, but I'm unable to provide real-time weather. So that's fine, because it is not able. And in the other hand, with Sonnet 3.5, with the agent architecture, we can see that it goes, if you see the chain of thought, it goes to the weather agent. It goes then, based on the weather, to the web agent, and it generates the final answer based on that information that it got. And we can see that we have the weather for the different days, and then the schedule. Okay, but that's okay, because this is not what we actually are pursuing here. We do want the actual evaluation. So we can see Sonnet 3.5 already finished the evaluation. It's with this tick, but Sonnet 3.5 Colibri is generating the judgment. So what is happening right now is that we are calling different models, and it's really important that we mentioned that we are calling different models, because if we only call Sonnet 3.5, it can be biased. So if we like compare Llama with Sonnet 3.5 and we only do the metrics with Sonnet 3.5, it will probably say that Sonnet 3.5 is better just because of how tokens work in the background. But yeah, we call different models, and again, this is something that AWS makes really easy because we can just go into Bedrock, call plenty of different models. We have everything there, so it's really, really cool.
You have the choice to actually go and actually compare them all. And I can see on the right down there, you have like a lot of things that people care about. The score, the latency, and price, which is really important for a lot of our customers as well.
Yeah, exactly. So those are the, like, let's say, main metrics that we are focusing. The score will be an average between the score criteria that we selected, in this case, correctness, relevance, readability. Then we have the latency. Obviously, Sonnet 3.5, the multi-agent will be slower because it has to do more stuff. And also pricier because it has more than one LLM call, and also the actual tools, right? So the first thing we see here is a like summary of what happened during the evaluation, the comparison between one model and the other. And then in here we have the actual scoring. We only tested 2 approaches here because of timing, but you can actually, the idea here will be to actually test like 8, 9 different things at the same time. And we'll get a summary of each of them along with the score, and as you said, latency and pricing. And actually, if we go into the comparison tab, we can see some like pretty UI metrics where we can actually see where the score comes from. So we can see that correctness and relevance are the ones that have the main difference because of not being able to access the actual information. So obviously it's like if we're asking based on the current weather, and the answer is not based on the current weather, obviously the correctness and relevance, it won't be there. But we can see that the readability, it's more or less the same, because at the end of the day, we are using the same foundation model in the background, so the actual readability should be more or less the same, because it's not based on other stuff.
So this kind of reminds me of an idiom that we have in the States where you take a triangle and you have 3 dimensions: fast, good, and cheap. So it has always been a struggle, especially in tech, to help guide even internal teams to understand that you have to choose for the right tool or potentially right tools for the job to balance that out. And it seems like this tool has done a fantastic job of orchestrating that. It leads me to a question, though. Is this something that you use internally with your teams to help them, aside from get to ground on which model or combination models to use, but to also give you back your time to not have to go and do this for them?
Yeah. So, yeah, you can take that. So that's exactly true. We using it within our AI engineering team. We used to spend in average 5 to 7 days for these evaluation processes. But once we have that, it's now less than 24 hours. We do all of this evaluation. When the new model comes in, and all of them going to be very soon available on AWS Bedrock. And also when we are keen to test a new foundational model as well, it's quite much easier to add them to the ecosystem and test it across other models.
And I think this is really helpful, particularly for the organization. How does this actually feed into proving business value for the applications?
Ooh, great question.
Yep.
Yeah, so, sorry, can you repeat that question, like the last bit?
Well, of course, there's the technical people like us who love to get to know which models are best. But in terms of the organization, they love seeing how the business value could help, how these are more efficient, maybe more cheaper.
Yeah.
Does this provide a lot more data to them to make that?
Yeah, and with the, latency is like a critical factor, and it's something I always remind the client that if something can be really good, but if we have to wait 1 minute for the answer to come, it's pointless. But with the pricing, it's a really critical matter, because before it was really difficult for us to get actual pricing of what is going to happen, because of course we have token count pricing based and stuff, but we cannot actually give a number. But with this, we can give an average number. Let's say that this is the use case, and the company expects, I don't know, 100,000 calls per day to the approach. So we can have real numbers comparing the different approaches. So in this use case, for example, if I was the company, if I was a small startup, it may be useful to just go with Sonnet 3.5 without the multi-agentic. So there's no a straight answer, and that's why this is useful. So we can test lots of things.
But to your point, I have seen in practice customers go forth and build a POC, and as they're delivering it to the business counterpart, it takes 9 minutes for the result to come back. 10 minutes, 15 in a couple instances. And yes, it was super cheap. It wasn't particularly fast, but it was good because it was accurate. But it kind of becomes a balancing act. And this becomes powerful to those internal teams to realize that they don't have to go through and effectively lose the trust of other stakeholders by building something that may meet accuracy needs, is just too slow to be useful.
Goes back to that triangle you're talking about, trying to even out and get that nice even in betweener for all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why we wanted to like not only test models, but also test approaches. So even if, because we are comparing here multi-agent to just one LLM call, but we could also add like the actual workflow of getting data, processing it, pushing it, and keep adding that to the price and latency and have that reflected. So yeah, I think it's really, really cool. And one really important point that I want to mention that Ingelare also already covered briefly is that we can use this, we can say like Gen AI Ops or something like that, where every month 2-3 different models, really powerful models come in, and not necessarily, I mean, they are probably better than the previous version, but not necessarily cheaper. So it's finding that numbers for the client to justify, do we go with that or do we stick with the current approach that we know it works? It could be better, but it's more expensive. So
absolutely.
One more reason that this tool is quite powerful is in machine learning, we have a proverb saying no free lunch theorem.
Yep.
It means like, it depends on the data. The algorithm can be best, but the decision is going to the data. And this tool is basically working with the data, the right data. The different data is having a different combination of these models, different performance, efficiency, and effectiveness.
That's fantastic. And it looks like we're just about out of time. So thank you so much for coming, showing us this tool, and teaching us that, yes, there is a better way to go through and do these evaluations. But before we wrap, is there anything else that you would like to leave the audience? A nugget of wisdom, potential, how they can go about and help themselves in doing these sorts of things?
Good question. No, I mean, working with LLMs, from my experience in this field, is like really rapidly evolving. So I think that as much as we can automate things, it makes life easier, not only for us, but go into like a marketing team, a sales team, and actually explain what's going on. So I think, yeah, trying to automate things and build like things that are visible it's key in this.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. And folks, stay tuned. We got some more content coming up for you. Don't go anywhere. I know I won't.
We'll be right here.
We'll be right back.
I felt like something about being an AWS cloud architect just piqued my interest. A lot of people around me thought I was crazy for thinking I am definitely going to career change, because look how old I am. Am I realistically going to be able to do this? But you have to have the mindset to believe that there is always a way.
With Debbie, there's no way of saying to Debbie, stop. No, you can't stop with Debbie.
And it's true, I couldn't. I was always searching for something, I think. When I was younger, I didn't go to university straight from school. I fell pregnant and then family life took over. Years later, I got a degree in the University of Cambridge, theoretical physics. But when I applied for a job, their idea of a graduate wasn't me. One, I was a woman, and then I was married with children. So instead, I ended up teaching secondary maths, essentially high school. I taught for 25 years, but I didn't feel that I have really reached where I should be. As I'm sure everybody does when they want to change career, they'll type something like, what can I do other than be a maths teacher? And then this role came up, which was AWS Cloud Architect.
She did try to explain it, didn't she? And I remember thinking like...
Went over my in my head, it was like, oh, you're smart.
So I started the AWS certifications. I was still a full-time teacher, doing this at evenings and weekends. Things were tough. But around that time, I first met Julian, and Julian was a very grounding force for me.
Many people will just give up, but with Debbie, it's determination, you know?
I am going to make this work. I don't know how, but I'm going to regroup, I'm going to come back at this, and it's going to be okay. And so I took my cloud practitioner certification, and then I did the associate solutions architect. It was quite a journey. I was 2 years in, and I managed to pass. So I've got this AWS certification. Right, let me go apply for some jobs now. But I had no contacts or anything. So I started doing these little videos about how I'd managed to achieve this certification. It just seemed to resonate with a great deal of people. And I don't know, it just took off.
And she's almost famous now, really, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's our celebrity mom now.
One of my contacts said, I think you would make a perfect fit for a role with us.
It was just amazing, you know? All that hard work paid off.
In terms of salary, I've come in at the bottom of the scale, so the only way is up.
When you've seen it happen to someone else, that's a lot of inspiration right there.
Life is a learning curve, isn't it? I'll probably go on learning until I go in the box, you know?
If you've got that feeling inside you that something needs to change, in order for you to feel good about yourself, about your future, it's not if it will happen, it's when will it happen, because it's never too late.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the AWS Summit here in London. I'm Am Grabelny. I am a developer advocate here and one of your hosts, and we got a treat for you. This is one of my favorite segment types that we do here on the show. And in addition to being one of my favorite segments, we got one of my favorite co-hosts up on stage too. Everybody loves her. Farrah Campbell, please introduce yourself.
I think you just introduced me.
I did.
But my name is Farrah Campbell. I'm the head of developer advisory at AWS. Super stoked to be here in London with my co-host, or I'm the co-host, AM.
We're both co-hosts.
And we have a special guest.
Yes, we're meeting with an AWS hero, which are some of the most incredible people on the face of the planet. I like that you're nodding in agreement already. Yes. Please introduce yourself to our audience at home.
Yeah, hello. My name is Emin. I'm a solutions architect at a company called SpaceLift, and I'm also an AWS container hero.
There you go. There you go.
Also, he is also a CNCF ambassador.
Oh, yeah, that too.
You're forgetting your titles.
Yeah. There are a bunch of titles, and yeah, I keep forgetting them.
So I have to ask.
Yeah.
Which one's your favorite?
Favorite title?
No, yeah. Is it AWS Heroes or CNCF ambassador?
Good question. Good. I don't know. They're both like my childs, so I can't really pick one. But of course, you know, when you think about it, the AWS community is also a great opportunity for me to learn, share, and teach about the open source projects which AWS is involved. So it's kind of pretty close to me, but I love both communities, yeah.
Speaking of, so I want to remind everybody, we are live. I've got chat open. I'm looking for your questions. So please drop those in. Let us know what you want to talk to about with Emin. But let's talk to the people first about this AWS Hero program.
Yeah.
Because not everybody is familiar. If you're not, get familiar quickly, because you can learn a ton from these people. And, kind of selflessly, you all go out there and give a lot to the community in terms of learning, in terms of, documentation, in terms of samples, in terms of how to work with all this stuff at AWS.
Yeah. The thing is, I think the most important thing about the Hero program is we love to share with people. And also, we love to learn from each other too. So these are literally my biggest motivations. And being able to part of this program and being able to be around with all of the brilliant heroes is giving me a lot of great opportunities for me to improve myself. But also at the same time, when I learn from them, I have to share with other people, share my experience with other people, and teach them how to do a task on AWS or with an AWS technology or service, right? And I think if you try to find the balance between learning and teaching and sharing, that's when it becomes more valuable for everyone.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think too what I really enjoy about the AWS Hero program is it even extends beyond AWS. I follow a lot of the heroes, and they have, surprisingly, it may be a shock to everybody, they have interests outside AWS as well.
What?
I know. They have areas of expertise that expand beyond AWS even, and you can learn about all kinds of areas of technology from this group, right?
Exactly. Like, if you look at me, like Farah said, I'm a CNCF ambassador too. So I'm mostly involved with open source cloud native technologies, and they are mostly around Kubernetes. And to be able to bind them together and being able to find like pieces in both of the programs, that's literally a challenge for me, but also it's a good challenge to have, to be honest.
And also, I feel like that helps you to bring some of the broader pieces together of like what your community needs from different parts of the ecosystems, and to help others, in a broader and maybe more effective way, because you have a little bit better understanding of, I guess, different parts of the business.
Yeah, exactly.
And the community.
Yeah, exactly. And both of the communities, like, actually all of the communities around the world, like, they work similar, like they are similar. And of course, it's a volunteer work. So
yes,
and we do that at our own like willing, basically, right? And we love to do this, because if we didn't love this, if we didn't love sharing what we know, what we experience, we wouldn't basically want to be part of the program at all.
Right. Now, Eamon, this is obviously, if you're watching us right now, an AWS stream. So I did want to ask you, you mentioned Kubernetes. This is an area of passion for you.
Is it a passion for you?
Actually, it's funny you mentioned that.
Okay.
I, in the recent years, have gotten more into Kubernetes. Yeah. So I'm on the AWS Game Day team, and I have a colleague on my team that is incredibly passionate about Kubernetes, very passionate, and he's convinced me a bit.
Okay.
Because Farah knows me from more of a serverless side.
I do.
That's, I think, why you asked.
I did, and I come from the serverless side too. But there's something really, there was something very, very special about the serverless community. But there's also something really special about the Kubernetes community.
Oh yeah.
And and the technology, which is why people stay interested in it. So okay, go on.
Yeah. Evan, I was going to ask you what are some projects that people that are interested in both Kubernetes and AWS that can get involved with out there in the open source world.
The two projects that came to my mind just now, Karpenter and Crow. Like, both of the projects are really valuable for the Kubernetes community, and AWS's support for those projects is really important for everyone in the community. And also, I think Karpenter is now part of the Kubernetes SIG, like special interest groups.
Right.
And I believe that's going to improve the project's feature too, because we will get external contributors for Karpenter too.
Okay.
Fun fact about Karpenter, by the way.
Tell me.
I think I published a blog post about Karpenter in December 2021 when it was first released. And one of my friends was telling me, like, cluster autoscaler is enough. Why would I need that? 2 years later, he was on the stage at a Kubernetes community day event talking about Karpenter and how easy it is to get started with it, and of course how valuable that project is. So
there you go.
Here we are.
Let me ask you, I'll ask in the spirit of your friend here.
Yeah.
What does Karpenter get you? Like, why would I go out and work with Karpenter?
Good. So we always had the cluster autoscaler project, which was part of Kubernetes, like the core Kubernetes.
Right.
But it had some limitations because you would have to, for example, if we're talking about like EKS, right, you would have to manage the node groups yourselves to be able to use cluster autoscaler. But with Karpenter, you don't have to actually deal with that anymore. Karpenter takes care of that for you. So you define a YAML file, a YAML definition, and in that definition you say, I want these types of instances.
Yeah.
And Karpenter decides for you which one is right for your workload.
Okay, based off of what's running
Exactly.
in the cluster
Exactly.
already. Okay.
Exactly. This is really giving you a lot of flexibility.
Yeah.
And also at the same time, you don't have to deal with additional management of the underlying infrastructure, like the node groups and things like that. Yeah.
You're not scaling it up yourself, and I'm sure you can set things like maximums.
Of
to,
course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. You can define all of that in that YAML definition, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's really nice.
Yeah.
The second project you mentioned.
Crow.
Yeah, tell us about that one.
Yeah, I think it has a huge potential. It allows you to both, basically the acronym is Kube Resource Orchestrator.
Okay.
So that's Crow, right?
Yeah.
And it
So
allows
not
you
like
to
the bird.
I'm still a bird in my mind. Sorry, I can't. I'm not going to get past the bird. But.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, like with Crow, you are able to like create custom resources very easily within your Kubernetes clusters.
Okay.
And some of those custom resources can be like the cloud provider resources. For example, you can create an S3 bucket or an RDS instance from your Kubernetes clusters very easily with Crow. But at the same time, of course, there are other projects around that. For example, AWS has ACK, AWS Controllers for Kubernetes, right? You can use that with Crow. But at the same time, you can also manage Kubernetes native resources like deployments, like pods, like services, namespaces, etc. And being able to bind them together. For example, you can pass the bucket's information to a pod as an environment variable very easily with Crow in the same definition. And the developers, by using those custom resources, they can consume them very easily without going through a ticketing system or without waiting for a platform engineer to basically provision those services, those resources for them.
I mean, we do have a question from chat, and it sounds to me like maybe this person in chat is maybe just getting started with Kubernetes, not Karpenter, not Crow.
Yeah.
But they asked, does Kubernetes restart a container when it uses maybe like 95% of the memory, for example? First off, I think the nomenclature here is obviously pod, right? Like that's what's running your container image.
Exactly.
But yeah, I think they're asking more about container management inside the cluster, which if you can answer that, that'd be great. The second follow-up to that I'll give for the chat is, if I want to learn, if I'm a beginner at Kubernetes, do you have any resources that you recommend? So let's take both those if you can.
All right, let's start with the first one.
Yes.
Kubernetes has a self-healing methodology built into that system. So if a pod fails, Kubernetes will try to restart it for you.
Okay.
Of course, you'll be able to see the errors, you'll be able to see the logs, trace the logs, and things like that. But the advantage of Kubernetes is, like I said, it's self-healing.
Right.
It allows you to basically declaratively say you want something to run, right? And that Kubernetes can take care of the rest for you. That's the biggest advantage of Kubernetes for me.
For sure.
The second question.
Yeah, how do I get started?
Okay, first of all,
there's a lot to learn.
Yeah. First of all, Kubernetes is not the answer. Kubernetes is the question. And I think the question is, are you ready for it?
Yeah, not everyone needs to roll out
Exactly,
Kubernetes.
exactly.
Yeah,
and also, it's a complex system.
It is.
And the ecosystem around it is huge. So learning Kubernetes, it's never going to be enough, because you will have to learn other projects within the cloud native ecosystem. And of course, there are multiple projects doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So you would have to choose either one of them.
Yeah, it's got its own identity system. It's got its own DNS layer.
Exactly.
It's got its own networking layer. Like, it's got all kinds of stuff.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's great advice. We dropped your LinkedIn so people can follow you.
Yep.
I want to thank you very much. These are, like I said, some of my favorite segments we do. I love any chance to meet with an AWS hero. Thank you for everything you all do.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me.
It's great to see you here on the show. We've got to get away, but we will be right back. And you stay right here, please.
Humanity has been trying to create mobility solutions for the visually impaired for 5,000 years. But we still use the service dog and the white cane. 300 million visually impaired in the world, but they share the same 28,000 guide dogs. That's not scalable. That Lumen builds glasses that do everything a self-driving car does, all into something which you can comfortably wear on your head in order to guide blind people all over the world. And to do that, we had to train AI models, we had to be able to connect to the products running those AI models, and that's where AWS helped us. Navigating the pedestrian world is actually incredibly complex. We take for granted how much our brain does in order to help us go to certain places, to navigate certain obstacles. So we had to train machine learning models that work all over the world, regardless of how the world looks like. That's not trivial, because there are so many sensors and the quantity of data is so large, 10 gigabits of data per minute. So we need to actually be able to connect to them all over the world and to get that data to be able to remotely debug it. We use IoT Core running in the AWS infrastructure, and we use Greengrass directly in the devices and stay connected to them. The number one problem which visually impaired have towards getting better education or better jobs or having a more normal social life is the mobility towards those places. This is what we do with the glasses. We enable that mobility.
Welcome to AWS On Air. We are live at the London Summit. We are nearing the end of the day. I'm Jasmine Kiles, one of your friendly hosts who's been here all day. I'm a manager of product management here with AWS, and I work with partners and marketplace. And I'm joined here by my good friend Adrian.
Hello, I'm good friend Adrian. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a partner enterprise architect here at AWS, also working with partners and getting into other sorts of chicanery. Especially when it comes to building standards, as our guests are going to have a good chat with us about today. So gentlemen, would you mind introducing yourselves?
Hi, Adrian, it's good to see you today, OTR. We have been always seeing you in the YouTube here and there, but good to see you in London. Welcome, both of you. This is me, PD Sherpa, Furbadoji Sherpa. I'm a senior partner solution architect, and I work with most of the time with the partner community.
Cool. Awesome. Hey all. My name is Lucky Sharma. I work as a senior partner SA based out of London.
Nice.
Happy to be here.
Well, we know that you were at the Partner Summit yesterday. You are a hot commodity, so we're so glad that you're here on this stage with us today at the Customer Summit. But tell us what you've been working on.
we have been really working on generative AI, helping our partners, right? This is where I think our partners are really looking for to help them get into the productions. And over the last couple of years, we have seen so many POCs are happening across. And now this is the time to encash it as much as possible, right? And in the business term, making an ROI out of it. So that's what we have been working on.
Yeah.
So it's interesting you make mention of that. Everybody's trying to gravitate down into that direction, but it's getting very hard to be prescriptive and deliberate with how folks are building stuff. How do you think about that, Lucky, when a customer or a partner approaches and says, hey, I need a very opinionated stance on how I should be doing it. I don't know what good looks like. What are the best practices? Is that something you've been hearing lately?
Yeah, I think all around. That's a really important question, Adrian. We always feel like partners and customers, they always look to us in terms of getting the right set of best practices, understanding how they're really going to understand the business for the customers, and then give them the right solution over there. And in terms of providing them like a best practices, we are working really hard in terms of writing the right prescriptive guidance for them, pointing them to the right direction of resources. And that's where recently we have launched GenAI Lens for well-architected framework. And I know like almost all our customers and partners, they are leaning a lot on GenAI Lens nowadays in terms of understanding it, making it more customized for their customer, and actually solving the right business case for them over there.
Yeah. Well, I love to talk about it. I would do the demo dance, but I don't think I have to because you have it ready to go. So let's see it in action, and we'll keep asking you questions throughout.
All right. So let me start with it. So first of all, let's go through the, when we talk about the generative AI, the main thing comes about is the generative AI life cycles. And yesterday in a partner summit where we were presenting, we asked partner, how many of you have actually gone through the entire life cycles? And there was very few hand raised, which says that, hey, we have gone through this one. And that was really surprising, right? And I think that could be one of the reasons where we are being stuck, when they are working for customers. So if you look into this lens, just to start with it, and we have these generative AI lifecycle that mainly talks about the scopings. How do you do the scoping of the use cases, and then model selections, customizations, putting into development and getting the productions, and how do you improve that? So we have put together all those life cycles here, and then we have used well-architected tools to do it, because I think everyone loves well-architected tools, no doubt about it, right? Yesterday, same thing, we asked about like, hey, how many of you know well-architected tool? And everybody was raising their hand. So that's why we wanted to give the things that the partner and customers already know about it, and that's why we introduced generative AI Lens within the well-architected tools, right? So if you just have a quick look at how it looks like, so this is something to note out here. It will be the review template.
And I think this one was really interesting yesterday. We were asking to the partners, like, how many of you know about this review templates? And most of them, they raised their hand, which was quite a surprise to us. So they are literally following all the releases and actually using it for the actual customer use cases, which is really amazing.
Nice, yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we'll start with the review template. And this review template we can consider as, let's consider like this. Like, let's say I am in the current state where I want to build generative AI applications. Let's assume we are in that state, right? Okay. Now, the first thing is that what used to regularly happen was that we used to directly go and deploy it. We didn't have any perspective guide for it, and then many of them struggled there. But what we can do right now, let's take in, for example, demo one, and I'm just creating the pre-recorded answers before I even go and deploy into the production. So I'm creating.
Yeah, I think just to add on this bit, and this is really interesting, because whenever we talk about GenAI over the cloud, right, we always think about how we're going to do the things in a more comprehensive way, how we're going to take care of the cloud stuff. Plus, on the top of that, we're going to take care of the GenAI workloads over there. And with this review template features, it is really helping partners specifically to go and standardize the things, have like more comprehensive proposition, add n numbers of lenses over there, and you will provide their standard responses over there. So this is really helping partners a lot in terms of doing the right kind of standardization and then taking it to their customer.
Yeah.
Yep. And this is where you have generative AI lens, guys. I mean, yeah, you got it over there. It's over there.
Yeah.
Right? And this is where we're going to select, and I'm creating a template out of it.
Okay.
So just creating, all right, it's working here. So I'll go there. I have these lens. You can see a generative AI lens out here, and I can just click on this one and answer to the questions like before I even go and deploy it. So if I click on this one, it's going to walk us through the series of questions applicable for a generative AI. Like in this case, if just put it across, sustainability is one of the important elements if you are in EMEA, right? Or I think even in the worldwide, we care about our planet. So it's an important part of it. But I think most of the things, if you look into it, let's take in an operational excellence perspective. How do you verify, how do you consistently look onto your models? And you have an answers to this one. So you can just point out and put the answers based on whatever you have in the process as a part of your generative AI development, right? So I can just click and go on, and I can just, there are a series of the questions. So but just exit from here. I have already done it before. So already, it should be somewhere else. So this is,
that was going to be my question. If I'm doing this for, say, 10 customers at a time, how can I scale this without having to type the same thing every single time?
Oh, you can create, if you want to do it, you can just create for every customer that you're creating across. So there's no limitation. So you can just go for every customer you want to do it, and you can have it. And you can even have the customized lens if you want.
And I think that's what the whole point of like having this review templates. You can actually harvest your knowledge over there. You can capture the standard best practices over there and then apply it for the next customer, right? So that really helps for the partners to scale their knowledge and harvest it over there. So,
And so something important that you've touched on, we've mentioned partners quite a bit, but what's really important, the average customer can go through and run through this and still benefit from that opinionated guidance, the compiled best practices, and really be able to set themselves up for success. And all they really have to do is go down the lens and answer the questions, right?
Yes.
I think just to add one really important thing over here, Adrian, is so this is more like a guidance, right? Which is in a form of questionnaire, of course, in a format of well-architected framework. But what I really experience over here is while working with customers and both partners, this is more like a kind of guidance in terms of avoiding certain hurdles, in terms of having a smooth sort of journey from ideation and putting it on the production and doing the continuous monitoring. So just before this session, I was talking with one of my partner over here, and we were discussing about few really interesting customer projects that they are doing since last year. And I was really curious, like why it's taking a lot of time, why it's getting stuck over there, why it's not going to the production yet. And he exactly telling me the same story, that we started this project. It was very interesting. Customer really was in a rush to go and see the business value out of it. And they simply choose one use case and started working on it without understanding the whole aspects of it. How I'm going to do the operations on the top of that, how reliable it is, and most importantly, where is the ROI and business value out of it. And that's where this lens plays a great role in terms of giving a good sort of guidance to the customers to understand the overall journey, how this GenAI adoption is going to look like. So in a way, this is not just like a set of questions. This is a really important guidance for the customer to come, understand, customize it, and then use it for their specific use case.
Yeah, and I like how you said it's not just going to give one view, right? It's going to give you all 6 pillars and focus on all of them so that you can give the full story over to that other partner or to that other customer that you're working with.
Exactly, just a caveat. And being AWS, we are very customer obsessed, right?
Yeah.
So just to give a sort of heads up, this gives a baseline sort of guidance. It is not a complete set of guidance. Whenever we are talking about like doing the generative AI adoption, we really have to think about a lot of stuff, right? Starting from how we're going to have the right use case selections. But that's not all. How we're going to prioritize the right use case, understanding the various factors like ROI and business and all the other stuff. The most important stuff over there is what is the data strategy for the customer? How are we going to work in terms of breaking the silo and having a right data structure for them, right? Like the right data strategy for them. Likewise, there are many other things, like how we're going to do the model selections, fine-tuning, and so many other stuff. So customer can use this lens like a baseline, but on the top of that, they really have to understand their business, their use case, and then create like a overall guidance over there. Yeah. Yep.
Excellent. So it definitely sounds like this is a part of the holistic approach in really understanding and contextualizing the big picture on these sorts of endeavors that customers may be going in on. Something that you mentioned that kind of resonated with me is understanding the full ROI or the scope of the thing. Because it's cool to go build a widget, but if the widget costs millions of dollars and ultimately only solves a tiny part of the problem, you got a larger problem because you completely missed everything.
Absolutely.
And so something that I have been discussing adamantly and quite fervently, to be honest, with customers and partners is don't just try to solve the immediate. Try to build into what your organization is trying to accomplish. Understand the all-up goals. It's okay to launch an app, but the idea is to provide some sort of hyper-specific benefit to a customer to say, hey, we're going to save you 20x on the average cost of installation of, say, doors or windows or whatever, and you help them do it. Being able to have that holistic baseline and be opinionated and understand you have to provide the holistic value. You're not just solving a technical problem anymore.
Exactly.
You're elevating and solving the business problem, and those three little letters of ROI never come up again.
That's so true. I think just on that ROI, because yesterday we had a lot of conversation with customers and partners, and ROI is not a point-in-time discussion.
Yeah.
You can't simply do ROI at the time of use case identification. You really have to do ROI across the various stages of that adoption. You have to go and do a readjustment of ROI at the time of your model selection. You also have to do after completing your POC, because there are knowns and there are unknowns, right? So as we are getting more knowns, we really have to readjust and give a good understanding to the customer. So ROI should be across the life cycle.
It's a continuous process. And one thing on top of that, I was talking with a partner and they say, Petey, we got build something, because partners brings a wealth of experience, our generative AI competency partners, and they say, Petey, we also bring a wealth of experiences. And for them, there's a custom lens as well. So for you, the opportunity is to take these base model that we have built, the lens, and maybe you want to extract that and bring back your experience and connect it and give it to the customers, right? Nothing better than combining the experience and going to the customers. So I would say definitely there's an options of using the customs lens as well in this case.
So I love that. So if you want to get your hands on this and go use it, go into the well-architected tool and check out the lenses, and you can get started today. Guys, thanks for being here. We love seeing a first look at this, and we will be back with more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Toyota Gazoo Racing was established in 1979 in Cologne, Germany.
So we have a race team in the company, and we have been winning Le Mans 24 Hours for 5 years in a row.
Besides motorsport, the company is also now delivering in a lot of R&D activities for road cars. We put the technology to the extreme. As our team owner, Mauricio-san, says, it's to make ever better cars.
I think the future for racing is within software, is within data, is within AI.
There's huge amount of data every time we race.
And this needs a lot of processing, it needs a lot of machine learning.
And AWS is really helping us to scale the compute power to run thousands or even millions of simulations in parallel and at a very low cost.
AWS is providing us platforms, infrastructures, in which we are able to be very efficient, reliable, and quick in data exchange, data compilation.
Simulation allows us to really push the limits of the performance we can extract from the vehicles, but also to drastically accelerate the development process of the cars.
And then from now on to the future, obviously carbon neutrality is a big topic, but at the same time you want to keep the emotion in motorsport as well.
When it comes to sustainability, Toyota has big ambitions to reach full carbon neutrality by 2050.
we are in very interesting moment. Probably that's why I made some smile.
What I would like to see at the end is when people drive Toyota cars, there's some AI and machine learning within these cars which comes from racing, which shows the spirit we have in racing and brings that to the road.
What drives me into motorsport or this kind of environment? It's the teamwork, it's the challenge. There is never routine. There is always something special. I think this is very rewarding, and in the end, if you are successful, it's great.
Hey folks, welcome back to AWS On Air live at the London Summit. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a partner enterprise architect here at AWS and joined by a group of wonderful individuals who have a lot to say, and we have done a lot today. Jasmine, what was your favorite session? But before we get to that, introduce yourself quickly for the folks that may be joining us.
I'm Jasmine. I'm a manager of product management. I work with AWS partners in Marketplace, and my favorite part of the day was getting to talk with customers. My session that we had here just a minute ago, I thought was really good way to close out the day. But we had a segment earlier today that was a customer story. And that was my favorite part to have about Peptone, and they talked about drug discovery for building new pharmaceutical drugs to the market, which was super interesting. We got to talk about physics and all kind of things that I do not remember from high school, but it jogged my memory, and I got to see how it's done in AWS using compute power and NVIDIA.
Awesome.
So, Alistair.
How cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Alistair Bay, Cloud Optimization Solution Architect from London. And I think my favorite part of today was probably learning about the uses of Amazon Q. Like hopefully everybody at the moment, we're using generative AI a lot. But I think sometimes we forget actually all the options. And so seeing how it can be connected to GitLab with Duo, and of course, seeing how most of the time it can allow you to develop stuff in about 10 minutes, I think that was the favorite part of me.
Nice.
AM?
Hey, I'm AM Grabelny. I hope I'm saying that right.
Are you sure?
I'm a developer advocate here at AWS, and the treasure was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah.
Of course.
That's the treasure. Which I only say semi-facetiously, because truly, some of my favorite segments here were like our AWS Heroes segment that I had with Farah just a few moments ago. I also occasionally, when I'm allowed, snuck off into the rest of the summit and actually talk to other human creatures that are out there.
Wow.
And blended in, and
I'm
none
quite proud
of
of
them
you.
suspected that I am not. They all bought it.
Hey, sure. Well, we know you're a robot. That's fine.
Well, yeah, you all know that, but
Yeah.
they don't. So.
You should have said something so we could have gone around and narrated with you and said, and there he is in his natural element, snuck in amongst the persons.
You're going to Attenborough me?
I would love to Attenborough you.
Wow.
Don't worry,
Well,
that's
it's
the
not too
segment
late.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess it's
See what you did there.
I guess it's my turn. My favorite session was getting to sit and talk shop briefly with Dave Brown.
Oh, yeah.
He has been here pretty much since the beginning, getting to understand his point of view of the direction things are going, how instrumental Graviton is to our continued success and that of our customers, but most importantly, the value of working with partners like NVIDIA and Anthropic in the realm of generative AI to help build the new next. And I think that's what everybody's kind of focused on right now.
Oh.
I did notice that no one said game day, which is upsetting.
Well, we can't keep
It's always my favorite when we take over the show and step up your game day.
That's right. That's right. It ceased to be on air for a little bit.
It did.
Realized that.
You were competing against each other, right?
That's
I
true.
could see the anger from behind the cameras.
Yeah. Debbie, David, Tina, they all got up. They tried to rush the desk, but, they were physically intimidated by Adrian.
It certainly wasn't me. I've only got half a good leg.
It was Gunnar.
It was
Let's
Gunnar.
be honest. It was Gunnar Grosh. He's the most intimidating. Now, I also really enjoyed talking to chat, right?
Yep.
I like to talk to chat. Hello, chat.
Hello, chat.
How are you? I see you out there.
Did you enjoy this today? Tell us more.
There's still time for questions. Please, put in your comments. We want to know.
Oh, I'm not taking any more questions.
You're
You
not?
are?
Well, I know.
I'm taking compliments.
Oh, that's a good one.
Chad,
I like
if you'd like
that.
to drop any compliments about me in
Don't.
No, definitely
Please
not.
don't.
any positive, affirmations to help my my self-esteem grow.
You are
I like
kind,
that.
you are smart, and you are important.
That's true. All things true. Yeah.
Only if people put it in the comments.
Yeah.
Now, if you enjoyed this, we do this quite often. We do this at a lot of the AWS events. We also have a show that we run most Fridays, where if you are out there learning about AWS, we're here to help you. And we're going to help you keep up to date with the things that are going on, which there's lots of things always going on.
Always.
So you can tune in wherever you're watching right now and probably catch us at either another event if you're curious about this type of footage. You can also see our Friday show where we're talking about launches, new services, new features, things like that as well. So you're going to want to subscribe to whatever you are on right now so that you get notifications when we do go live, like we did today. I would be very, very excited to hear from you in chat if you're out there. And I know you are. If you are planning on going to any of the upcoming AWS events, love to hear about that. Love to meet you if you are, if I'm going to be at those. So, thoughts, final wrap-up thoughts from anybody else?
I think everyone needs to remember how amazing the summits are and how many learnings you can get. And particularly, we joked about it, but it's the people that you actually get to see at the summits. Whether you're speaking to us online or we're coming to you in your living room or walking through and seeing all the sessions. I heard from some of my colleagues, they were overwhelmed at points from the questions and the enthusiasms to actually build. I think that's just something you can't get. And where, if possible, you could go to an actual summit and see.
And I love that. And we are, go ahead.
Sorry, real quick. I do want to thank all of the crew as well.
Yes.
The crew, the production, the producers. Without them, none of this is possible. I know you see us all the time. They're there too. All right. Sorry, Jasmine.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I love the energy like of being in person. We're going to reinforce in a couple of weeks coming up here in Philadelphia. So that's also on the books. If you love security is everyone. But we'll be there. And then, there's summits happening all across the world where you could join and come see this activity in person.
Absolutely.
Awesome. My final thought, if there's something that you want to see, and we mentioned this at the beginning, let us know. Let us know in the chat, let us know in the survey and the feedback. This is the show for you. Let us know what you want to see.
I want to see the three of us leave. Alistair, you're going to close it out.
I was wondering what was happening with this. For those who are not sure, this is my first time hosting on AWS, so thank you for my amazing hosts. It's been a great day. And, if I look back at what I was most excited about, it's taking and speaking to these customers. Oh no, I can see them running behind. We'll see what actually they do. But thank you all so much for tuning in today. It's been a really amazing day speaking to a lot of our customers, a lot of our partners, and of course, a lot of our fellow colleagues. So like we said before, please join in next time on AWS OnAir or come and see us at Summit and of course, reach out. Have a great rest of your day and we'll speak to you all very soon. Thank you very much and see you all soon.